Chapter 101 Conquer the Big Milk Tank. Mimi the Big Milk Tank called out. The voice was a little crisp. Aoki didn't understand her meaning. She shook her head and thought that she hadn't played and didn't know who won and who lost. Yeah? The blue light emerged from the eyes of the stupid beast, directly used the electrocardiogram, and was linked to the consciousness of the Big Milk Tank. And then the two elves communicated directly. Aoki stood by and looked at the foolish beast and the Big Milk Tank. He didn't say anything. He believed that the foolish beast would not do anything useless. Isegan-induced communication is at the level of consciousness. So soon the two elves stopped communicating. The effect is still very obvious. Although I don't know what the dumb beast said to the Big Milk Can, I can see that the vigilance and exclusion in the Big Milk Can's eyes have disappeared, and there is a touch of calm when looking at Aoki. Master. Her experience is similar to mine, but she has been separated from the ethnic group since she was a child. I hope you can help her find the ethnic group so she is willing to listen to your command. The sound of the stupid beast sounded in Oka's brain, and the use of electrocardiogram became more and more handy. In fact, the communication between the dumb beast and the Big Milk Tank is not just these. He and the Big Milk Tank are similar in experience. After that, he talked about some experiences with Aoki, and how Aoki felt in his heart, and finally convinced the Big Milk Tank. The same experience also made the Big Milk Tank more willing to listen to the advice of the dumb beast, so she finally decided to try to contact Aoki. Of course, the strength of the dumb beast is also an important condition for her to make such a choice. If she can subdue a stupid beast stronger than her, and let the stupid be so convinced by humans, then her resistance to being subdued is not great. I heard the words of the stupid beast. Aoki hesitated. He knew that things were not so simple, but since the stupid beast said that, it means that he persuaded the Big Milk Tank in his own way. Tonkingma's mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile, and slowly entered the Big Milk Can. With her awkward eyes, she put her hand gently on her head. Please advise me in the future, Big Milk Tank. Aoki said with a smile. I did not expect that the delivery process of the Big Milk Tank was so smooth. I originally thought that I would fight with her and let her use some benefits to impress her later. Mimi? The Big Milk Tank gradually stiffened as Aoki's hand approached. When Aoki completely put her hand on her head, she fell into place. I felt the temperature passed from that small hand, and the trust on her rubbed hand. This was the first time she felt this way after she separated from the ethnic group. I have always only lived on her own. Whether she is looking for food or looking for a place, she is the only one, so she is lonely in her character. The survival in the wild is cruel, and coupled with her natural dislike of fighting, it is even more difficult. The taught skills that were learned were all taught by some of the goodies of the wild, so that she could heal herself when she was injured. So she only learned these auxiliary skills. When she was caught by the hunter, her resistance was not strong, and it was the most calm one in the Big Milk Tank in that room. She just regarded humans as another kind of elves, and she was accustomed to failure in battle. Until the dumb beast, an elf who has experienced almost the same as her, used a strange method to tell her the difference between humans and elves, the fetters of humans and elves, and for a moment, she suddenly wanted to try the so-called humans and elves. I looked at Ai's Big Milk Can. Aoki smiled and touched her head again, and took out a middle-level energy cube specially prepared for her from the ring. Big Milk Can, try this. The Big Milk Tank sniffed and smelled a scent that was never before, the scent that unconsciously wanted to swallow. He hesitated, looked at Aoki, and saw the affirmation in his eyes. Do you want to eat something so delicious? Big Milk Can thought in her heart. Yeah? The wailing of the stupid beast gave her final affirmation, and she ate it with a bite, which smelled more strange and smelled more sweet. At the moment when the entrance of the energy cube was smashed, the eyes of the Big Milk Tank lighted up, and the chewing action went from slow to fast, and finally swallowed with a bit of perseverance. Under the gaze of Aoki and the foolish beast, a tinge of red appeared on S pink cheeks. Looking at the appearance of the Big Milk Tank being conquered by the energy cube, Aoki nodded with satisfaction. This relatively large Big Milk Tank was finally accepted. In the end, Aoki still said, Big Milk Tank, I promise you will help you find your clan, but if you become my elf, you must obey my orders. If you don't listen to the commands and affect the battle, I may not be so good talking." Oka's expression is a little serious. Although he trusts his elf, he has something to say as a trainer. "I know that you may not like fighting very much. I can let you reduce the number of battles, but some training should not be dropped at all. All I ask of you is to work hard and take care of your fellows." Oki continued. Big Milk Tank looked at Oki, who was still smiling, suddenly became serious and realized the importance of what he said. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded strongly. Me. The quality and talent of the Big Milk Tank is not weak. Although Oki only uses her as an auxiliary, she still needs to have the life-saving ability. www.untilnovel.com. Let's go to lunch and let you know. By the way, take a look at other new companions. With the consent of the Big Tits, Oki patted her head, reassuring. I returned to the room in the center of the elf with the big milk can, and let the Dark Crow and Ghosts come out to meet new companions. I am most happy about Ghosts. As an elf who joined the team at the latest, he has always been a younger brother in the team. Although there are two big brothers who are very comfortable to take care of, he doesn't want to be the youngest. Today I finally waited for a new companion to join. But I was so happy that Ghosts had been making a circle around the Big Milk Tank, expressing my own happiness, and making the Big Milk Tank, which was already embarrassing, even more embarrassed. As the oldest brother in the team, the Dark Crow flew to the back of the Big Milk Tank, patted her shoulder with wings, and signaled that everything could be found for him afterwards. When they knew that the Big Milk Tank was the first girl in the team, they performed even harder. And I am afraid that no elves can hurt the Big Milk Tank in the future, unless they cross their body. The Big Milk Tank was a little embarrassed because she encountered so many elves who were willing to be close to her for the first time, but she was wise to entertain them with the most delicious milk. The milk in the Big Milk Tank is extremely nutritious and very delicious. The price in the store has always been high. Almost instantly, all the spirits who drank milk were conquered by the Big Milk Tank. So delicious milk, and after drinking it, the tired body training in the morning was suddenly restored, and I felt more energetic. I have a bit of cavern recently. If you don't write well, please spray it. Cheeky for collection and recommendation. Chapter 102. Superpower. After a happy lunchtime, although the Big Milk Tank is not very talkative, but still integrates into this small team, and because she is a girl, the Dark Crows take care of her more. Even the Ghosts are very considerate, try to make her happy. In the afternoon, Oki has been making energy cubes in the room, and the elves continue to do indoor training as in the morning. The Dark Crow's weight has now reached 20 pounds, and this weight will not affect his combat power too much in addition to affecting his speed. As for the foolish beast, all the objects in the room have become the objects he controls. The superpower control is becoming more and more proficient. He needs to lift each object and then put it back in place accurately. This may increase his superpower control. However, because of the venue, Gis couldn't carry out his skills training, so physical training became his main training direction on this day. Every corner of the room left his footprint. The Big Milk Tank was first added to the training. Not very accustomed, but it can be seen that she is trying to integrate into it. Today, Oki is also very simple to assign her tasks. Do some simple physical exercises indoors, recover the body that has been locked for a period of time, and then make some milk to replenish the physical strength of the elves. Into the space ring of Oki. Although the training is very hard, but seeing that his peers are working hard, the Big Milk Tank feels full of energy. Oki collected the energy blocks that were condensed on the last board. So far, all the materials that can be bought this time have become high-value, high-level energy blocks, which is enough for the elves to eat for more than a month. I will eat more than 1 million union coins in more than a month, and in the future, more and more elves will eat more and more, and the more powerful they will eat. The matter of making money is already imminent. After putting all the energy blocks into the storage space, Aoki finally has time to look at the superpower training manual that Nazi left to her. I have seen a little introduction before, which briefly explains how a superpowered person should use the ability. Aoki's current superpower strength can only lift a stone the size of a thumb, and it does not last long. Generally speaking, it is not very useful. I hope this book will have some useful things. Aoki couldn't help thinking of this thin book. But when I saw the contents of the book, Aoki was completely attracted to it, and a whole new world was displayed in front of Aoki's eyes. After 2 hours, he exhaled heavily, just a dozen-page booklet, but let Aoki watch for a full 2 hours. It turns out that whether it is a superpower, a owner of Joban power, or a bird warrior, there is a similar hierarchy, from junior to intermediate, then advanced, and finally the top. Chimpan power and bird's hierarchy are not described in this book, but the superpowers hierarchy is explained in a certain length. Among the superpowers, there is a thing called Nyanzuzu, which is not very valuable, but it can judge the level of a superpower very well, and it also works for the elves. When a superpowered person has the ability to lift 100 meditation beads, he becomes a junior superpowered person. When he can lift 1,000 meditation resistance beads, he is an intermediate superpower. Or, if you can lift up 10,000 people, they are high-level superpowers. As for how the top superpowers should be divided, there is no introduction in this book. Perhaps the author of the book does not know what the top-level existence is, or this level may be just a guess. I don't know what level Nazi is, and if I have touched the top threshold. If Na's talents are not able to become top superpowers, I am afraid that there are really not many people in this world who can reach that level up. Another part of the introduction made Aoki more concerned about the talent division of superpowers. Yes, just like the qualifications of the elves, the talents of each superpower are almost different, and the level of talent will also determine the level of ultimate achievement to a large extent. The minimum condition for general superpower awakening is 5 times the mental strength of ordinary people. Under the explanation of dumb beasts, Aoki knows that his mental power will reach this threshold. If it is not the stimulation of Nazi superpower, I am afraid that it will not be in a lifetime. The possibility of awakening a person with 5 times the ordinary person's mental strength is at the bottom of his qualifications. The book introduces that if he can persist in cultivation and have good luck, he may become a junior superpower within 30 years. When I saw this, Aoki almost lost this booklet. 30 years. After 30 years of becoming a superpower, it is estimated that daylily is cold. What use is there? It is important to know that some basic methods of using superpowers can only be used after becoming the primary superpowers, such as electrocardiography, a very practical ability in actual combat. However, judging from the description in this booklet, I'm afraid Aoki has nothing to do with the ability of electrocardiogram induction in this life. I continued to look down with patience, and learned that only when the awakening is 10 times as strong as the average person, can it be regarded as a normal superpower, and it is expected to reach the elementary level within 5 years. If you are awake with 20 times more mental power than ordinary people, then congratulations. You have the possibility of becoming an intermediate superpower, but it is just a possibility. If you want to be an intermediate superpower, then awakening is 50 times more powerful than ordinary people. www.mentalnovel.com is a relatively reliable talent, and it may also challenge the threshold of advanced superpowers. As for the talent division in the future, this booklet does not continue to explain. In addition to these, most of the space is to introduce some basic use of superpowers. Aoki initially moved small stones with thoughts, which is what he saw above. There are still a few pages that have been highlighted. The basic cultivation methods introduced above are also the main reasons why Nazi left this booklet to Aoki. Aoki also tried to practice for a period of time as described above, but found that he could not enter the meditation state mentioned in the booklet, and sat quietly for 2 hours without any clue. Chip, scan and record the contents of this book, match the database, and find out if there is a method that can quickly improve mental strength or superpower. Aoki gave instructions to the chip in his heart. Drip, database establishment, data search, expected query time, 3 days. Remaining time, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds. I saw that in 3 days, Aoki was more acceptable, and hesitated to continue to set up a new task, chip, and then build a time calculation that I can become a junior superpower. Drop, mission established, become a primary superpower, estimated time, 31 years. Remaining time, 31 years. Dash. P recommends a new book from the Dungeons players, Blue and White, which is often interesting, and interested friends can check it out. Today 520, I ask for collection. Recommend. Chapter 103 Train encounter 13 years. Just don't want this awakening, give a little hope and pour it out with a basin of water. Aoki could not help but vomit. It seems that if you want to improve your superpower, it is not possible to rely on the cultivation methods in this book, or you need some foreign objects. I hope the chip can find some useful things from the database. This time passed in the afternoon, and the elves also trained all afternoon. After leaving the trial island, they did not go through some effective battles. The energetic people could only vent their extra energy on training. This should be the last day of Oka's stay in Golden City, and tomorrow I will go to Manjin in Chengdu. After solving the dinner early, I gave the elves a full body massage. Except for the envious look of Gis, the dark crows were all awake under the skill of Aoki. After watching her elves sleep comfortably under the massage, Aoki said good night to Gizzy, and then she went to sleep. As for the ghost, night time is his most active time. During the day, he can hide in the shadow of Aoki to rest, so the ghost has always played the strongest sentry role in the team. Although the elven center is very safe, the habitual late-night ghost can only continue to serve as a sentry post. Early the next morning, Aoki and the elves hurriedly settled for breakfast, and walked to the downtown station of Golden City, where the most convenient means of transportation, the maglev train, is between Kanto and Chengdu. With a Union ID card, I spent a total of 5,000 Union coins and bought a higher seat of maglev train. One carriage was divided into several small rooms, each of which had only 2 positions, and the seats were extremely comfortable. Now that he is rich, Aoki doesn't mind making life a little more comfortable, and this can make dumb beasts and big milk cans do not need to stay in the pokeball. As for the Dark Crow, there is no way in. Aoki now appears as an alliance. In order to avoid the trouble of identity exposure in the future, the Dark Crow can only be wronged. Just after Aoki sat down, let the foolish beasts and big milk cans come out of the elf ball. When you are ready to relax, the train radio prompts that the train will start soon. Isn't another passenger in this room coming? Aoki hesitated when he heard the sound of the broadcast and couldn't help thinking, his exclamation mark. When Aoki was stunned, the sliding door of the room was strongly opened, and the sliding door collided with the wall, making a loud noise. A head came out of the door. Pink hair was tied with 2 ponytails. After looking at the inside, he shouted with his tongue and came in and said, "I'm so sorry, I almost messed up, so a little excited, sorry." He said he frequently apologized to Aoki. A girl about 15 or 16 years old came in, about the same height as Aoki. The 2 pink ponytails on her head wobbled as she walked, wearing a white short sleeve and a pair of blue denim shorts. It looks very youthful. Aoki looked at the girl, nodded thoughtfully, signaling that it didn't matter. The foolish beast and big milk can lying on the ground resting on the ground, seeing that there was a young girl without any threat, then lay down again to snore. This time the maglev directly traveled from Golden City in the Kanto region, through Beiyin Mountain, and reached Manjin City in Chengdu. Although the train is fast, the journey is still very long, so it is expected that the arrival time will be 5 hours later. The young girl who just sat down, before finding the seat hot, found the 2 pink elves beside Aoki, and her eyes suddenly lighted. and she jumped up from the chair and trotted to the side of the dumb beast, walked to the big milk tank and looked around. Aoki noticed the girl's behavior and frowned unconsciously. This kind of rudeness without the trainer's permission to observe the behavior of other people's elves is very impolite. Although Aoki did not feel malicious from this girl, she still would somewhat uncomfortable. It wasn't until a few minutes of careful observation that the young girl reacted and found that her behavior was very impolite. "Ah, sorry, nothing else. I just..." For a while, I was a little bit confused and didn't know how to explain. Then it seemed as if I suddenly thought of something. He hit his left hand with a fist and slammed it on the palm of his left hand. He took an elf ball from the belt and pressed the button to make the elf ball small. The original dumb beast lying on the ground, feeling the girl's behavior, her eyes opened suddenly, and her body began to tighten slowly. This is the dumb beast's attack preparation posture. Aoki reached out and patted the head of the drowsy beast upright, signaling that he didn't need to be nervous. He thought of who the girl was in front of him. "Come out, big milk tank." The girl didn't notice the movement of Aoki and the foolish beast and threw the elven ball. After a red light, a very strong big milk tank appeared in this room. Mimi, Aoki's big milk can immediately stared up with eyes wide after seeing the other big milk can released by the girl. I don't know how long I haven't seen the same kind, but on the second day I just joined the Aoki team www.untitled.com. I saw another one. Hey, I'm also a trainer for big milk tanks, so I can't help seeing these cute pink elf. I hope you don't mind. The pink-haired girl shook her head embarrassed and said, when talking about big milk tanks, proudly patted the body afraid of big milk cans. The girl's big milk can obviously also saw Aoki's big milk can, calling out as a greeting. Pokemon, big milk can dark green. Gender, female. Level, 23. Attribute, general department. Characteristics, thick fat. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, hold on, cast on the earth. Basic skills, impact, barking, rounding, stamping, drinking milk, patience, rolling, teaching skills, healing ringtones, blocking the road, flame fist, frozen fist, lightning fist. Skill learner, burst fist, awakening volume middle dot water, hold, dream words, sleep. Looking at the information scanned by the chip, Aoki drew the corners of his eyes. The children of rich people lived comfortably. Just watching the farmer's 3 punches in the transfer of skills made him jealous. The qualifications and skills of this big milk tank are very good. If a dumb beast or a dark crow fights alone, it may not win. Moreover, from the appearance, the body and muscles of this big milk tank are obviously stronger than those that Aoki has just taken, as long as they are hard-trained elves, not those who are used by the children. The elves can be compared. 520 past. Did everyone have a good time? Anyway, the author has generally been relying on collecting and recommending livelihoods. Chapter 104. Mankey and Xiaoqian. No, yes, I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Xiaoqian, from Manjin City. The girl smiled and stretched out a hand, looking at Aoki. Aoki got up from his seat, and then shook hands with Xiaoqian, said gently, Aoki. I didn't say where I came from and didn't say anything else. But Xiaoqian didn't care at all, and continued to smile. Hee, Aoki-kun, your big milk tank was taken in the wild? Aoki nodded silently, and acknowledged this sentence. Although the big milk tank was bought from the Hunters Guild, it is not impossible to take it from the wild. Hey, do you want to know why I know? With wide eyes, he looked at Aoki all the time, as if to say, hurry up and ask you. Aoki was a little speechless by what she saw, and finally couldn't stand it before asking, why? Because my house is a big milk tank farm. Most of the big milk tanks are from my family. I don't know this one, so it must be wild. I know all the big milk tanks in our family. Xiaoqian patted a breast that had not yet developed, proudly. Sure enough, Xiaoqian, the heir of Manjin City Doguan, is the largest pearl of the richest family in Manjin. The big milk tanks in the whole elven world are almost monopolized by this family. Similar to the Geely eggs of the Joey family and the Katy dogs of the Junshaw family, there are few wild big milk tanks in the wild. The high-quality milk produced by selling big milk cans also made Xiaoqian's family make a lot of money. Imanjin City is the largest city in Chengdu and has the same status as Golden City in the Kanto area. The most powerful family in Manjin City is the family where Xiaoqian is located. The big milk tank farm is also their most profitable industry. As for what Xiaoqian said, she remembers the big milk cans in their house. Aoki can only remain silent. Please, they have at least tens of thousands of big milk cans. She even recognizes them. No wonder the big milk cans will become her signature. Elf, we can see her like. Wu Xiaoqian's personality is very lively, and she can say that although there are sometimes some rashness and sloppiness, on the whole, her heart is still very kind. Because Aoki also has a big milk tank, Xiaoqian chatted with Aoki along the way, but most of the time she was talking and Aoki was listening. Oh, Aoki, where did you get your big milk tank? Aoki, your big milk tank doesn't seem to be developing very well. I have a suggestion if you want to try it. Aoki, your dumb beast is so cute. Aoki. For the young girl who didn't seem a little tired before her, Aoki gradually felt a headache. But she couldn't do anything. She could only endure her problems silently. Although she didn't answer, she seemed to answer herself every time, and could not analyze it until Aoki's answer. Finally, a knock on the door interrupted Xiaoqian's torture. A flight attendant of Magalev train politely walked in modern times and asked with a friendly smile, "Two people, it's lunchtime now. What food do you need?" Xiaoqian, who was finally interrupted, let Aoki breathe a sigh of relief. "Troubleshoot me a steak set meal, thank you," Xiaoqian said smartly. Obviously not the first time to ride a magnetic levitation, and she knows the food on the car very well. Aoki doesn't matter, as long as he can be full. He is not picky about food, so he also ordered a set meal with Xiaoqian. "Please give me a steak set meal." Recorded the food ordered by Aoki and Xiaoqian. The flight attendant nodded with a smile, and said, "Okay, please wait for 2, lunch will come soon," he said, slowly exiting the room and closed the sliding door again. Xiaoqian, who had just been interrupted by her thoughts, was finally quiet for a while, but Aoki relaxed a little. The dull beast has been lying on the edge of the Aoki chair. Outsiders see that it is sleeping. After all, the elven habit of the dull beast will make people feel that he is sleeping. But in fact he is doing meditation training. Aoki gives his plan is to enable him to meditate anytime, anywhere, which requires a long exercise. What the stupid beast can do now is just to meditate during the rest, and let those who are not superpowers or elves see it. Although Aoki has just awakened his superpowers and is very weak, he can feel the strong and superpowers fluctuating on the dumb beast. As for the big milk can, she sat on the ground next to Xiaoqian's big milk can. Me was chatting to the sky. Xiaoqian's big milk can also patted Aoki's big milk can from time to time, expressing comfort in courage. Apparently, Xiaoqian's big milk can expressed sympathy for her experience. Of course, she didn't say anything about being arrested by the elven hunter and then bought by Aoki. Obviously, this ticket worth 5,000 yuan is still very good. The service of the train is in place. The food ordered by Aoki and Xiaoqian will soon come out, with a strong fragrance, floating out of the lunchbox. Aoki did not start eating directly, but took out 2 food bowls dedicated to the elves from the ring, and poured the energy cubes of the dumb beast and the big milk tank into it. www.mtlnovel.com. Silent training for a few hours. I was a little hungry. When I saw my favorite energy cube, I chewed slowly and started eating. The big milk tank also put down the communication, walked to Aoki, and looked at the seductive energy cube floating in front of him. With the joy of just finding the same kind, he was very happy. I watched the dumb beast and the big milk cans eating delicious energy cubes, and Xiaoqian's big milk cans didn't even swallow a spit. She could clearly smell the fragrance from the energy cubes, especially the energy cube being eaten by the big milk can. Although the energy cube of the dumb beast looks more crystal clear, the big milk can is obviously more attractive to her. Mimi, Oka's big milk tank also responded, and quickly pushed her food bowl in front of Xiaoqian's big milk tank, and called out to signal that she could eat together and share food as a friend. Xiaoqian took a sip of water and set her sights on her trainer. Oki, where did you get this energy cube? The big milk tank seems to like it very much. Xiaoqian didn't care about the advanced energy cube that the drowsy beast was eating. As an heir of a big family, what kind of advanced energy is it? The cube has not been seen before, but the energy cube being eaten by the big milk tank, although it looks ordinary, seems to be liked by the big milk tank. I got Xiaoqian's consent, and her big milk tank was also added to the food, and it was obvious that she was eating more than Oka's big milk tank, and Oki also added it twice. King Mu heard Xiaoqian's question and hesitated for a while, then said, I made it myself. Hey, don't say you understand. Please collect and recommend. Chapter 105 Order Energy Block. You made it yourself. Xiaoqian heard the words of Oki, exclaimed directly, then found that she was too loud, and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Quickly approached Oki, and carefully asked, you made these energy blocks yourself? Are you a senior breeder? There was a light cold worship in his eyes. Oki patted his forehead and had some headaches, but still said, no. Do you think I can make a high-level energy block at this age? The middle-level energy block of the big milk tank is made by myself. I bought it elsewhere. Xiaoqian said along. Oh, but the worship in her eyes did not decrease. You seem to be about the same age as me. You are already an intermediate breeder, and I haven't got the qualifications to inherit the family Doguan. Now, Xiaoqian said a little discouraged. Is the intermediate breeder and the museum owner one level? However, at the age of Oki, if it is really an intermediate breeder, it will indeed cause some big sensation. After all, the average age of intermediate breeders registered in the alliance is around 25 years old, and Oki is only now but 15 years old. Xiaoqian did not doubt what Oki said, because the process of making advanced energy blocks is too troublesome. At the age of Oki, it really doesn't look like a breeder who can make advanced energy blocks. Oki did not comfort Xiaoqian, because she almost comforted herself almost instantly. I can't help but look a little hesitant immediately, not like the free and easy look before. I looked at her, and Oki didn't hold back a question, and regretted it after asking, what's wrong? Oki, that. Can I customize the energy cube of the big milk tank with you for a long time? Rest assured, the price is absolutely rest assured, Xiaoqian said hesitantly, looking at the favorite appearance of her big milk tank. Xiaoqian didn't take out the high-level energy cubes specially prepared for her. Although the effect of the high-level energy cubes is better, it may be in taste and some special aspects. Instead, there is no intermediate energy block of Oki more suitable for her. I heard Xiaoqian's words. Oki froze slightly, then said with a smile, no problem. How much you want to order? I may not have so much at once. You need to wait for a while. Oki's affirmation made Xiaoqian grin directly. Okay. Time is not a problem. According to the market price of intermediate energy cubes, the price of one is usually 50 to 80 union coins. You are special. How about a special milk tank that is customized for 101 union coins? In fact, the price is already very high. You must know that the price of ordinary high-level energy blocks is about 400 to 500, but the cost of high-level energy blocks is much higher than the cost of intermediate energy blocks, and Xiaoqian also said the price of intermediate energy blocks is generally around 50 league coins, which has doubled. Since someone is willing to buy the energy cubes he made at a high price, of course, Oki will not mind making a lot of money. It is not in his style to have a local tyrant. Xiaoqian is a member of the alliance in the alliance, although a bit rough, but some trust matters can still be guaranteed. She promised Oki, without his permission, She would never tell others that he would make the energy cube thing. Also, Aoki has left her heart, without directly saying that he will make advanced energy blocks. Otherwise, if it is known, I am afraid that his true identity cannot be concealed. Although the intermediate breeder is relatively rare in the league, it does not attract the attention of the senior members of the league. But if a 15-year-old can make a high-level energy block, even if it is not a senior breeder, it will cause a lot of damage. Sensation. How much are you going to prepare? Now that he had said it was confidential, Aoki asked directly. Speaking of quantity, Xiaoqian groaned a little, then began to pinch her fingers, one by one, a little red, a little white, a little pink, a red, a noisy one. I counted the more and more fingers. It was not enough, but when she was counting, the sweat on Aoki's forehead flowed unconsciously. Is this a copy of every big milk tank on their farm? In the end, Xiaoqian couldn't count anymore. She just shook her hand and gave up. She said, "So, let's get 100,000 first. How about it?" He said that his big eyes flickered and looked at Aoki so smartly. He didn't take 100,000 hearts at all, nor was he moved because it was a transaction of tens of millions of alliance coins. Are you rich? Exclamation mark. You ask again, Aoki said with a stiff expression. Why 100,000? No. The previous question. Well, let me buy some medium energy cubes for big milk cans. Well, no. The above is purely for the author to play with. Sorry. Haha. There are too many 100,000. I don't have so much time for the time being. Aoki wiped the sweat that did not appear on his forehead with his hand, and directly rejected it. Although the production of intermediate energy blocks, after having a set of excellent energy block making tools, with the aid of a chip www.untilnovel.com is very simple to make, but the number of 100,000 pieces also requires a lot of cost. Time. What Aoki lacks most now is time. Well, is that so? Then set 10,000 first. Xiaoqian touched her chin and thought for a moment. She really didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the quantity she said, because when they sent someone out to buy energy cubes, except for the high-level energy cubes, they were purchased in units of 100,000. She was also used to it in this way. I did not consider that it was made by Aoki alone, and it couldn't be more busy. If there are 10,000 pieces, the price of 100 alliance coins will be 1 million alliance coins, and the production cost of the intermediate energy block may only need 10 alliance coins. This is really a profiteering industry. 10,000 pieces are acceptable, but you still have to wait for a while. After all, I made them alone, and my materials are not enough. I need to buy some. For Aoki, who is extremely short of money now, this is easy to make. The 1 million affiliate tokens taken are still somewhat thirsty. Okay. No problem. When you reach Manjin City, you can live in my house for a few days, and then I will let you collect materials for you. You can also have fun in Manjin City for a few days. I am not in a hurry. Wu Xiaoqian directly invited Aoki to their house to play, and by the way let him help make energy blocks. Aoki thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed, not only to make money, but also to the big milk tank just received, to be able to recognize more of the same kind, maybe to be able to correct her character slightly. Experienced authors have told me that asking for collections and recommendation tickets should be thick and don't be afraid to be sprayed. Then I ask for collection. Please recommend it. Chapter 106. Arrive at Manjin on the Magalev train. After agreeing on a specific price and quantity, Xiaoqian directly transferred 1 million union coins to Aoki's bank card. The expression of carelessness once again made Aoki feel the rich lady lavish. Although Xiaoqian has a lot of words, she doesn't have the stinky temperament of the rich lady. She even shared some experiences in the development of big milk tanks with Aoki along the way. She also cultivated different directions for the development of big milk tanks. Method. These topics have aroused some interest in Aoki. Along the way, the harmonious process in which Xiaoqian was talking and Aoki was listening. After about 2 hours of enjoying lunch, The maglev train finally reached Manjin City in Chengdu. The original plan was to watch some greenwoods on the road from Beiyin Mountain. Because of Xiaoqian, there was nothing interesting to see. Dear passengers, now the train has reached Manjin in Chengdu. Please take your luggage and get off in an orderly manner. The radio broadcast of the train was broadcast 3 times in succession. Aoki didn't have any luggage. He put the big milk tank into the elf ball, and walked out of the train with the dumb beast. Because the big milk tank is more afraid of being born, Aoki directly put her into the fairy ball. She needs time to adjust to the strange environment and her current identity. Wu Xiaoqian also directly put the big milk can into the elf ball and followed Aoki out of the train. Aoki, why don't you go to my house first? Anyway, you don't have a place to live in Manjin City. It's better to go to my house if you live in the elf center. I can also let someone buy some materials for you. Xiaoqian ran and followed Aoki. The pace said directly. Okay. Aoki only groaned slightly and agreed. I also want to let the big milk tank to see more of the same kind, and then improve my personality. At the same time, I heard that there are many wild elf areas around the big milk tank farm. Aoki hopes to see if he can find Natolang. I walked out of the station, and Aoki was just about to reach out for a taxi, and an extended luxury car stopped in front of them steadily. From the car's co-pilot position, a 50 or 60-year-old man in a black suit, smiling and kind, walked in front of Xiaoqian and said respectfully, "Miss, if you go out this time, you can make the old man worse. Let's go back soon." Xiaoqian vomited her tongue and rubbed her head habitually with her hands. "Hey, Libo, I just want to go out and play. My home is too stuffy and boring." Then opened the topic directly, pushed Aoki to the front, and said, "Libo, this is a friend I just met. His name is Aoki, which is amazing." Hearing Xiaoqian's words, as a steward of a large family, he immediately smiled kindly and said, "Hi Master Aoki." Aoki nodded and did not speak, but he regretted promising Xiaoqian's request. "Okay, Libo, let's stop chatting here. It's rude. Let's go home first, I think Grandpa." Xiaoqian shook Libo's hand, coquettishly. "Okay, let's go home." Xiaoqian shook her hand. Libo looked insufferable, but the love in his eyes was not concealed at all. The 3 of us and his party took the luxurious extension car. Aoki's head with one hand, looked at the scenery outside the window, and listened to Xiaoqian's introduction in his ears, and fell into contemplation. Imanjin City, as the largest and most developed city in Chengdu, has the same status as Golden City in the Kanto area, but it is different from Golden City. Imanjin City has a more sense of technology than Golden City, but it does not have the feeling of prosperity and crowds of Golden City. But people on the streets are warmer, all lazy. A major feature of the Chengdu area is religious culture. The biggest religion is the famous and beast in the Chengdu area, the King of Phoenix. The biggest legend propaganda was that the King of the Phoenix rescued the 3 elves in the bell tower, and finally turned into a beast of 3 gods and became the illusion of the King of the Earth's spokesperson. Because of religious beliefs, the human beings and the elves in Chengdu area get along very well. Manjin City, as the economic and technological center of Chengdu, has 4 iconic buildings: Manjin Radio, Manjin Department Store, Manjin Game City and Manjin Road Museum. The Manjin Dao Pavilion is run by Xiaoqian's family. Now I don't know who the owner is, but it should be her clan. But I believe Xiaoqian's turn will come soon. Yes, it's your turn. Although there is no explanation in the Elven Alliance, the heirs of the Dao Pavilion are inherited by the family members of the current owner, but the choice of the heir of the Dao Pavilion is selected by the owner himself and then decided by the Alliance after inspection. As long as the heirs are not exaggerated to the extent that the mud can't help them well, or the Alliance is aimed at this pavilion, then the heirs are almost always the owner's decision. The Alliance just makes a cut and reflects its sense of existence. As a large family, since she can choose, it must be a member of her family. But this is not to say that all the pavilions in the Alliance are controlled by those big families, and some of the pavilions are established by civilians or become the first few in the Congress, and their heirs have the right to open pavilions. It was chosen by some apprentices who worshipped at the Taoist hall. However, most of the civilians who have the right to open a pavilion will take their own pavilion as the center and set up a small family of their own. UUWWW.com can stand out from the civilian population, and no one wants to make their posterity a civilian again. Xiaoqian is the sole heir of the Doguan in Manjin, the largest city in Chengdu, and a typical alliance member. Then there is Manjin Radio, a well-known TV broadcast that spreads the broadcast throughout Kanto and Chengdu. The most famous doctor in the Kanto area, Dr. Ogi, is a resident guest of this radio program. This shows the station's fame how big. This radio station is next to the Maglev train. It is said that the radio station was originally an ancient giant tower, but it was decayed because it was too old, so the Alliance sent someone to rebuild a radio station on it. But when it was rebuilt, the rainbow feathers and silver feathers were discovered on the top level of the tower, which also added some mystery to the original ancient tower. Is also one of the landmarks in Manjin. Manjin Department Store is also a famous building in Manjin City. Zhengjin made publicity that there are no props and skills that cannot be bought here. Although the publicity was finally cancelled, it also illustrates the strength of this department store. Ordinary shops really dare not use this as a slogan. Moreover, Manjin Department Store is not only a building on the ground, but also a basement with unknown number of floors. No one knows what is in it. When Oki was alive in the past, he was assigned a task to sneak into the basement, and was forced to give up because the guards were too strict. This was one of the few cases where he failed. I heard that there are people who can't enter the group. If so, please contact me directly or contact management. Thank you for your support. Seeking collection? Recommendation. Chapter 107 Long Lost Training. The last thing to say is Manjin Game City, a huge game center located in the center of Manjin. Manjin Game City is a game city with a variety of gambling game machines. The most of them are slot machines. This kind of nervous and exciting game machine is most loved by ordinary people and trainers. It also exists all the time. With some surprise screams and remorseful roars, it can be said to be a very active place. This game city was originally an industry belonging to the largest gangster in Manjin City. As a result, it was forced to be kicked out because the interests involved were too large and too many people involved. In the end, it became a part of the Alliance. Of course, the Rockets also participate in it. How the specific benefits are distributed, Aoki is unknown. However, the main manager of this game city is still some gangsters in Manjin City, but heeds the Alliance's dispatch, and is nominally under the name of Manjin Dao Pavilion. The member of the rocket team stationed here is a top-ranked rocket team member. Aoki is not clear who it is, but the existence of being able to compete with the Mankindo Museum is definitely not a weak person. Game City, of course, is not just playing games. The game currency used in each game can be exchanged with the union currency in proportion. The game currency can be exchanged for anything in the game city's redemption list, as long as you have enough game currency. It is said that it even has the conversion value of the quasi-god Delph, but so far, no one has heard of the conversion of the quasi-god. The comparison value of alliance currency and game currency. 100 alliance currency is equivalent to 1 game currency in the game city. Game currency and alliance currency can be exchanged at any time, but few people will do so. Because there are things Union Pay can buy, there are things that Union Pay can't buy, and there are also things here. You need to judge for yourself whether the goods are good or bad. In the process of thinking about Aoki, the extended luxury car drove into a huge manor house located on the outskirts of Manjin City. This is Xiaoqian's home. Wu Xiaoqian interrupted his thoughts with a loud voice. Aoki, we're here. Do you want to see Grandpa with me, or do you want to go around? After hearing Xiaoqian's question, Aoki thought for a moment and said, I am not going to see your grandpa with you. This is my first visit to the Chengdu area. I am more interested in the elf here and want to go shopping for myself. Take a look. Wu Xiaoqian's grandfather, as the patriarch of this family, is at least a king-level powerhouse. If these powerless people are not able to meet, it is not a good idea. Okay, then I'll see Grandpa first, and then come to you. Li Bo, you can arrange a room for Oki. Xiaoqian said without thinking. Okay. Li Bo nodded. He said. Xiaoqian jumped to the house in the middle of the manor. Master Oki, this is the key to your room. Your room is in the small building to the west. The rooms are all there. The rooms have been cleaned. If you need anything, you can call the maid directly. Li Bo smiled and took out a key and handed it to Oki. Okay. Please, Oki said as he took the key handed from Li Bo. I don't care if I live in a small building next to the main building. Many families have two guest rooms separated from the host room. After all, some things need to be avoided. Whether it is for the host or the guest, both are good. Oki nodded and motioned, then turned to walk outside the manor. Li Bo watched Oka's departure, watching his back glaze with something unknown. Now young people can't see through. Of course, Oki would not know what Li Bo said. Although the manor of the Xiaoqian family is outside, there is still a wide road leading directly to Manjin City. However, Oki did not walk into the city, but halfway through the road, he walked directly into the side road and walked into the woods in the suburbs. With the continuous deepening, some wild elves gradually appeared, but because of the deterrence of the beasts around Oki, they did not approach. I walked for about 30 minutes, and had completely walked into a forest of overgrown trees. There was no figure around, and some were only the elves who gradually became higher. Instead of unicorns and green caterpillars, the ladybugs and round spiders of Chengdu area have become the most common figures in the woods. They lie lazily on the branches or leaves. They will scare them, almost lying on the tree all day. Come out, Dark Crow, Big Milk Can. Oki threw 2 super balls. When the big milk tank was conquered, Oki had already replaced the ordinary elven ball with the current super ball. Since there are conditions, it will definitely make the elves more comfortable. The Dark Crow, who had been in the elf ball for a long time, was finally able to come out, flying in midair and yelling, venting his excitement. The big milk tank seemed much quieter. After it came out, it didn't make any noise, and stayed obediently. Ghosts, come out too, and see if no one else is around. The haunting ghost appeared from the shadow of Oki. After hearing his order, he disappeared into the shadow again, and then saw the free shuttle and Shuiying to see if there were other trainers in the circle of miles below. It didn't take long for me to turn this lonely grove around at a speed of Gizzy for a moment, and then return here to signal that there was no one else in Oki here. Good job, ghosts. Oki praised and continued. It was not convenient before www.untilnovel.com. I haven't done some skills training for a few days, while nobody is today. Let's train our skills. Yeah, me. When I heard Oka's words, the Dark Crow and the foolish beast seemed more happy, and the big milk tank was participating in such training once, so they could only scream with the Dark Crow. Oki did not care, and formulated the training content of each elf today. Dark Crow, exercise the control of evil energy today, and then try to speed up the release of the awakening power. The content of your training today is the control of water energy, and strive to be able to use the water gun skills as fast as possible. Release, and then control the flow of water with mental force to form an effective turning attack. After arranging the training tasks for the Dark Crow and the stupid beast, Oki paused for a while, because he needed to think about the training content of Gizzy and the big milk tank. Ghost, your level is still relatively low, so I will fight with you today. The elves in this forest are your opponents. You need to defeat them as much as possible. Big milk tanks, as a logistics, you always provide them with milk as a supplement, and then do some restorative physical training. When you were living in the wild before, the nutritional absorption was not enough, and now the body has not reached your limit. With the release of Oka's training content, each elf began his own training. While having time, Aoki took out that superpowered training manual and continued to try to enter a meditation state according to the above training method. Although cultivation is not necessarily useful, after all, it is superpower, and Aoki still wants to try it out. Ask for collection. Recommend it. Chapter 108 Manjin City. I spent the whole afternoon in training. Dark crows and foolish beasts have undergone regular skill training, and in addition to the occasional milk tank that needs to provide some milk to other elves, most of the time is also doing some basic physical training. Aoki also knows some shortcomings and improvement methods of this big milk tank through chatting with Xiao Qian. So although the training volume of the big milk tank is not very heavy, the effect is very obvious. As for the ghosts, there was a fierce battle with the surrounding elves. Because the levels of the surrounding elves were not very high, it often appeared that the ghosts challenged multiple elves alone. It was also because the ghosts were more likely to pick things and fight. Although sometimes more thrilling, Gui Si won all of them very well. For a long time, the level of ghosts was raised by one level, reaching level 15. The level is low, so the speed of upgrading is one reason. Another important reason is that Gizzy has been trained in the Gizzy Cave on the Island of Trials from birth. Various skills and basic exercises are not many. The thick accumulation is thin, so the level upgrade speed is fast. However, as the level increases, the cumulative effect of previous training is gradually disappearing. I believe that in a period of time, the level of Gizzy will not increase so fast, and will enter a steady improvement stage. As for Aoki, after one afternoon of trying, he got into meditation for half a minute, but quickly retreated. Meditation requires a person's thoughts to be extremely empty. Often the older the person is, the less able they are to empty their minds. Because as they age and experience more, their thoughts begin to complicate, and Aoki is one of the best. Can something in your mind be complicated? So the simplest meditation for others has become the biggest barrier to the practice of Aoki. Fortunately, Aoki slowly mastered some skills, but the time it takes to enter meditation is many times that of others, which also makes him almost impossible to exercise his own superpowers. During the period, Aoki also took time to let the ghosts take care of the elven eggs of the claw-tailed scorpion and the elven eggs of Kira. The claw-tailed scorpion will hatch in 2 days, and the incubator from the Kira, the words unknown incubation days have been displayed. To the south of Imanjin City is a very famous elf breeding house in Chengdu. If time is enough tomorrow, Aoki would like to go to that breeding house to see if there is a way to let Kira hatch out. If possible, the Aoki plan is to allow the chip to directly contact the computer data being cultivated, expand the chip's database, and then find out if there is a situation similar to that of Kira elven egg. However, these are all plans for tomorrow, and how to act we can only plan after arriving at the cultivation house tomorrow. I patted the dust on my body, and Aoki let the dark crows stop their training. After a whole afternoon, but there was no apparent fatigue. This is the credit of the big milk tank, and the milk she produced can greatly relieve the tired bodies of the elves. But this is not to say that as long as you have a large milk tank, you can always do endless exercise. Mental fatigue is often more uncomfortable than your body. High-intensity training in the afternoon is already the limit that the dark crows can now accept. Already. Once again, the dark crow and the big milk can are put into the elf ball, and Gizzy consciously falls into the shadow of Aoki. I walked back to the main road outside the manor with the dumb beast. Because I was unfamiliar before, I walked for nearly half an hour. But when I went back to the road, it only took 20 minutes. The sun has been hung from the treetops to the west, but Aoki does not intend to return to Xiao Qian's house now, but walks directly to the center of Manjin City. I walked away for almost half an hour before the first car appeared. It can be seen how big the manor area where Xiao Qian's family is located. So Aoki once again sighed about the strength of the big family. I finally got a taxi. Under the eyes of the driver, I went straight to the game city of Manjin. Aoki is more familiar with this game city, which is famous throughout the Chengdu area. He often visited here in previous lives, especially after he mastered the use of chips. One of the second elder elves in Oki's previous life was redeemed from here, but later, because he was afraid of cheating, he did not return. I have to say that the exchange list of elves and props in the game city is very complete, which is almost comparable to the Rocket's exchange list. If it is not because only the game currency can be exchanged, I believe that many rich people are willing to directly smash massive alliance coins. Exchanging their favorite elves, of course, is also a very important reason. Game City will not do loss-making business. There are many types of elves to exchange. Correspondingly, the elves have different qualifications. If you are lucky, you may be able to exchange a high-level elf such as green or even cyan, but if you are not lucky, if so, you may only be able to redeem a red or orange qualified elf. This can also be regarded as a type of gambling. After all, Manjin City Game City is a gambling center. After paying the taxi driver uncle a full 200 union coins, Oki got out of the car with a dull beast. But before entering the game city, he was stopped by two doormen at the door, and then pointed to a sign standing next to him. Superpower elves cannot be brought inside. The stupid beast has a water system plus superpowers. www.mplnovel.com is within this limit. Game City rules are quite normal. After all, Superelves can directly control the game console without touching the built-in switch of the game. Such behavior is strictly prohibited by Game City. Oki somewhat forgot about this rule, so after a little stunned, he put away the dull beast, and then walked in calmly under the guard's gaze. As soon as I entered the game city, a hustle and bustle burst into my face, mixed with a variety of complex smells, making Oki, who just came in, could not help but want to sneeze. Most of the game consoles in the game city are the traditional slot machines. The gameplay is very simple, but many people are obsessed with it. The joy of gambling is to enjoy the simple stimulation. One side is alive and one side is dead. There is often no middle. Select. Although it is almost time for dinner, there are still many people playing inside. Some yelled happily, attracted the attention of the crowd around, and then proudly showed off his results. There are also people who are dejected, angry and afraid of playing game consoles, angry and cursing. And the faces of various losers can be seen here. If you look down, you can clearly see that there are fewer winners than losers, and there are not many people who can walk out of the game city happily. The loser often wants to flip through the game a few more times, and the winner feels lucky that he wants to win more. In the end, few people can really redeem those precious rewards, or almost number. This is the main way to make money in this game city. I want to collect and recommend. Chapter 109 Family. The arrival of Oki did not attract much attention, as if a drop of water fell into the sea. Except for the ripples that can only be felt by himself, it would not affect the entire sea a little. People who walk through the world of drunkenness and gambling, watching the whole game city. There is not much difference between and the previous life. The lights in the game city are very dazzling, even if it is already night at the outside, but the inside is bright like daylight. Every night is the time when the game city really starts to make money. In every corner and aisle in the game city, there is a staff member wearing a black suit with a wireless headset, a pair of sharp eyes hidden under the sunglasses, always watching the situation in the field. People who want to cheat can't escape their eyes. But there are always some people who take risks for high profits. The end result is no exception. All are caught and dragged into the small black room. And it's not just these men in black. There are various light and dark cameras throughout the game city. No matter what you do, you are under close surveillance. I walked to the counter and, under the grieving and unpaying smile of the receptionist lady, ignored Oki, who sat in front of the exchange computer and got a few disdainful eyes. There are about 20 rows of computers here, which are used by those who exchange game currency for props. There are thousands of people playing games in the entire game city, but only 3 or 2 people are viewing these 20 computers. Redemption list. It can be seen in the game city routine. How many talents can go out, and even those who are ready to redeem, there are not many game coins in their hands. He shook his head slightly, and Aoki set his eyes on the computer screen. This game city that is now controlled by the Alliance on the surface is really rich in redemption resources. You can see all kinds of rare elf and precious elf items, but the redemption price is even Aoki. I've watched it many times, and still a little stunned. Especially the first 3 of the list are really very rare, especially the first item, which is actually the Quasi-God by Euclid in Chengdu, but the exchange price really makes Aoki discourage. A total of 50 million games currency, that's just game currency. If you exchange it for Alliance currency, it will be a total of 5 billion. The price is even more outrageous than the rocket's redemption of the Quasi-God. If the rocket's points are equivalent to the Union coin, the value of the Quasi-God is equivalent to 3 to 4 billion Union coins. The rockets are already pitted, but here it is more pitfall. It's really just a reward for ordinary people to see. I don't know what the qualifications are, who will choose Quasi-God. Not to mention that ordinary people don't have so much money. If the rich people don't need to redeem Quasi-God here, obviously just a display to attract customers. Anyway, the top 100 reward items are very rare, and the starting price of the exchange is millions of game coins. Most people can only look at them. Although Aoki has not only uttered this exchange list once in the previous life, when I see it again, I still can't help but want to utter this game city. And it will really make money. Directly go down the list. Aoki is just to understand the venue, to see if there is any difference from previous lives, and to find in order whether the things you want to exchange are sufficient. The purpose of today is just to step on, tomorrow is the real beginning. After I walked out of the game city, I felt that my whole ear was clean. I went directly to a small restaurant outside the game city. In the happy eyes of the boss, I packed up food for 10 people. Because of the addition of the big milk tank, the most delicious position in the entire team suddenly went from the foolish animal to the big milk tank. Although there are energy cubes that can provide enough energy, the elves have always been very interested in a variety of foods, and Aoki is willing to satisfy their desires. So every time I feel that the elves have 2 stomachs, 1 pack energy cubes, 1 for all kinds of food. Packed all the food into the ring, and took a taxi to drive to the Xiaoqian family's manor. Under the eyes of the taxi driver, Aoki calmly entered the manor. He seemed to know that Aoki was coming back. When he first entered the door, Li Bo greeted him and said, "Master Aoki, you can count back. The master wants to see you and has been waiting for you for a long time." I heard him say, Aoki for a moment. "Master, the owner of this manor, one of the real people in Manjin?" I nodded a bit to indicate that I knew, and then followed Li Bo to the hall of the manor. Although I don't really want to see the old man who has some fame in the league, but everyone has waited for himself until now, so he can only see him. He turned west in the middle of a magnificent corridor like a castle, and finally stopped at a simple door. Li Bo knocked the door with his hand and said, Master Aoki is back. Come in." There was an old voice, full of vitality, apparently in good health. Li Bo pushed open the door, reached for Aoki to enter, and after Aoki entered, he closed the door and stood outside the door quietly waiting. Aoki walked into the room and found that this room was completely different from the magnificent decoration outside. www.mtlnovel.com. Very simple. There was only 1 desk and a few chairs, and saw Xiaoqian sitting on the chair beside playing with his feet. When he saw Aoki coming in, he stuck his tongue out, and his eyes were full of apology. "Ha, this guy is Aoki, really young and promising." An old man with white hair sitting behind the desk, smiled brightly, and reached out to let Aoki sit. Aoki did not speak, nodded slightly, and sat in a chair beside Xiaoqian. I saw Aoki sit down. Xiaoqian quickly leaned out of her neck and whispered near Aoki, "Aoki, I'm sorry, the order, let my grandfather know." "I really do." "If you are the owner of a family and don't know where the people below spend their money, it is very incompetent, not to mention that this person is his granddaughter and future successor of the family. These big families are very concerned about their heirs, and every friend they make will do a detailed investigation. Aoki's Heels rockets cover up very well, so nothing has been found, but it is a problem. Now, I would like to ask a person who can make intermediate energy cubes. In the past, he just said that this person is a civilian. Then there is not much description of how to learn, where to learn how to make energy cubes, and there is nothing outstanding. Experience. Aoki shook his head slightly to signal that it didn't matter. After a moment of silence in the room, the old man broke the silence first and said, "Boy, although Xiaoqian's girl told me, I still want to ask, where is the recipe for your middle-level energy cube? Seeking collection? Recommendation." Chapter 110 Big Family Faces. I heard Aoki's brow frown when he heard what he said, which is a very impolite behavior, especially for those breeders. Each breeder has more or less his own experiments, making some recipes that are completely his own. This hasty inquiry has already involved the privacy of a breeder. If it is a strong or powerful person, it may directly turn his face. Hit it. Grandpa. Aoki didn't say anything, but Xiaoqian beside him was the first one to shout. She is not a rude little girl, knowing how rude her grandfather said. Moreover, Aoki was a friend she took home with her, and she was actually questioned by her grandfather. Xiaoqian's grandfather ignored her, but stared at Aoki sharply with two eyes waiting for his answer. "Grandpa, I ignore you." Xiaoqian saw her grandfather ignore her at all, humming angrily, holding her arms with her hands. King Mu did not hesitate to look at him. There was no wave in his eyes. This is the weakness of civilian trainers. In the face of a large family, there is no equivalent status. Even a middle-level trainer is only a little higher than the average trainer in front of them, but only limited to a little bit. "I made it myself." Aoki's voice was a little cold. Anyone who is treated like this will feel angry, so the old man is not angry. Looking straight at Aoki, it seemed as if he wanted to remember him completely. "Ha ha, sorry, old people like to ask some non-nutrition questions, guys don't mind." The old man suddenly laughed, and the whole person went from a strong person to a grandfather. "The kind looks like." I looked at him, and Aoki sneered, but she was unmoved, even if the old man apologized. But what his intention was, Aoki knew everything. Cough, cough. "My name is Hawad, and now the owner of the Taoist Pavilion in Manjin City, is Xiaoqian's grandpa." Hawad coughed a few times to resolve the embarrassment. For people of his age, what kind of scene has never been seen? I know the deal between Xiaoqi and the young man. I have also seen that kind of intermediate energy cube. It is really a big milk tank suitable for our family. After eating it, the milk volume of the big milk tank is directly high. 30%. I lamented the power of Aoki's energy cubes, and even if he was a little surprised, he was the first to hear that there are energy cubes that can specifically boost the milk production of elves. "I want to ask my friend if the formula is willing to sell. I am willing to buy 30 million union coins." After a round, Hawad directly stated his purpose. 30 million union coins. If it is a huge sum for the civilian trainers who have not seen the world, as long as they have the 30 million union coins as the starting capital to train the elves, many people dare not say that they will still be able to train one. May reach the level of elite trainers. He then actively participated in some alliance missions, and might be able to change his life to become an alliance trainer, but the difficulty of it also blocked the pace of 99% of elven trainers. Aoki shook his head directly. Although the 30 million union currency is a lot of money, he knows that if the flow of water is long, he will definitely earn more than that, and he is not that bad. Assets, more than 30 million. Hawad was a bit surprised that Aoki refused directly without hesitation. For civilians, the 30 million union currency is definitely a huge sum. But Aoki refused him if there is not much way to do it. Can't always force it. If no one knows this, it's okay. But if things are revealed, the alliance is not a monolith. Political opponents are very willing to go down the rocks. I don't know how many people have a grudge against the elven race of big milk tanks. They are not the two families of Joey and Junshaw. They have a vital energy in the entire alliance. They just have a lot of right to speak in Manjin. After groaning a bit, Howard continued, let us do this. In the future, no matter how many such energy blocks you make, we all bought them. As a condition, you can buy them for 120 union coins. Some of the big milk tanks they cultivated had to eat a lot of energy cubes every day, so that the milk produced would be more valuable and targeted at those high-end people, and those glutinous milk that existed on the market were just the nutritional value of some ordinary large milk tanks produced after grazing does not reach that level. The profit obtained in this way is not the simple 20 union currency that can be offset. So Howard is still very good at doing business. I want a training manual for a big milk tank. As for the elves like big milk tanks, it can be said that there is no one in this world who knows more about cultivation than this family. There are thorough research in all directions. Although it will not be their most precious cultivation method, even if it is basic, better than Oki himself. Originally, he didn't have to say what he wanted directly. But since the other party communicates directly through transactions, Oki will not refuse. For those big families, they often have too much scruples. Even a civilian like himself who doesn't seem to follow www.mtlnovel.com won't choose to do it directly. It can never be used if it can be solved in a peaceful way. Violence. The premise is not to touch their fundamental interests. Okay. Howard agreed to Oka's request without hesitation. Anyway, it's just a simple training manual. The real secrets I believe Oki will not expect. Alright. Are you happy? Are you finished talking? Oki, let's go. At this time Xiaoqian jumped straight up and pulled Oki out. Oki didn't resist. So he just went out. He looks better than anyone who looks very charitable to the old man. There are many such people in the alliance, occupying half of the entire league. Corruption has a lot to do with them. They are already decaying. They are the maggots of the alliance. After Xiaoqian and Oki left the study, Li Bo came in, looked at Howard, and asked softly, Master, doesn't it matter? Howard narrowed the smile on his face and took out a detailed information from the drawer. If Oki was there, he could see that this was the complete information of his alliance status. It was only in one afternoon that it was all investigated. It's just some small money. This kid has something. Now the young people in the league are really getting more and more incredible. The distant looks like the kid from the Yulong family, and the closest looks like the kid just now. He must be hiding it. Some things, but because our strength cannot investigate the real information, it is better not to do too much. Howard looked at the Oki Alliance information and said with some sighs, Seeking collection? Recommendation! Exclamation mark. Chapter 111 Nurturing House. Xiaoqian walked out of the building with Oki directly. After coming out, she was still sorry for Oki, and she promised not to go out, but she was uttered by her grandfather. Oki waved his hands and didn't mind it very much. He had already prepared for this situation, but fortunately, the fake identity for him was very in place. Even the position of Xiaoqian's family in the league could not be found out. To what extent has it penetrated the league? Being able to get a training manual for big milk tanks can be considered an equivalent transaction. Moreover, Oki is indeed relatively short of money, so he was prepared before taking the risk to choose a deal with Xiaoqian. The heirs of the big family are always incapable by yourself. I refused Xiaoqian's intention to take out something as compensation, and Oki returned to his guest room by himself. Up to this point, the elves have not had dinner. According to the practice, let Gizzy check whether there is a monitoring device in the entire room. Although the possibility is not high, the vigilance should still be there. Come out, dumb beast, dark crow, big milk can. After confirming that there is no surveillance, Oki summoned the elves. He then prepared dinner for them and took out the packaged food. The hungry elves had not hesitated. When Oki said that they could eat, they began to destroy the food in front of them. The big milk jug that was not long after joining the team was completely integrated into the team because the milk completely conquered them. The elf did not forget his companions while eating, and exchanged the dishes on the plate with each other. After dinner is the usual press-sleep exercise. Aoki did not perform meditation training, but did some simple physical exercises with the elves. At the age of 15, he is now developing, and sufficient nutritional supplements make him completely invisible. Show the skinny skin of the trial island. I followed the biological clock early in the morning. After Aoki got up, he led the elves out of this huge manor. He did not bid farewell to Xiaoqian, but kept contact information before. I believe that for a long time, Aoki will never come here again. Although she was not allowed to see her clan, but after communicating with Xiaoqian's big milk tank, Aunt's character still improved. Coupled with the communication and encouragement of the elves, the basic communication will no longer blush. An hour later, in the southernmost part of Manjin City, in front of the elf breeding house known throughout Chengdu, a teenager with a normal trainer costume and a pink foolish beast appeared here. There are not many people coming and going, but some are holding an elf who has just hatched recently, or a trainer holding an elf egg directly, while others are in the breeding house with their children. This boy is Aoki. He came to this breeding house with a foolish beast. He has not been here in previous lives. This is the first time he has entered a formal breeding house. When I walked in, I found that there was an open class here. The stage was a girl about 20 years old, with a pair of very thick eyes, and she was fluent in the basics of nurturing elves. Some jerky professional vocabulary. When she spoke, it turned into some easy-to-understand sentences, making the listeners nodded. Aoki's arrival did not have any impact. I saw some people holding a notebook to record what the girl said. In fact, the content of this young girl's lecture is very simple. It is not something that junior trainers need to learn, but the people here happen to be some young boys and girls who have not yet become trainers or have their first elves. Well, come here today. After the children go back, remember to take good care of your elves. If it is an elven egg, it is best to put it in the incubator and not to take it out. The elves will be healthier. By the end, today's public class is over. Aoki did not go directly, because now the girl is surrounded by many people, asking for some basic knowledge. When many civilians in the elf world just became trainers, they often didn't understand the basics very well. Even the trainers of the Alliance did not know much about the characteristics of the elves. For details, please refer to that. There's II who will become the champion in the future. When he just went out to get a trip, there is not much difference from Xiaobai. Not everyone can have a wizard book when traveling, so often these open classes for junior trainers will be greatly sought after. Finally, half an hour later, the people around the girl kept asking questions, and Aoki walked up. Hello, do you have any questions? The girl asked Aoki, who came up, and pushed the heavy glasses on the bridge of her nose. Sorry, I want to ask if there is a computer to view the information here. I may have encountered some problems. Aoki directly stated his purpose. Well, our computer information is not open to the public. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. If you have any questions, I may help you solve it. If I don't know, I can also help you to ask. Just look at my grandpa and grandma. They are old experts in this breeding house. The girl groaned and refused Aoki's request. The mastery of knowledge in the elven world is often very strict. Many well-known breeding houses like them have many top-secret materials that they have accumulated over many years of experience and cannot be shared with others. They can offer free public classes from time to time, which is already a more conscientious breeding house. In order to make money, some breeding houses even have high standards for class fees. If you entrust the cultivation of elves, the price is even higher. Aoki smiled and nodded his understanding. I want to ask if I have encountered such a situation. The elven egg shows that all indexes are normal, but it shows unknown in the incubation time. The girl heard Aoki's problem, pushed her glasses again, and then supported her head with her hand for a moment, thinking for a moment and apologizing with a smile. I don't know what this elf egg has experienced. It is not easy to make a judgment. If you have time, You can wait here. My grandparents went out to participate in the breeder exchange meeting and may come back later. Aoki asked about the situation of Kira's elven egg, and he was helpless about his current condition. Then I want to ask again, look up the computer information. Rest assured that you can watch me operate next to it, and definitely will not do some extra acts. In addition, I can pay. Aoki asked again, seeking collection and recommendation! Chapter 112 Steal data. The girl was a little hesitant. If she was allowed to operate some computers while she was watching, it would not be impossible. Usually, her grandparents would let some closer trainers operate their computers, because the computer has some top secret data. You need a password to access it. Another thing that interests her is Oka's situation. She has never encountered it. As a schoolmaster in the cultivation of elves, unknown knowledge makes her more curious. Coupled with this, the young man with a good-natured look in front of him does not look like a bad person, and the foolish beasts around him are also very good at training, obviously a trainer with a certain amount of knowledge. So, I need to register your Alliance ID card, and then I need to operate the computer with me. The nursery girl thought for a moment and said, in the end, I still couldn't resist the temptation of knowledge. Aoki showed a human and animal harmless smile, and nodded kindly. Okay, trouble you. Led by the girl, I walked to a study room in the backyard of the cultivating house. I saw several huge bookshelves inside, each of which was filled with books. Some books were aging and yellow, and some were more brand new. Elf Egg Science, Elf Hatchery, Elf Cultivation Foundation. There are sticky notes on each layer of the bookshelf, which indicate what kind of books are placed on this layer of bookshelf. There is a computer in the corner of the study room, and there is no trace of dust on it, indicating that this computer is used frequently. The young girl sat in front of the computer, skillfully booted up, entered the password, and opened the database. Obviously, the person who uses this computer the most should be the Xwibber girl in front of him. After everything was done, the girl stood up and signaled that Aoki could start to operate. Aoki nodded politely and sat in front of the computer, pretending to look for information. Aoki, as an unregistered breeder with cultivation knowledge, also knows what to look for. Some professional vocabulary users make the young girl look at Aoki differently. What the schoolgirl didn't know was that while Aoki was operating the computer, he had another operation in secret. Chip, start parsing the data in this computer. I gave instructions to the chip in my heart. This is how it used to import database data for the chip in the previous life, except that the chip has some imperfections. That is, it cannot directly invade the database through the network. Only when the host contacts some of the database's original machine, it passes the microcurrent of the human body. In order to be able to invade the computer database without any trace. Drop. Task establishment. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Start importing. After 10 minutes, mission completed. Aoki stood up and said, I still can't find it. But thank you anyway. This is my Alliance ID card. Please. Xwibber was also disappointed. She didn't find the knowledge she hadn't mastered, which made her feel very uncomfortable, but she took the Aoki Alliance ID card and registered Oka's information on the computer in the lobby. It feels like you are also a good breeder. Although you haven't found the right way to hatch, don't be discouraged. Let's leave a contact with each other. I will ask grandparents at night. Of course, if you find the right way, please be sure tell me. I'm willing to exchange with you for an equivalent price. After the girl registered, returned Oka's ID card. Okay, yes, how much should I pay? Please deduct it directly in this bank card. Aoki smiled reluctantly and said, it doesn't matter, no need for these things. I still care more about the elven egg you said. The girl rejected Oka's intention to pay. She doesn't really value things like money. Otherwise, she can earn more by virtue of her attractiveness to class. I also heard a friend say that elven egg. I have not seen the specifics, but I am more interested in this knowledge. Hearing that she couldn't see the elf egg, the girl showed a very pitiful appearance, but Aoki said she was interested in knowledge, and instantly opened her eyes. as if she saw something similar, plus the previous Oki, and when looking for information, some professional terms used to make her more certain that Oki is also a very easy to learn. Like Gzwiba and Gzwiba, they often love each other. Under the eyes of the reluctance of Gzwiba girls, Oki escaped from the nurturing house. After coming out, she could not help but wipe the sweat from her forehead with her hands. Communicating with these Gzwiba was no less than a difficult exam. It's very difficult to cope, but the more you deal with others, the more excited you will be, and you will find an excuse to run out. He did not forget to let Oki find the reason before calling and told her. However, anyway, the purpose is to achieve this time. I got the data of this breeding house. Fortunately, the grandparents were not trained. Otherwise, Oki may not be so easy with their experience. Chip, match the database, and see if you can find a solution by the Earwolven egg. Oki let the chip set up a new task after leaving the breeding room. Dripping. The mission is successfully established. www.untilnovel.com. The analysis is started. The estimated time, 3 days. The remaining time, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. 30 seconds. The function of the chip can only match the various data of the database, and then simulate the solution. If it is successful, you must try it yourself. It may even be that the chip cannot analyze the solution after the database is matched. But for the current situation, Oki has no other way than to wait. And now the Quasar has been hatched and deteriorated by Era. It may not provide any help, and it will even become a burden on Oki. After all, cultivating a Quasar, the resources required are astronomical figures. And in a short period of time, the role of Quasar spirits is not as large as that of ordinary genos. Before the Quasar spirits are fully grown, their combat effectiveness is really not as good as some ordinary genies. Oki now knows how to incubate the eggs of Earwolven, and will not choose to incubate without the ability to bear the consumption of its breeding resources. What we have to do now is to cultivate the timely combat capability first, and then deal with the next mission and the most important rocket trial mission. Now it is just that I was temporarily taken away from the rocket's trial island. This is an exception. Before the trial is completely completed, Oki still needs to return to the island for the final trial assessment. If it is successful, it may be a blue sky in the future. But the consequences of failure are unimaginable. And before Oki Islands, he always remembered that the test task that Ying Ying said to him was a bit special. During the last test, he carefully observed some clues. In short, what we need to do now is to improve our strength as soon as possible. Seek collection. Please recommend. Chapter 113. Good luck boy. At noon, when the game city of Manjin just opened, the gamblers or game fans who waited for a period of time swarmed in as the gate of the game city opened. Although the game city has huge profits, even if the door is always open, there will be a lot of people to play, but the game city manager still chooses to close the door at 2 a.m. every day, and it will not open until 12 noon the next day. This is actually a kind of hungry marketing. If you keep letting the gamblers play and have a good time, then the desire may not be very great in the future, or the people who come to play after losing the money at once will also. There won't be so many, and Game City will be deserted. Control the door closing and opening time. Although the money you make will be much less, but the water will flow for a long time, and you will always maintain a feeling of overcrowding. People who come to play will follow the trend and will be more and more. For example, at 12 noon now, people waiting for the Game City to open the door gathered here on time within 5 minutes before the opening of the door, which can be regarded as a beautiful scenery in Manjin City. Moreover, Game City is after all a regular game place that is listed under the name of the Alliance. It cannot give people a feeling of unscrupulous means to make money, nor can they let people play in Game City for several consecutive days. Sudden death news. This is a blow to the league's prestige. In short, for many reasons, this kind of gate-like scene appeared. As the staff opened the door and waited for a long time, some impatient and addicted people crowded in quickly. Two young people who are lazy in appearance and apparently sleepless, are lying on the counter for redeeming prizes, watching the crowd pouring in at the door, and yawning in a sleepy way. Small injury. Are the machines and people arranged? A young man with studs on his ear wiped the tears that overflowed from the corner of the eye because of yawning and said lazily, "Wang brother, you can rest assured that the machine has been adjusted, the probability is absolutely touching, and the care has been arranged. Let's wait for the theater." Another young man answered eagerly. The young Wang brother with earrings nodded with satisfaction, an expression that I am very optimistic about you and continue to work hard. These are the normal operations in the game city. In order not to make people feel that the game city cannot make money at all, there will always be a few trusts to show the possibility of getting rich here. And this game machine, the probability of winning is set by a professional technician in the background, such as the probability of 1 in 10,000 first prize, the probability of 1 in 5,000 second prize. Are all game city management has the final say. Sometimes, some people feel that they are lucky and have been winning, but in fact, the game city has just increased the probability of winning this machine. Anyway, they are not worried that if someone wins, they will lose money. Human nature is greedy. Those who win always want more, and those who lose always want to come back. I actually don't know. Everything is under the control of others. After 2 hours, everything in the game city didn't change much, and it followed the daily pattern in an orderly manner. Except for some people cheering because they have won the game currency. Most people have swear words in their mouths, but their eyes are staring at the game machine. Already. Hey, minor injury. Nothing has happened. The young Wang brother with earrings who had just slept asleep, woke up with a yawn and asked, although the young man with a small wound was bloodshot in his eyes, his bags under the eyes and dark circles were already obvious, but he did not dare to be lazy, and said with a smile, "Wang brother, there is nothing big when I look at it. It is a good luck kid who has already won 1,000 game coins. Luck is really good." The sourness and deep jealousy in Qiang's tone cannot be covered up. I knew this was 1,000 game currency. If converted into alliance currency, it would be more than 100,000 alliance currency. Although this is nothing more than a game for Game City, but for him who just worked, it is a huge sum. No wonder he was jealous. "Oh, are you sure you are lucky, or is there something wrong?" When he heard what the young man named Xiaju said, he suddenly felt energetic. Unlike this small injury that has just come to work in Game City, although Wang is young, he dropped out of school early to work here. The original old man in Game City walked away and got promoted. Now he is still watching. Many years of experience told him that things were a little strange. From a small injury, we can know that this good luck boy is not their trust, that is, he is a bit skeptical. It's not that no one can win so much in the game city, but this is really a relatively rare phenomenon, and there are many people who win, but most of them only have a few hundred game coins, which will cause them to pay attention when it exceeds 1,000 already. Probably not. He doesn't always win. He has lost many times, and he hasn't won any big prizes. They are all small prizes, but luck is better. The small injury hesitated. Say it. When I just learned that someone has won thousands of game coins, he also watched it in the past, watching with his own eyes that the person has just won 1,000 game coins, and he lost all the way to 800, then passed the fourth prize again, and returned to more than 1,000. Generally speaking, the fluctuation is not big, and it is very suitable for a player with good luck and looks like winning money. Oh, that should be just a moment of luck. Okay, www.untilnovel.com. You will lose in a while. You pay a little attention. I will hold on for a while and get stuck. After hearing the explanation from the youth, the brother Wang slowly relaxed his body, and the sleepiness struck again. After yawning, he lay on the table again, and soon the snoring sounded. The youth glanced enviously at the brother who wanted to sleep. As a newcomer who just worked, he still inevitably wanted to show himself, hoping that he would have a chance of promotion in the future. Patted her face lightly to make herself more awake. 2 hours passed quickly, and I saw a young man with a small wound sweating and his hands running together. looking nervous and overwhelmed. I finally seemed to have made a decision. I clashed his teeth and patted the brother who was still snoring. Wang brother, wake up, wake up. A little wrong? Was awoken from being awake from sleep, but after a long sleep, my spirit recovered a lot. A bit of a situation. The good luck boy before, has now won almost 10,000 game coins. Xiaju said eagerly. The sweat from his forehead kept leaking out. What? Brother Wang jumped up when he heard his words. 10,000 game coins, that is 1 million alliance coins. With their salary, it may take decades to earn. Although the money for the game city is only a small amount of money, it may be more than just making money in a day. But if the loss of 1 million union coins is exceeded, the supervisor will question it, and they will be hard to blame. Go and see. Brother Wang got up first. Seeking collection? Recommendation! Chapter 114. Catch 1. When they walked to the Lucky Boys game machine, they were already full of people. I saw the teenager with a normal appearance, with a dumb expression, staring blankly at the slot machine in front of him. His hands were on the machine, and only occasionally he needed a coin to move his hand to see that he was a living person. Well, luck is really good. They have already won so much. It turned out that you can still play this way. You can always use a coin brush. Although there is no big prize, the small prizes keep coming. This wins more than my annual salary. Silly people have silly blessings. This weekly ask if he cheated. This winning rate is a bit high. Stupid. Cheating those in black didn't come up long ago. Besides, the people over the won more. The people around me are talking a lot. Sometimes people can't get it by themselves, but others can easily get it. Their hearts are always unbalanced. Have you looked for a technician to see it? Is there any problem with the machine? Brother Wang couldn't see the difference between the teenagers. Two hands were placed on a machine and exposed to everyone's eyes. There was no possibility of small actions. I've seen it, and I've been watching it now. The machine has also been debugged in the morning. No problem. The young man beside him replied softly. However, with more and more people watching, the good luck of the teenager seems to be gradually exhausted, and more than 100 coins have been invested in a row. Boy, almost, you're out of luck. You can exchange it. It doesn't make sense to continue. A middle-aged fat man with a good heart reminded. But the teenager seemed to have not heard it, and continued to throw coins into the machine. 100, 200, 300. Nearly 500 game coins were thrown in succession, and he had never won a prize. It looks like luck is running out. Oh, don't say anything. I want to see him continue playing. Someone said in a whisper, but no one reminded him anymore. Wang and the young man named Xiu who stood watching behind the crowd quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and it seemed that they could not break through the 10,000 game currency mark, so that the two of them could be suppressed. Finally, when the juvenile voted for nearly 900 and did not win, he chose to give up. When the amount of game currency is enough, the staff of the game city will automatically replace the customer's game currency with a memory card. So although the number of teenagers is large, it is only a card. Each coin is only a virtual coin, no real operation is required. Therefore, when the teenager got up and left, he only had a memory card with the Game City logo on his hand. With the jealous eyes of the people around, the teenager walked straight to the computer of the exchange office. After he left, his original machine suddenly became hot. As an old player, of course, they know the inside of some game cities. The teenager can win so much. Maybe this game machine has some unknown failure. Some people think that it is because of the juvenile method. He just found a game machine and learned what he looks like. No matter whether he wins or loses, he always inserts coins to start the game. It's just that these smart behaviors may make them lose money. Satoshi Nama sat in front of the computer and stumbled to operate the computer. At first glance, he was the kind of person who did not use the computer often. After groping for 5 minutes, I finally added the exchanged items to the shopping cart, then swiped the card. and paid with game currency. Rarely exchanged 2 guarded skill discs and 1 highly toxic skill disc, which cost a total of 6,000 game coins, and the remaining more than 3,000 game coins were directly converted into alliance coins by him. I walked to the counter, ignoring the attention of 2 young people called Wang and Xiao, and lowered their heads, silently waiting for something to come. Soon, a door behind the counter was opened. A middle-aged man in work clothes walked out with a box, put the box on the counter, and went back again. "This is what you exchange, and there is an anonymous bank card, which is 357,500,000. Please take a look." Brother Wang pushed the thing in front of the teenager and said angrily, "Although the 2 of them can suppress this matter, the monthly bonus for the whole month must be gone. Can you be angry?" What's more, the young man now earns his salary for several years. Envious and jealous, the young boy nodded and silently picked up the box and walked outside the game city. He didn't care about the eyes behind him, and a few tattooed youths with bad eyes whispered something when the teenager left. After the juvenile walked out of the game city, the sun was already hanging to the west and his head was walking down the road, but his mouth could not help but slightly rise. This young man with an appearance of manner is Oki. Since 12 noon, he has followed the crowd and entered the Manjin City game city. In the previous life, he had experience in the game city. He used the chip to slightly control the internal program of the game machine. It is really a very simple matter, but in order not to cause people suspicion, the speed of winning game coins cannot be fast. It is guaranteed that there are wins and losses. The number of wins is greater than the number of wins. You can earn game currency steadily. www.mentalnovel.com. And Oki has learned from previous times that as long as the money won does not exceed 1 million affiliate coins, then it will not cause the attention of Game City High Level. At most only let those clerks lose some bonus. After all, it is a gambling game city. It is normal to lose or win. It is only necessary for the senior management to ensure that they can consistently make money. As for the occasional 1 or 2 days, they earn a little less and do not pay much attention. Oki knew that when approaching 1 million alliance coins, he lost some money appropriately, soothed those shop assistants, and then exchanged for a few required skill CDs and immediately left. In this kind of game city, it's not a big deal to occasionally pay for it, but if you want to use it as a cash machine and come every day, even if you wear a human skin mask, it will be detected sooner or later, because people can change their appearance, but their height and exposed hands and feet are not so easy to hide. So, Oki just chooses this place as a place where he can exchange a few skills for free and earn some money by the way. After a visit, he will not come for a long time. Well, it really is a wealth of money. Oki shook his head helplessly, knowing that the money he made would make some people jealous, and there may be a few attempts to take risks, but I didn't expect that. I was so impatient that I had just walked out of the game city for a long time and could not bear it. When Oki left game city, there were a few small hoops specifically focusing on this kind of place, and after leaving game city, he started tracking him with poor tracking skills. Oki, who has the experience of the rockets of the first world, how could it not find such a vulgar tracking method? Seek collection. Recommend. Chapter 115. Hunting reversal. However, those people who are eyeing Oki are not ordinary gangsters. They are members of a small gang in Manjin City, and they may not have reached the level of a small gang. They are considered a small organization. A few of them are mixed in the game city every day. The goal is those guys who look weak but have good luck to win money in the game city. Oki's image today fully meets their goals and requirements. In addition, Oki has won a lot of money today, which has long made them remember. They hung behind Oki far away, not for hands, but waiting for their other members. Although Oki's appearance looks very weak and the win seems to be able to be solved by individuals, they still obey the boss, meaning, no matter what the prey is, they must do their best to attack. Their organization is not strong, so it is best to wait for strength before you start. People have been sent to report information for a long time, and did not let a few people wait too long. Their boss directly took all members to attack together. For these small organizations, 1 million alliance coins is already a huge sum. Worth it, they are so active. Aoki also followed their wishes and walked directly to the sparsely crowded place, shuttled back and forth between the complex terrain of Manjin City, and unknowingly entered the alleys of the old city, and behaviors like Aoki were even more conducive to this. After their arrogance, they followed closely one by one, for fear that the fat sheep would run away. Throw a super ball. Aoki directly called out the Dark Crow. This scene is most suitable for him, and Aoki is wearing a brand new human skin mask. Do not worry about identity exposure. In addition, there are very few people here. Except for Aoki and the people who follow, there are not many people. With fewer and fewer people, those who are far behind are dissatisfied with this, and some irritable people have ignored the cover-up and started to track directly. The pace of footsteps has also gradually accelerated, pulling in and Aoki distance. Although he saw the Dark Crow standing on Aoki's shoulders, he did not cause them to shrink back, but inspired the ferocity completely. But what they didn't know was that Aoki, who walked in the front, always controlled his own footsteps, trying not to let them loose. The corner of the path has gradually risen, and even the Dark Crow standing on his shoulder can't hold his excitement with excitement. After breaking out of the trial island, I have not experienced a decent battle, and the Dark Crow's strong desire to fight can finally be completely released today. The sky was slowly darkening, and the light in the alleyway began to blur. The few sparse figures that had originally disappeared are now gone. Followed by the boss of the people, I feel that now is the best time, with a wave of hand to make everyone available. After he waved his hand, there were already some people who couldn't wait, and he hurried quickly and ran towards Aoki. Hearing the loud footsteps in the back, Aoki pinched the elven ball with a dumb beast in his belt, then suddenly accelerated, and a lunge turned into another alley. Follow me. Hurry up. The bosses of those people also knew that Aoki had found them, so they no longer covered up, and went after them with all their strength, and those elves that moved fast were summoned. For more than half a month of Trial Island survival, Aoki has not been as skinny as Zengjin. Although he is not muscular, he has received a lot of exercise in the jungle. In addition to intentional exercise during that time, Aoki bets you I dare not say that I absolutely crush these little street who know every day. The whole body turned into a cheetah, shuttled through the alleys, and with the cover of the night, it was not long before the people behind were lost. However, compared to outsiders such as Aoki, the people in this small organization grew up in Manjin City, plus they do nothing every day and often travel through the streets, so they have a better understanding of the city than Aoki. I don't know how many times it is, so I don't worry that Aoki will disappear under their eyelids. Look separately, two people in groups. For the sake of insurance, it is safer for two people. Although this way of dealing with the teenager makes him feel a bit like killing a pig with a bull knife, there are not many young people in this world who are powerful. Obviously, his men didn't cooperate for the first time. Soon, all members were grouped in pairs, and they fell into alleys. But what they don't know is that the person they are looking for has now changed into a black suit, and it is even harder to find it in the dark alley. A pair of icy eyes without the slightest emotion, watching silently their dispersal. Aoki slowly adjusted his breath, trying not to make a sound. The Dark Crow on his shoulders also tightened his body and was ready to attack at any time. This reversal of hunters and prey was his favorite. The puppets originally had the advantages of many people. Although the elves are some common elves, such as Small Larder, Big Needle Bee, and Bobo, when the number comes up, they are still not weak, but now dispersed. No one can stop his attack. www.mtlnovel.com. After fully adjusting his breath, Aoki slowly walked out of the small alley. The Dark Crow's night vision ability is very good. Aoki may look a little unclear, but with his help, there was no stagnation. Ghost, who had always been in the shadow to protect, now appears next to Aoki. In such an environment, it is his territory. Soon, two people who were looking for Aoki were first discovered by Aoki, and ghosts quietly approached. Before their elves had not responded, they used hypnosis to hypnotize their trainers, and then the Dark Crow quickly dynamic and powerful attacks kill all the elves directly. It was just a few street scummers. The elves also got inferior goods under the sneak and cheat, coupled with the fact that they didn't get systematic training at all and there was a gap in level. They couldn't bear an attack by the Dark Crow. Since you want to do something to me, you need to be ready to be killed by me. Both people have fallen asleep directly under the hypnosis of Gizzy. Aoki took the dagger on the trial island, and now it is more and more handy. As the cold light in his eyes soars, he covers their mouths with one hand, the dagger directly into your throat. Dry the blood on the dagger on the clothes of the two, and then put away the space props on them. Although there is nothing valuable, it is better than nothing. As for their elves, Aoki really can't look down on them, so when the Dark Crows did not keep their hands, they killed them all. After solving the two, Aoki disappeared into the darkness with the Dark Crow and the ghost again, and the hunting continued. Seek collection. Please recommend. Chapter 116 Massacre. The entire old city is very large. They are scattered and spread, but the smell brought by killing two people will not spread throughout the city, so Aoki is not worried about being found. With the night vision of the Dark Crow and the ability of ghosts to shuttle the shadows flexibly, Aoki quickly found two partners. Before they reacted, they were easily solved by the law. According to previous observations, there should be 9 people left. Aoki murmured as he sank into the darkness. 8. Aoki silently counted the number of people who had been resolved. Originally, there were 13 people in total, but now there are only 5 people left. At this time, the faint smell from all over the place finally spread in all the laneways, and the group did not find out that the situation was wrong until then. Through various secret signals, the boss of the 5 brought everyone together, but now their faces no longer look like the arrogant and embarrassing, leaving only the expression of worry and fear. Among the 25 people, the boss is still calm. He was originally a small member of a big gang in Manjin City. Because of the failure to fight for the position, he gathered a bunch of street gangsters and barely maintained his livelihood. But even so, he is the largest person ever seen. He knows that there are some geniuses in this world. It looks very young, but he is quite powerful, so he is very cautious every time he acts, for fear of causing people who should not be. It is also because of his care that he can barely mix in a metropolis like Manjin. It's just that this time it may really kick the iron plate. Boss, what should we do? We seem to have kicked the iron plate this time, the most courageous of the 5 said, trembling. The old man's face was very ugly. He was careful again, and he made a wrong decision. Looking at the remaining 4 men, he was frightened and pale, watching him tightly, waiting for his instructions. He is now their only backbone. He yelled at his teeth and yelled, "Fuck, people are dead, and they are afraid of a ball." Now the 5 of us are walking outside the old city. As long as we return to a crowded place, he will not dare to do it. His anger in his heart told him that he needed to go straight to Aoki and desperately, but reasonably told him that, with their current rotten tomato smelly eggs, they were not Aoki's opponents. I left King Shan without worry about burning wood. Withdraw. But if they want to withdraw, they must ask Aoki to disagree. Hajiwara himself is not a lot. Aoki, led by the Dark Crows and ghosts, found the last wave of people. Aoki, who was hidden in the dark, heard their communication, with a sneer in the corner of his mouth. Proactively provoke me. Now it is not so easy to withdraw. As long as you become an enemy, death is your best destination. Aoki hung behind them, not far or near. Now they are very vigilant. It is not the best time to do it. Only when they relax their vigilance, they will kill in one shot. Walk slowly, paying attention to the surroundings. After nearly 10 minutes, the 5 people are finally about to leave the old city, and the bright lights outside are beckoning to them. Hello, I'm finally going out. Scared me, and will never come here again. Or the timid one of the 5, said with a sigh of relief on his chest. I listened to him and watched another alley in front to get out of this dark city. Everyone was relieved. Just walk through this alley again and you're safe. This is the voice of everyone. I tense my attention for 10 minutes and relax slightly. This time is the best time to start. Aoki did not hesitate. His body started fiercely, and with the looming figures of dark crows and ghosts, he approached 5 people quickly. Ghost. Go to hypnotism. Dark crow, the one with wings attacking the leader. Don't let him have a chance to shoot. Aoki gave a sharp command! After hearing Aoki's order, Gizzy suddenly speeded up, and with the shuttle of the shadows, the speed reached the extreme, appearing in front of 5 people in almost a blink of an eye. Directly used hypnosis skills. 5 humans are his main target. The 5 of them saw the ghost suddenly appearing, and they were suddenly shocked, but it was too late when they reacted, and they felt that their bodies were slowly unwilling to listen, especially their eyelids. Without opening his eyes, he slowly closed his eyes. The only one who could respond in time was the boss of the 5, shouting "oops" in his heart, but the body was too late to react. A bite between his teeth, a bite on his tongue, and the severe pain made him hypnotize. He woke up during the operation, and then a subconscious donkey rolled away, avoiding the attack of the dark crow behind him. The dark crow missed the attack and did not chase again. Instead, it used the wings to attack directly and settle the remaining elves. After using the hypnosis technique, Gizzy got entangled with the boss elf. Although his strength may be inferior, there is still no problem in dragging. The elf such a ghost is famous for being difficult to entangle. Rolled over to avoid the boss attacked by the dark crow, enduring the pain in his mouth, and reached out to take out the elven ball on his belt. Peng. What? 1 foot fell from the sky, stepped directly on his hand, looked up. It was the young man who was originally www.untilnovel.com, but now this boy still has that idiotic look. Sharp. There was a cold light in his eyes, staring at him without a trace of emotion, like staring at an animal to be slaughtered. The force of his foot on his hand was very strong, as if a pair of pliers held his hand tightly, and he could not move with all his strength. Dark Raven, solve that elf first. The dark crow obeyed Oka's command and directly joined the battle of Gizzy. Under the joined attack of the 2 elves, the big needle bee was solved without any resistance. Seeing that his own elf was not killed, but he did not have any ability to resist, the boss flashed a bit of fierceness. The bloodiness that had been in the big gang was once again inspired, and the other hand took one stab the waist dagger directly at Oka's foot. But he was fast. Someone was faster than him, always watching the Aoki that he moved. The dagger in his hand was slammed, and the precise thrust in his other hand. With a painful yell, I dropped his dagger to the ground. Aoki leaned down, stared directly into his eyes, and said coldly, during the next life, don't provoke anyone who shouldn't be provoked. He said, pulling out the dagger stuck in the man's arm, and cut his throat sharply, kicked the corpse that had lost his life, took all the elven from his belt and locked them in his pocket, then found out all his space props and valuables on his body and put them into the ring. He looks down on those foolish elves, but the elves of this boss still have a little value. Seeking collection? Recommendation. Chapter 117. Pintail Scorpion hatching. When Ao appeared on the streets of Manjin again, Aoki had already put on his original Alliance identity mask. This way of having multiple identities allows him to do whatever he wants in many things. As long as he can control the identities without interfering with each other, he can largely avoid a lot of trouble. For example, when I just solved the foolishness, I was wearing a mask of a young boy who couldn't find Oka's body even if someone wanted to check it. The city of Manjin at night is more beautiful than the day, and the lights of the stars will illuminate the city. Aoki was not affected by the recent killing of people. As early as in previous lives, he had a thorough understanding of the world, and he was used to this day. Proficiently found the black market full of gold, and sold the elf just got along with the elf ball to the elf merchants in the black market, and received a total of 80,000 alliance coins. Maybe the big sting be killed by the dark crow and ghosts is the main force of that person, so the remaining elves only sold 80,000 in total. As for why the Hunters Guild can't be exchanged for rewards, it's just because the Hunters Guild obeys the wildness, and these elves trained by others won't collect them. This time, I didn't stay in the black market for too long, and did not cause much movement. After the sale of the elves, I just took the money and procured a lot of supplies, various antidotes and wound medicine. When he came out of the black market, the moon was hanging in the air, and the figures on the street were sparse. I found a nearby hotel that looked relatively high-end, and spent 3,000 yuan to open a luxurious suite. Anyway, this money was also stolen, so I didn't feel bad about it. I found my room according to the room number of the hotel. It is indeed a luxurious suite. The entire room is very spacious and can even allow the elves to do some slightly complex physical training. Dinner was settled before going to the black market. I have to say that Aoki and Dark Crow are very similar. I just went to eat just after solving a few small lumps. Instead, they ate more fragrant. After a long time of release, the Dark Crow has released the desire to fight and is happier than ever. However, dumb beasts feel a bit sorry for not being able to fight. After entering the room, he locked the door, and Giz consciously checked the room to see if it was safe. Tomorrow is almost leaving Manjin City. Before Aoki was on the black market, he found intelligence traders and bought a few more reliable Nidalang ethnic groups. Although the initial gain of the hunter mission is not very high, as the level of the hunter increases, the gains obtained in the future will become more and more affluent. Now what to do is to level up. Just when he was sitting on the sofa and thinking about how to go to Kaji City, Gizzy suddenly interrupted him. "What's wrong?" "Ghosts," Aoki asked, looking at some strange ghosts in front of himself. Gizzy screamed, and went straight into the shadow of Aoki. "Is it?" Aoki's heart moved slightly when he saw the behavior of Gizzy. Sure enough, as Aoki realized something, Gizzy soon got out of his shadow again, but this time he held an incubator with his hands turned into smoke. When Aya saw this incubator, Aoki's eyes lit up. Clamp-tailed scorpion. I took the incubator with the scorpion-tailed scorpion egg from the ghost, and saw that the hatching time shown above had less than 5 minutes left. The dumb beasts and the dark crows also noticed the action of the ghosts, and surrounded them with joy. The first companion in the team to be hatched from the egg will also be the smallest in the team. The increase of companions is often accompanied by joy, and the training has stopped. One person plus 4 elves, watching the elven egg tightly. Among them, the most obvious feeling is still a beast. He is proficient in superpowers and can clearly feel the surging vitality in the egg and the beating heartbeat that is more and more powerful. The time that used to pass quickly is now stagnant, and every second seems to wait for hours. Finally, 5 minutes to the end, the elven egg began to shake slightly, and the incubator opened slowly as the countdown ended. The elf egg was completely exposed in the air, and a faint purple mist began to appear around the elf egg. The elf egg was shaking more and more fiercely, as if something was struggling inside. The first crack appeared on the elven egg. The purple mist that originally surrounded the body seemed to have found a vent and chased into the crack. I was helped by the purple mist. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and the sound of clicks became more and more, and the cracks on the elven eggs began to spread! Finally, the eggshell could no longer bear the little guy in the river, which was completely broken, and a blue-purple elf appeared completely in front of Aoki. The slap-sized little guy has a very good spirit. His blue eyes look straight at Aoki. His eyes are full of intimacy and a hint of curiosity. The tail that occupies half of the body is straight and straight. 2 white pliers are raised above the head, and they are waving gently in the air, thinking of a child who wants to hug. Welcome to this world. www.mentalnovel.com. Little guy. I looked at this little guy who was so close to him. Aoki smiled from the bottom of his heart, stretched out a hand, and clamped the scorpion outside the flat room. The scorpion-tailed scorpion glanced at Aoki, and then glanced at the palm again. After a brief glance, he reacted and jumped up happily. Aoki immediately took out a bottle of milk just squeezed out of the big milk tank, then took out a small straw, inserted it into the bottle, put the milk in front of the claw-tailed scorpion and said, "Taste this, you will definitely like it." The scorpion-tailed scorpion was just born. It was a waste of time to come out to break the shell. When I saw Aoki handing over the food, I took a curious glance at the straw, and then carefully sniffed it. Then, as soon as his eyes lighted, he drank with a straw. I drank and found that it became more and more delicious. I took the milk bottle directly from Aoki. 2 small pliers can hold a lot of milk that is heavier than my own body. I heard a few beeps from time to time, and the joy in the sound was self-evident. While the scorpion-tailed scorpion was drinking milk, Aoki started the chip to scan his information. Puppet elf, tongue scorpion light cyan. Gender, male. Level 1. Attribute, toxic plus insect. Features, sniper. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, harsh, high-speed movement, poison tail, chasing. Basic skills, bite, poison needle, stare. Teaching skills, insect bite, shoot down. Skill learner, none. Aoki's eyes lit up instantly. I didn't expect it to be a sniper characteristic. Although the characteristics of the scorpion-tailed scorpion have a good growth direction, it must be said that Aoki himself is more inclined to the sniper characteristic. Chapter 118 Growth Direction Sniper Characteristics. When the key hits, the power will become stronger. If you can find a prop that increases the critical hit rate in the future, then the Force Scorpion, or the Dragon King Scorpion, will be the strongest instant output hand in Aoki, especially those elves who are restrained by attributes. If they are hit by the key, the level difference is within 5 levels, which are basically spikes. What surprised Aoki was that after its incubation, the scorpion-tailed scorpion learned 2 useful skills, insect biting and shooting. It can also be seen that the genius of the scorpion-tailed scorpion is quite good. Light blue qualifications are currently the highest qualifications among Aoki's elves. Each time the elves differ by 1 level of qualification, the difference in combat power at the same level is still obvious. The claw-tailed scorpion hatched, and the dark crow and the foolish beasts were particularly happy. They wanted to touch this little guy, but they were worried that they would not use too much force. The appearance of wanting to touch but dare not touch made Aoki could not help. Aoki, as a demonstration, touched the outer shell of the scorpion-tailed scorpion with his hands. It has just hatched, and it is not very hard and slightly rough. After Aoki's demonstration, the dumb beasts carefully touched the little guy. But he only cares about drinking milk, and did not feel that someone was secretly touching him. Soon a bottle of milk was completely consumed, and a full eye-clamped scorpion crawled along the arm to Aoki's neckline, rubbed Aoki's neck lightly with his head, and began to fall asleep with his eyes closed. Be aware. 2 small claws clinging to Aoki's clothes tightly, even if it is some running sports, it will not throw him off. The pincers of the scorpion-tailed scorpion have small barbs on it, which can well grasp the fibers of the clothes. If they are not pulled hard, they will not fall. After seeing the scorpion-tailed scorpion falling asleep, the stupid beasts reluctantly took a final look and started basic training again. After all, the scorpion-tailed scorpion was just born. It is still a small baby. Most of the time will be spent in sleep. Aoki is not ready to put him into the wizard ball right away. Right now, the impact of staying outside is not great. And, now that he is not big, and lying on his shoulders motionless, most people really don't see it as a living creature. When the scorpion-tailed scorpion has not yet evolved, its attributes are poisonous and insecticidal. After it has evolved into a Dragon King Scorpion, its attributes will become poisonous and evil. Although the attributes have changed, the skills of insects are not. It may be forgotten, so to a certain extent, he still increased his attack. Insect skills double the grass, poisonous and evil systems. Poisonous skills doubled the grass and fairies, while evil skills doubled the ghost and superpowers. Although most of the restrained departments are they overlap, but have to admit that the worms still have some very strong attack skills. As for the poisonous system, it is definitely in the top 3 danger levels in the entire elven world. Different from the game, the elves in the elven world can not only release toxins when they attack, as long as they can pass some parts of the body at any time, they can release different toxic energy, such as say corrosion, paralysis, etc. When living in the wild, the most annoying elves encountered are poisonous elves, because once the elves are poisoned, they can be more terrible than other adverse effects, such as burns, paralysis, and freezing. Maybe the effect is not as obvious as those bad effects at the beginning, but over time, the toxin slowly spreads in the body, then it will definitely affect the overall combat effectiveness of the elves, and may even cause shock and lethal conditions. You must know that the elves in this world are very unusual in physical fitness. They have survived some violent attacks and can survive, but they are helpless in the face of the erosive energy such as toxins. What's more, human beings, much weaker than elves, are almost fatal if they are not detoxified in a timely manner when facing poisonous energy. Oki will prepare enough antidote every time you go out, but this can only avoid some situations. Toxins are generated by the elves after absorbing the energy of the toxic system, and evolved in combination with certain organs in the body. Therefore, the toxin types of each venom are almost different. Some antidote can be removed, but some are number. Although the scorpion-tailed scorpion was just born, the purple energy that penetrated through the cracks of the elven eggs at the time of birth was toxic energy, so the scorpion-tailed scorpion now has toxins. And don't underestimate him because he is a child. It is precisely because of that toxic energy, and because the scorpion-tailed scorpion has not yet released a toxin, the toxic energy accumulated in the body slowly evolves and accumulates in his body. Over time, it may evolve into his poison sac, when the claw-tailed scorpion fully reveals the horror side of his poisonous elves. As for the path behind the scorpion-tailed scorpion, when his characteristics are snipers, Oki has already decided that he is not suitable for the kind of fighting method that the poisonous system slowly consumes. He needs a kind of all-at-once, unleash violent poison and instantly kill opponents. If Ghosts is a consumptive expert like epidemic gangrene, the forceps-tailed scorpion is the Cobra King of toxic explosion. So Oki will look for some poisonous violent props before increasing the scorpion, and increase the toxicity of the scorpion. In the battle, he can use the poison as little as possible until his poisonous sac is completely condensed. In addition, after evolved into Dragon King Scorpion, you can learn the attack methods of various energies. www.mtlnovel.com. You can also learn the skills of the 3 teeth, and the attack methods will be very comprehensive. I have a milk tank with a large milk tank. I believe that the claw-tailed scorpion can cross the juvenile period in the shortest time. After entering the growth period, that is when he is training. Watching the 4 elves, after spending the excitement of claw-tailed scorpion incubation, exercised methodically, Oki smiled and temporarily put the growth-clawed scorpion's growth plan in mind. After all, he has had the experience of training claw-tailed scorpion for a lifetime. He can still control the rhythm with it. I took out the superpower training manual given by Nazi and continued to read it. I have seen it more than once, but every time I look at it, Oki can gain something. It seems that the original simple text can be analyzed from different angles, and the results are different. I have to admire the person who wrote this booklet. I feel that there is something hidden in this booklet. Unfortunately, only the booklet is incomplete. Suddenly, Oka's heart moved slightly. Chip, the task of rapid promotion of superpowers, to what extent? Due to the expansion of the database data, the parsing time is longer. The remaining time, 6 hours, 31 minutes, 42 seconds. The sound of chip machinery sounded in Oka's brain. Because of the introduction of the data of the breeding house, the amount of data analysis is larger, so the analysis time is slightly delayed. By tomorrow morning, you should know the results. Oki thought silently. Seek collection. Please recommend it, because there are two-dimensional tweets and app recommendations in the afternoon. All the second changes are temporarily modified to update around 2:30 in the afternoon. Thank you for your support. Chapter 119. Peak Elves. The morning sun had just risen. In the suburbs north of Manjin City, there appeared a young man wearing ordinary league trainer costumes and ordinary looks, with a pale pink foolish beast beside him, and a blue standing on his shoulders. The little purple creature, if you don't look closely, can't confirm that it is an elf. Aoki left Manjin City before dawn, and set foot in the jungle around Manjin City, looking for the trail of Nidalang. Holding a map in his hand, several small circles were drawn on it, marking areas where Nidalang might be active. This is the information that Aoki bought from the intelligence businessman yesterday in the black market. Although it may not be accurate, at least it avoids the trouble of blindly searching for him. Contrast to the hillside not far away, it was the first possible place marked on the map. Aoki walked straight in the direction of the map. Wang Shan ran a dead horse and looked very close, but he walked Aoki for almost an hour. Fortunately, he adapted to the cruel environment on the trial island, and the jungle on the outskirts of Manjin was just a piece of him. Just the grove. With the continuous deepening, there are fewer and fewer traces of human activities. But the level of the elves is getting higher and higher, but fortunately, all are within the scope of the beastly beast. It should be here. I don't know if it is out. Come out. Dark Raven, look for the trace of Nidoran. Aoki threw the Super Raven of the Dark Raven, and the Dark Raven as a flying spirit. The wide field of vision can better help him find his prey. And there are few people here, so don't worry about being noticed by his elves. Gah. After the dark crow came out, the wings vibrated, and then turned into a black light and disappeared into the field of vision. I watched the dark crow disappear into the sky, and Aoki was lost in thought. This morning, the task analysis of the chip has been completed. Not to mention, there are really methods in the chip database that can quickly improve mental power or superpower level. But see the names of those weird and strange items. At that time, Aoki had some doubts whether he really lived forever. There is no name I have heard at all. The only thing I have heard about is the same prop called meditation bead. It is said that it can improve the speed and efficiency of superpower meditation. However, the authenticity remains to be investigated, or whether such things exist. Inspection. The chip's database only stores data and does not intelligently exclude the feasibility or effectiveness of things. Even if it is excluded, Aoki cannot be 100% sure whether it is effective. Maybe, this life really missed the junior superpowers. Aoki might not have suffered as much as if he had no awakening superpowers, but now he has awakened the rare superpowers, but he can only maintain the level of the rookie. And he will be a little uncomfortable every time he thinks about it. Human beings are like this. If the original thing is nothing to do with you, even if it is of high value, you will not have other crooked thoughts except to sigh. But when you find that you have the opportunity to come into contact with such things at that time, it may become unwilling, thinking, what would happen if that thing was mine? What if we could get that thing? Aoki is now in this state. This has nothing to do with experience. Existence is human nature. After a short pause and a rest, Aoki continued to walk up the hillside with the dull beast. Although the dark crow did not return, it did not affect his exploration here. It was not necessary for Nidoran to let him capture it manually. If he encountered some relatively rare elves or decent elves, Aoki would also do it. It's all money after all. Slowly stepped on the hillside, and the level of the elves suddenly fluctuated across a wide range. Although the number of elves originally under the hillside was large, the ranks were only around 13th and 4th, but as soon as they stepped on the hillside, the level of the wild elves suddenly jumped to 18th or 9th level. And even 1 or 2 20th level the elf appears. But the qualifications are not very high. I can clearly find that among the wild elves here, the frequency of highly qualified elves is significantly lower than that of the trial island. So, although the level of the wild elves increased, it did not affect the harvest of the dumb beasts. At this time, Aoki also let the ghosts join the battle together. The level of Mengizi is still lower in Aoki's team. Increase the battle amount appropriately to speed up the level of Ghost C. After all, if you want an elf like Gizzy to show the initial combat effectiveness, it still needs evolution. However, because of this, the pace of progress was significantly slower, and when they reached the mountainside, the Dark Crow finally returned. The hawk stayed on Aoki's other shoulder, and the Dark Crow shook his head, indicating that he had not found the trail of Nidoran. It's okay, let's take it as training. Aoki took out a Dark Crow's advanced energy block from the ring and fed him some energy. The Dark Raven did not find the trace of Nidoran, but this does not mean that there is no 100% Nidoran. The Dark Raven just glanced once in the sky. For those elves hiding in caves or dense grass, you can't find it. After that, the forward speed quickly rose. After the Dark Crow joined the battle, www.mplnovel.com, with the skillful cooperation of him and the stupid beast, none of the elves could withstand a combined attack from them, and there was a ghost occasionally use some interference skills next to it as a skill. Training. The distribution of ethnic groups on the slopes of Loshan is not as obvious as on the Trial Island. Various elves are intertwined with each other to survive, and the competition for resources is not so large. It may be because of this that the fighting ability of wild elves is not strong here. The naughty ghosts took the initiative to provoke those evil-looking elves, and then were forced to retreat because of the large number of opponents, and finally achieved revenge with the help of two big brothers. I didn't say much about Aoki about this, it was Ghost's nature, but he was not tired of it. However, the closer to the top of the mountain, the number of elves decreased sharply, and even some vacuum areas appeared. It looks like there is a good elf on it, Aoki thought to himself. The most likely reason for this situation is that there is a powerful elf on the top of the mountain, or there is a strong ethnic group, but according to the previous situation, Aoki believes that it is a powerful wild elf. Dark crows and foolish beasts also feel this situation. As elves, they are more sensitive than Aoki. Suddenly, I felt full of energy. Although the previous battles on the road were quite good, the opponents were too weak and could not have a great sense of accomplishment, and this only mighty elf made them interested. I was afraid that the world would not be chaotic, and ghosts were also shouting excitedly, not worried at all. Since you all want to see it, let's restore our strength first and face it in a state of prosperity, Aoki said with a smile when he saw them. There is a notice of Kitai. Please look at the children's shoes 133 Sha group, 480,489,327, spray into the group. First of all, I want to say sorry to everyone, do not spray, not to eunuchs. This book is normal. Because of the great starting point, we are now sweeping and fighting against evil and promoting our fine traditions. This book is united, friendly, and very patriotic! However, in order to cooperate and avoid the limelight, this book may need to temporarily adjust the update speed, which is an important reason. One left, because the update speed of this book is too fast. That's right, too fast. The only book in the same period was mine, which was almost 300,000 words on the shelves. But my recommendation has not been finished yet. My God, it collapsed. Then I talked with a few old authors, and they all suggested that I slow down the update. So I thought about it for a whole day, but I decided to slow down the update speed a bit. But don't worry, my daily code word speed is still there. I just changed the speed of 3 changes per day to 2 changes per day, and then the extra chapters. I will update all after the listing. Although it's a little embarrassing, in order to write this book for a long time and add better results, it may be necessary to slow down the update speed. If there is something that makes everyone uncomfortable, please be sure to spray in the group me. I can ease my mood like spray. Rest assured, on the day of the shelves, I will use the 10 chapters as the basis to make changes. Of course, because the update changes from 3 chapters a day to 2 chapters a day. If you want to update the time, it will be at 8 o'clock in the evening and 12 o'clock at noon. Finally, updates after listing will be restored to the level of 3 chapters a day. Of course, I also told my book friends in the group, if the normal first order can be over 1,000, we may change it 4 times a day after the shelves. Please be assured that the hibiscus code word speed. Finally, thank you for your support! Hibiscus Niels thank you! Chapter 120 Abbott. The first logistical team in the team was released, providing the best quality milk for the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beasts, helping them to recover their energy, plus the addition of advanced energy blocks. Their status will soon be reached the pinnacle. Okay, we've all taken a rest. Let's go to the ground snake here for a while, Oki said with a smile and patted the dust on his pants. Yeah? I'm about to fight, and the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast are happier, while Gizzy is alive and quiet. He knows that he should not be the opponent to the elf, but it is not a big deal to see the fun. As for the big milk tank, she still kept others from messing with her. She would never take the initiative, and Oki was not ready to let her do it. So she just stood obediently and looked at the happy companions. Have fun with them. Go straight to the top of the mountain. Unlike the dense woods on the mountain road, the trees on the top of the mountain are relatively rare, and the figure of wild elves is almost invisible. A large tree in the middle of the top of Loshan Mountain is surrounded by a purple figure, lazily vomiting a snake letter and basking in the sun. Abba strange. Oki. Their figures slowly appeared in his vision. The snake head gradually stood up, and the 2 huge ventral eyes on the chest were completely exposed. The frequency of spitting snake letters was significantly accelerated, and the long and narrow snake eyes were full of cold. Even when looking at Oki, there was occasionally a flash of hotness. Abba strange. He has been the overlord of this place for some time. Not a few short-eyed elves dare to challenge him. Today obviously has the initiative to come home. Before he successfully brought down the original overlord here, Zengjin was active in the human world. He was still familiar with the toe-legged creature in front of him, not because of anything else, but because it was delicious. This is a man-eating snake. With the abdomen eyes fully displayed, Oka's heart suddenly burst, and then frowns a bit. Intimidating characteristics. However, for the Dark Ravens, they do not have much influence. Although the intimidation feature may reduce some attack power, it does not affect their burning desire to fight. Apagua walked down the trunk and climbed down. The purple scales rubbed against the ground, emitting some unpleasant noises, and kept approaching so that they could more clearly hear Apagua's breathing. When the distance reaches the scanning range of the chip, the data of this Abercrombie is also displayed in front of Oki. Pokemon, Abbott light green. Gender, male. Level, 23. Properties, toxic. Characteristics, intimidation. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, poisonous tooth, poison tail. Basic skills, crush, frozen teeth, lightning teeth, flame teeth, tight bunches, stare, poison needle, bite, snake stare, harsh, dissolve. Teaching skills, gastric juice, tightening, snatch. Skill learner, none. When I saw the information of this Abba monster, Oka's eyes lightened slightly, and the light green qualified Abba monster. It wasn't that he was conspiring to conquer this Abba monster. From the burning eyes of this Abba monster looking at himself, it can be seen that this snake has obviously eaten people more than once. Oki doesn't want to keep a time bomb by his side. Although he doesn't mind killing people, as a human being, the elf cannibalism still has great resistance. And this pride looks like the pride of a king of Lao Tzu, indicating that it has been a long time to dominate the king here. It is definitely very difficult for this kind of elves to conquer, and Oki will not do the hard work. His interest is purely because such well-qualified and wild spirits will definitely be of great interest to the Hunters Guild. It's really a ground snake. Come on, Dark Crow, dumb beast. 22 hit 1. This Dark Crow and Foolish Beasts don't mind. When living in the wild, who will come face to face with you one by one. That is the talent that can only be produced in the Alliance. Wu Mingming can beat his opponents all at once without causing any damage to himself. but he has to adjust to the same strength as his opponent and win after he has been bruised all over the body. Isn't this a crime? The fittest survives, and his companion is also a type of strength. Otherwise, there will not be so many powerful ethnic groups occupying various resources. Isn't it because there is a great advantage in quantity? Abba is strange, and he rushes up against the dark crow and the foolish beast. In terms of attributes, the dumb beast's superpower system has certain advantages, and the dumb beast is best at the superpower system. Stupid beast, mental shock. Dark crow, blessing, use wings to attack. Oki said directly. A strong spiritual fluctuation appeared from the dumb beast. The invisible superpower caused a slight spatial fluctuation, and the insubstantial fluctuation hit the head of Abba Monster. Just Abba suddenly felt a severe pain from his head. He screamed in pain and his movement stopped. At this moment, the dark crow, blessed with the wind, flew forward, and fluttered with wings of white light, slamming on the snake head of Abba Monster! With the sound of the collision, Abagua flew up 3 meters. The hardest part of the viper is the snake head. Although the attack of the dark crow hurt him a little, www.mentalnovel.com, on the contrary, he woke up from the stun of the spirit shock of the stupid beast. The large mouth of the blood bowl suddenly opened, accompanied by a strong stench. Several purple poisonous needles flew out, and the target pointed directly at the dark crow. The body immediately after landing fell like a sharp sword, ejecting immediately after the poison needle. Abby's attack is very strong, especially after being close. Once the entangled, the muscles of the whole body under the force of force, the general elves can't bear it at all, and can only become their ghosts. Dark Raven, use evil waves after avoiding. Dumb beasts use mind power, stop him, and then use meditation. The stupid beast's thoughts came first, and the double restraint effect of the super ability system made Abba strangely hurt, and the speed of progress was slowed down again. The dark crow fluttered its wings to avoid the poisonous needle, and the rich malice quickly gathered. At the same time that the Abba monster was suffering, the black evil wave came immediately. Ghosts, you go up. Use the shadow of the night. Oki said to ghosts, who had some itchy hands. Night Shadow, a special ghost bast skill that deals fixed damage to opponents based on the level of the elves. Of course, this is a setting in the game. This situation does not exist in the real world, but compared to other skills, when the level difference is large, the attack effect of the skills is relatively reduced! Hearing the words, Gizzy laughed excitedly and went up to help his elder brother and elder brother. At this time, the abbot monster finally reacted. The opponent was very strong and cooperated very well. In addition, the pink-looking elf always attacked himself with his most annoying superpower skills, making himself even close it's hard to do. Seek collection. Please recommend. Chapter 121. Arrest monster. Even if you fight hard, you may not be able to get close to the 2 elves, then half of your skills will lose effect directly. What's more, both the elves' attacks were very powerful, and he found that his body was a bit too much. Seeing that the situation was wrong, he fled directly. I grew up to this level. From the younger stage, escape is a kind of instinct, so he also took it for granted this time. Continue fighting, waiting for death. Looking at the Abba monster who turned around and ran away with obvious intentions, Oka's face remained unchanged, and he said coldly, "Stupid beast, go all out and give him the final spiritual shock." After the successful meditation, the special attack of the foolish beast was improved, the blue light was brightened in the eyes, and the invisible mental wave rushed towards the escaped Abba monster. The front was already attacked by 2 rounds, and he had twice the restraint of superpowers. In addition, the ghosts of the night from time to time, Abagua was already physically and mentally exhausted. Under the attack of the dumb beast's full mental shock, the Abba monster crawling at a fast speed stopped suddenly. His eyes were white, and he fell straight to the ground. Oki took out one of the most common red and white elf from the ring and threw it to Abba Snake. The moment the Pokemon ball touched the Abba monster, the switch turned on, and a red light was received into the Pokemon ball! Struggling with a slight shake, a red light flashed on the button in the middle of the elf ball, and was successfully subdued. The stupid animal used the mind to control the elven ball and flew back to Aoki. Aoki smiled and patted his head in praise. Released Arbor. Strangely, the Abba monster that came out again has woke up, and glanced at Aoki guarded by the dumb beast and the dark crow. The body shrank unconsciously, but it also affected the wound on his body. Straight. I don't care what you think, listen to me obediently. It's up to you. If you dare to think carefully, you don't need to open your eyes again. Aoki looked down at Abagua, cold words, without the slightest emotion. When I heard Aoki's words, Abagua looked at a pair of dumb beasts and dark crows who did not agree that they should be good looking. It's better to be alive than to be, isn't it? Aoki took out a healing spray and gave him a random treatment to prevent him from dying from a serious injury, but not to allow him to fully recover. Aoki will not fully believe in this cunning viper, as long as he does not die before he is sold. It is enough. Scribbled to control Abba's monster's injury, and in his resentful eyes, he put it into the elf ball again. Aoki is generally quite satisfied with this battle. The dumb beast and the dark crow played well together. Under the double superpower restraint, the dull beast is used as the main output of this battle. At the same time, due to the additional effect of superpower, it also played a part of the control effect. The Dark Raven is responsible for containment, switching between short-range attack and long-range attack, and linking with the control of the drowsy beast. This is their tacit understanding during this time. The level of this Abba monster is not low, and its qualifications are not weak. In addition, with the ultimate evolutionary blessing, Rao is a stupid animal attribute restraint. He also won it after 3 rounds of attacks with the Dark Crow, although he only had a chance to release the poison needle once. But I have to say that his value is still very high. Even if he did not find Nidara this time, he made money. Look for it and see if there is anything good about it, Aoki said with a smile, and he was quite satisfied with making a valuable elf. Treasure hunting is the best thing about ghosts. He can shuttle freely, and nothing can escape his investigation. Under the big tree where Abbott lives, there are piles of white bones. The strong death is enough to give Giss a full meal, and the purple mist around the body also condenses. Thanks to the efforts of the 3 elves, I really found a lot of good things. Overall, I also harvested about 50,000 union coins. There are also some materials in the tadpoles that belong to the toxic system, and Aoki intends to keep them for the ghosts and claws. He said that the recent battle had nothing to do with the claw-tailed scorpion that had been lying on the neck of Aoki. He still slept quietly and was not affected. The quality of sleep during the growth period really surprised Aoki. After cleaning the battlefield, Aoki left the elves with the elves and went to another place marked on the map. 30 hours later, Aoki didn't get much from 3 of the 3 possible locations in Nidalang given by the intelligence merchant. Apart from defeating some weak wild elves along the way, there are no special circumstances. Even the yellow legible elves did not meet one. It was really a trip in vain. When I was searching halfway, I stopped for a while to fix the lunch problem. There was plenty of time, so Aoki did not mess with his stomach with dry food. The elves were very active in capturing some hares and pheasants, and the long-lost barbecue made them very missed. I eat most of the big milk cans made of Aoki's barbecue for the first time. The recent physical exercise has also made her food sore, and she eats more than other elves. Aoki also took the time to feed the scorpion-tailed scorpion once during the slumber time. www.mtlnovel.com. After sleeping for a morning, the scorpion-tailed scorpion awakened and drank from the sea. After drinking and napping, he continued to sleep. Aoki also slowly got used to how to take care of a newborn elf. However, it is worth mentioning that after this morning's constant fighting, the level of ghosts reached 16th level, and even the Dark Crow's level increased to 1st level, reaching 21st level, after he left the trial island. First upgrade. After the upgrade, the Dark Crow actively asked Aoki to lift the weight again. Aoki agreed, raising the weight of the dark crow to 25 kilograms. Aoki also knows why the dark crow does this, because the dark crow feels like he can't keep up with the speed of the dumb beast. Although the dumb beast did not upgrade this time, it was entirely because there were more worms in the forest, so he had a larger advantage. So he took the lead in improving. I believe that it won't take long for the dumb beasts to upgrade. Therefore, he had to make a strong request to increase the weight. Although he would not be jealous of the progress of the stupid beast, the dark crow was willing to pay 120% of his effort to catch up with his progress and follow the pace of Aoki. In addition, the level of ghosts is increasing rapidly, which also makes him feel a bit of crisis. He feels that he can outperform the foolish beasts and ghosts because of the advantages of attributes. At the same time, he also knows his qualifications clearly. Slightly worse than idiots and ghosts. He has always been a big brother, and he will do his best to set an example for the big brother, work hard to train and grow quickly, and take more for the entire team. Even if he was overtaken by his companions in this way, he was worthy of his efforts and at least worked hard. Chapter 122. Discover Nitolan. Looking at the third place marked on the map, it is the farthest place from Manjin City. On the map is shown a lake. Around the lake is a large forest, and Nidal may live in the forest. Originally in Aoki's plan, I was going to explore these two relatively close places first. If Nitolan can be found and captured successfully, then you can go back and forth to Manjin City the same day and submit the task in the Hunter Guild of Manjin City. Then set off. However, if Nidalang is not found in the first two places, then the third farthest place is not enough time to go back and forth on the same day. So if you want to go to the third place to find, Aoki chooses to sleep in the wild, and then directly after going all the way north through several consecutive woods, we arrived at Uanzu City. Stacked the map in his hand into the ring, and hesitated to find the last place. Anyway, at the time of the trial island, Aoki and Dark Raven were directly out in the wild, and the environment on the trial island was much worse than here, and now there is no pressure. But for those trainers who have just traveled, or for trainers who have only traveled for a year or two, this kind of wild survival is their biggest enemy. The number of young trainers who die every year because of sleeping in the wild is unknown, but there are more and more people who follow. The Alliance not only did not prevent this behavior, but strongly advocated that there were enough people anyway, and they did not feel bad. The real talents of the genius or the affiliates who are concerned by the Alliance do not have to worry about falling in such a small place. In case of unfortunate failure, it can only indicate that the person's strength and talent have not yet reached the standard. So the Alliance sees this kind of travel as a big screening for junior trainers, and directly removes those wastes. When you have the ability to become an intermediate trainer, it means that this person must have passed a certain test. Simple wild survival has not stumped them, and these people are the backbone of the entire Alliance and also have in the Alliance's official identity. The relatively large number of groups is second only to the big ocean of junior trainers. As for advanced trainers, it is not so easy to achieve. Simple wild survival is just a routine, whether it is an alliance or various forces. The number of senior trainers is a benchmark for measuring the overall strength of a force. Time passed 4 hours again, Aoki carrying the dark crow and the beast full of firepower, non-stop, and finally reached the lake marked on the map. Because of continuous deepening, the traces of human activity are almost invisible, and they have entered the paradise of the elves. The level of the puppet spirit is also constantly rising. When approaching the lake, the average level has reached level 20. Aoki couldn't help looking at this huge lake that was almost integrated with the sky in front of him. The location mark given by the intelligence merchant is at the lake, and the lake is not large on the map, but the lake area in front of it is too large, and it will take another 2 hours to make a full circle. And the range of the elves' activities will not only surround the lake, because there are too many elves to drink water by the lake, and there is absolutely constant trouble living around them, so most elves are looking for a place 2 or 3 kilometers away. The search range is expanded again. If you are not lucky, You may need to search for another day tomorrow. These intelligence merchants, such a large elven activity area, no matter what elves may appear. Aoki could not help but cursed in his heart. In fact, he was really right. Almost every piece of information sold by the intelligence merchants marked this lake. Anyway, the ecosystem here is huge. What if there is? Moreover, the information of the intelligence merchants was not necessarily accurate at first, but it was more clueless than their blind search. Today, we hit the first place from Manjin City, the hillside where Abai Monster is located, and then the second place marked on the map. However, nothing was gained, and we finally hit the lake. Since the sun has not yet risen, it has been tilted westward. The dark crow and the foolish beast today are a lively hit. Looks like it can't be found today. Aoki didn't force it. He found a beautiful place by the lake and set up camp. The oblique sun on the west side of the lake glowed half of the sky and reflected on the lake surface, rendering the entire lake surface like a burning picture. Aoki took out a tent prepared in advance in the Golden City from the space ring, and quickly built it with the help of foolish thinking. I made a simple stove with pebbles by the lake, and then took out a kettle with a pot of lake water, lost a few pills of purified water, and burned it on the stove. Although some pure water was prepared in Manjin City, since the wildlife will continue for some time, then the pure water is reserved for emergency use by Aoki. The water in this lake is very clear. With the help of water purification pills, it is very safe, and the trace elements and minerals contained in natural lake water will be better than pure water. Under conditions, Aoki still chooses to boil the water and drink it. Although the elves can drink it directly, Aoki is not as strong as humans. www.mentalnovel.com. In case of physical discomfort, then there may be hidden dangers. Those who are weaker are only weak for a period of time, while those who are weaker may vomit dizziness and even shock. After all, no one knows what bacteria are in the lake water, but after boiling it can kill 99% of the germs. With the help of water purification pills in advance, there is basically no problem. Leave part of the boiled water to cool outside, and store the rest in the ring for future use. While waiting for the water to boil, Aoki also let the dark crows catch today's dinner, and every time he returns, he will bring a few hares and pheasants or something. The dumb beast also went swimming in the lake for a long time, and occasionally encountered several horned goldfish, king of carp and mosquito coil in the lake. When the time went by, the stupid beasts also caught a few fish with their minds to add food for today. But when Aoki and the big milk tank were about to make dinner, the dark crow flew from a distance quickly, quack screaming. Needless to say the meaning of excitement. I flew to Aoki, tumbling up and down, expressing something. Aoki's time to conquer the dark crow is not short, and his tacit understanding can be said to be the best of all the elves. Immediately I understood what the reason why the dark crow was excited. You mean, did you see Nidalang? Aoki asked. Quack. The dark crow nodded frantically. He also knows what his trainer has been looking for today. But his luck is not good and he has not encountered it all day. He originally wanted to catch a few game products to satisfy his appetite, but he encountered that luck. Only elves. Seek collection. Please recommend! Chapter 123 Hydro Doubles. I noticed the stupid beast of the dark crow's behavior crawled out of the river early. And the big milk tank that had been helping Aoki to handle food also put down his hand and stood obediently to Aoki. Aoki looked up at the sun and was about to touch the horizon. If you are fast, you should be able to come back before the sun goes down. Let's go. Dark Crow, lead the way. Aoki decisively chose to look for Nidalang. This time, all the members were dispatched in order to hurry to find Nidalang before the sun went down. Even the big milk tanks that didn't usually like fighting were added. However, the big milk tank still can't overcome his own heart. At best, he can only defeat the opponent, but he is not a killer. Aoki, who knows her situation, is not reluctant. After all, The biggest role of the big milk tank is the team's battery life. The dark crow and the foolish beast will also encourage the big milk tank from time to time to allow her to join the team faster. And it is clear that the big milk tank gradually came to the front of the team. She has a good physical defense and speed. With the supplement of drinking milk, she actually assumed the team's physical shield function for a short time. This is also because she found that she could not provide more help for the team in the battle, and simply used the body to help the team resist the unavoidable injuries. Although the characteristic thick fat of the big milk tank only has the effect of reducing the power of fire and ice skills, in fact, it can also reduce the effect of some physical skills attacks. After all, fat is not. After 10 minutes, he passed through the woods at a very fast speed, and reached the place where the dark raven found Nidoran. According to the description of the dark crow, using the telepathy with the foolish beast, Aoki learned that when the dark crow discovered Nidoran, he was hunting a pheasant that was also targeted by him, but only found that his competitor was Nepal. After Duran, the dark crow did not participate in the fight in order to avoid grass and snakes. So when I got here, there was a blood stain on the ground, and there were a few small holes of corrosion that were clearly caused by poison attack skills. Combined with the description of the dark crow, it is undoubtedly the poisonous elf Nidoran. Following the mottled traces and the trails caused by dragging prey on the ground, Aoki was close to Nidorann's range of activity. The sky gradually darkened, and the sun was already half below the horizon. When the bloodstains disappeared, Aoki had entered a tree fruit forest, and the trees were covered with fist-sized fruit, red, white, blue, and purple. Fruit trees of various colors were interspersed with each other. This should be the entire forest. Let us eat at the places we eat the most. The cricket stepped on the ground covered with leaves and pits, and made a rustling sound. Aoki frowned, and Nidoran looked a bit like a pink-purple rabbit. His large and huge ears were particularly sensitive to sound. With the sound just stepping on the ground, he would definitely be the first time when approaching. Found. No wonder they would choose this place as their place of residence for them. As long as the enemy does not come from the sky, the random sounds made by stepping on the ground can be known to them the first time, and even if the enemy comes from the sky, be able to control your body without making a sound. Coupled with this whole tree and fruit forest and some kernels on the ground that have not been completely dried, Aoki has a little certainty that this is the residence of the Nidorans. Dark Crow, pay attention to whether there are any traces of them around. You can also go ghosts. Aoki thought for a while and continued, Big Milk Tank, you go back to the Elven Ball first to rest, dumb beast. You support our 2 feet with mental force, try not to make a sound. He talked about taking back the big milk tank with a super ball, and the dark raven and ghost nodded, and went to look for the trail of Nidoran. As for the dumb beasts and Aoki, a thin superpower film appeared on the soles of the feet, preventing them from stepping on the ground to make a sound. At the same time, it can also be seen that after this period of training, the dumb beasts have taken control of their superpowers to a new level. After determining the specific location, with the mobility of the dark crow and ghosts, it should not be too long before you can find Nidoran, as long as there is really here. Sure enough, Aoki did not wait too long, and Gizzy emerged from behind a tree, with a hint of excitement. I saw his appearance. Aoki's eyes lit up. Find it? Guisi nodded again and again. Under his leadership, Aoki and the foolish beast stood in front of a huge fruit tree. Judging from the age of this lesson, the fruit tree needs to be surrounded by 4 people, at least hundreds of years. Haggis turned a hand with purple smoke and pointed at a hole in the tree. I should be here, Aoki thought silently. In order to avoid grass and snakes, no one made a sound again. Stupid beast. Use a water gun to fill the hole with water. Aoki broke the silence for the first time. The dumb beast heard the words, his mouth opened, and a water column with the thickness of an arm sprayed out of his mouth, all poured into the cave. Since Ghosts has determined the location www.untilnovel.com and it has been blocked at the door, there is no need to avoid it, and let the beastly beasts go. At this time, The dark crow, who did not find the trail of Nidulang, returned, and saw that the foolish beast was using a water gun in a cave. It also reacted and found it. Aoki did not hesitate to see the dark crow return, and said directly, "Dark crow, use the awakening power at this cave." The dark crow's awakening power attribute is electric system. If the water gun with the dumb beast fills the burrow, it may be able to make Nidolan underneath lose most of his combat power before he escapes. Hearing Aoki's order, the dark crow followed a special energy course, and a bright yellow energy ball appeared on his chest. After a period of awakening strength training, the dark crow will no longer need 3 minutes of savings time as when it was first used. In just 3 seconds, the awakening power was condensed, and under the control of the dark crow, he flew into the cave! It didn't take long for the cricket to enter the burrow, and the yellow energy ball exploded and opened directly. The yellow turbulent stream carried a few blue currents, filling the entire crypt along the direction of the water flow. The stunned beast stopped using the water cannon to release while the dark crow's awakening power was used. For a moment, the ground cave was flooded with water with electrical energy. 5 seconds after the release of the dark crow's awakening power, several blue and purple figures emerged from the crypt, with some wet mud heads and occasional flashes of current. Extremely Wolverine appeared in front of Aoki. 1, 2, 3. 9 elves came out of the burrow. Among them was Oka's target, Nidolan. Chapter 124. Capture all Pokemon. Nidolan Dark Yellow. Gender, male. Level, 14. Properties, toxic. Characteristics, vitality. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, ultrasound, poison tail. Basic skills, stare, beck, gather gas, double kick, poison needle. Teaching skills, help. Skill learner, none. This is the one with the highest qualification after Aoki has scanned all the Nidolangs of the 9 elves. His level is relatively low. He withstood the water gun infusion and the dark crow's awakening power, and almost lost his combat ability after escaping the crypt. Dark yellow qualifications have met the requirements of the Hunters Guild mission. As long as he is captured and submitted, Aoki's mission is completed, and not only can he get a good amount of money, but also an equivalent point. I was just surprised by Aoki. The characteristic of this Nidolan was actually vitality. Although the characteristic of vitality was the ability to increase the attack power and reduce the hit, but this did not reflect his special. Only after this Nidolang evolved into King Nido, his characteristics will become forcible, and it will become a self-propelled turret among the elves. If he is lucky enough to get the Orb of Life, I am afraid he will be able to have a dark yellow qualification. Compete with green elves without stress. However, Aoki still did not want to subdue him for his own use. He was surprised that the vitality of Nidolan was higher. If he could meet a Nidoran with a green or higher qualification and a vitality, I might think about it. After all, forcing King Nido is very violent. But now if you want to capture this Nidolan, you must first solve the 2 crazy roars in front of Nidorino and Nidona. There are 9 elves of the Nido family. These 2 Nidorino and Nidona should be their parents. Of the 7 elves that follow, 3 are Nidoran and 4 are Nidoran. Except for the 2 Nidorino and Nidona, the 7 elves behind are not very high, and after escaping from the crypt, they have almost no fighting power. The data of these 2 elves are also known through the chip. Nidorino is a yellow legible and level 22 elves, and Nidona is light yellow and level 21. The qualifications of Xiowozi are all around the yellow qualifications. It can be said that they are a very good elf group. If they can catch them all, Aoki will make a lot of money. He smiled slightly. It was just 2 Nidorino and Nidona who did not have much resistance. Dark Raven, Wings Attack Nidona, Dumb Beasts, and Spirit Shock Nidorino. Xuanyan's prepared Dark Crow swooped down and rushed towards the blue Nidona, and the dull beast's eyes flashed blue, and an invisible wave of superpowers rushed towards Nidorino. Well, they were still carrying electric current. They were not quick to move, but they couldn't do it if they wanted to avoid it. With 2 roars, The dark crow bumped into Nidona's body with white light wings without hesitation, knocking her directly back 3 meters away, and Nidorino was dumb because of attribute restraint. His mental shock caused a double effect, which caused him to stand still in pain. Dark Raven, attack Nidorino, use a surprise blow. The dark crow repelled Nidona in one shot, turned into a black light, and surprisingly attacked Nidorino where it was stiff. Well, Nidona retreated with pain, but saw that the other half of her was about to be attacked by 2 elves, and a arched waist released a poison needle from the spikes on her back. The goal was to prepare to attack the dark raven of Nidorino. Stupid beast, mind force to block the poison needle, and then use a mental shock to Nidona. Aoki calmly issued an order. Nidona's poison needle was directly blocked by the barrier formed by the stupid beast's mind, and the dark crow also trusted his companions without stagnation, and the surprisingly straight attack attacked Nidorino, who had just recovered from dizziness. The spirit shock of the foolish beast also attacked Nidona, at least because of the closeness of the dark crow and the chance to resist. Nidorino waved his 2 white light front claws and scratched his skills. However, Nidona may not have any resistance because of the distance. Dark Crow, hold on, then awaken power, solve him, dumb beast, use mental shock, give her the final blow. Nidorino's random grabbing attacked the Dark Crow's guarding cover. After 5 full attacks, the defense was completely broken, but the number of random grabbing attacks was gone, and the white light on the front claws disappeared instantly. Electrical awakening power, which has been condensed for 3 seconds, is released while holding the protective cover and disappearing. The original Nidorino also had water stains on it. Under the attack of the electrical awakening power, the effect was even more prominent, and it lost its combat ability and fell to the ground. What's faster than the Dark Raven is that the spirit shock of the foolish beast attacked Nidona severely. With twice the restraint of the superpower system, Nidona had no chance to resist and lost her fighting ability. Only Aoki can see. After the dumb beast defeated Nidona, the level increased by 1 level to 23. And the accumulation was long enough. The upgrade of the dumb beast was logical. He watched his parents lay on the ground, and the group of Nylene and Nidoran, who were already weak, suddenly erupted, and Chi-Chi wanted to rush towards Aoki to attack. Ghost, hypnosis, let them sleep for a while, Aoki said lightly. The level of ghosts is a few levels higher than them. www.mtlnovel.com. Coupled with the crushing of qualifications, the effect of hypnosis is very good. A little cub who is only ready to attack, all fell asleep on the way. The one who persisted for the longest time was the dark yellow Nidolang. 9 of the most common elf are ready to go. For the elves that are caught in exchange for the union currency, there is no need for good elf balls. There is no suspense. The 9 elves of the Nido family have been conquered by the elf ball. Aoki used a bottle of healing spray for Nidorino and Nidona, who were still in a coma, so that they would die halfway before they could exchange them for resources. So far, the main purpose of this timeout has been completed. A dark yellow culled and dynamic Nidolang can definitely increase the price of Aoki's tasks to a perfect degree, and the star rating can also be improved. I also have a pale green Aber monster, which can be said to be full of gains. The dumb beast, move instantly and return to the camp where it was, Aoki said to the dumb beast with a smile. Yeah, the dumb beast nodded, and now it is not far from the target location, and the previous battle cost is not very large. In addition, after the upgrade, I feel that I have more control over the superpowers. With the wrapping of superpowers, Aoki and his elves disappeared into this tree and fruit forest after the space was slightly twisted and fluctuated. It was night, and in the camp near the lake, Aoki and the elves who sat around the bonfire began a rich dinner. Seek collection. Please recommend! Vote for it! I still want to say something. If you want to spray into the group, hibiscus quit comment during this time, haha. Chapter 125. Exercise after meals. Tuesday after they returned to the camp in Aoki, the sun in the west finally reluctantly settled the last rays of light, and all the fire red in the sky disappeared. The early rise of the moon on the east side of also finally can show his style, a faint halo shining on the whole land. The forest outside Manjin City ushered in its own night. At this time, with the help of a big milk tank, after clearing all the ingredients with the lake water, Aoki took out the cooking tools specially prepared in the ring, and the special barbecue rack was placed on the bonfire. The seasoning bottle was neatly set aside, and the dumb beast deliberately sat down on a stone stool. Aoki puts a hare and a pheasant neatly and uses tools to cook them. They are cooked slowly and placed in the middle of the grill, while those that are quick and easy to burn are placed next to the grill. Pour the cumin, salt and pepper materials on the barbecue in different proportions. I have to say that because of the inaccessibility here, the flesh of all kinds of wild animals is really very fat. After just roasting for a while, it shows a golden color, and the plump oil drops slide from the meat to the bonfire. In the middle, a hissing sound was made. Barbecued meat gradually matured, accompanied by bursts of fragrance, emanating from the camp. For the dark crows and dumb beasts who have always been very fond of eating, and because there are also abundant animals in the forest besides rich wild elves, they have captured a lot of ingredients crazy, and now they are placed on the grill. It's only a third of the whole amount. I watched them with their eyes glowing and looked at these barbecues. Except for the ghosts, they were all motionless, as if they were afraid that the food would disappear after moving. The most serious thing is the big milk can. Don't look at her, who is usually shy, but when it comes time to eat, it will become the most heroic elf in the team, which can be seen from her constant swallowing drool. 2 again. But Aoki didn't say. They didn't dare to move casually, they could only stare at the food tightly. In fact, the worst thing is Giss. He can smell the smell of barbecue and see the appearance of his forefinger. He wants to taste it, but it can't be realized. It is more comforting that today's non-stop fighting fought countless days, and the dead spirits obtained from it also made him full. If it is consumed normally, it may take several days to feel hungry again. If you use it for training, you can also stick to the day. Since he can't eat, he chooses to be invisible, and quietly started his job. Sentry. Aoki looked at the golden grilled meat that had been fully roasted in front of him, in the light of his own job requirements as a chef who needed to taste how it tasted. With a clean knife, he gently scratched a piece of rabbit meat, and put it into his mouth. In the eyes of the dark envy, chewed a little bit, and the full juice exploded and burst open in the mouth, which fully absorbed the flavor of the seasoning and made the meat taste better and perfect. I nodded with satisfaction. After 2 years of training, Aoki's barbecue skills have reached the peak of ordinary people. Looking at the big milk cans and foolish beasts with glittering eyes, Aoki laughed and said, "Okay, you can start eating, but be careful not to grab it. You can continue to take it after eating in your mouth." Aoki also knows that by virtue of their appetite, all the meat on the grill can be eaten all at once. Then they can't keep up with their speed. So they limit their eating speed, and only in this way can their production speed be able to barely keep up. While preparing, occasionally pick up a piece of meat that fell on the grill and eat it into the belly, and quickly eaten with the amount of Aoki. But the appetites of the elves are extraordinarily large today. After eating one after another, they slowly enter the stomach of the fish that the last dull animal took the time to catch. The big milk tank deserves to be the strongest, and one person eats almost half. However, when eating, the smell of barbecue also attracted the attention of many elves. A pair of eyes with red or green light, through the grass in the woods, watching here. Aoki is not very worried about these wild elves who are attracted by the fire or meat. I have a close look from ghosts. No elves can launch sneak attacks under his eyelids. If it is a frontal battle, the elves who have just been full will be even more true. In the wild survival, sometimes there is no effective evasion, and it may even be counterproductive. It makes the elves or other creatures with bad intentions worse. If you want to survive in the wild, you must show it. Your own minions make them afraid and afraid of you. Today's day of fighting, the elves of Aoki did not keep their hands, and when they fell decisively, they would have some hidden taste and faint evil. Generally humans may not feel it, but they, who are elves, can hide joy. Felt the dangerous breath from the dark ravens. Although the taste of the barbecue is very fragrant, but I dare not come forward. Dark crows and foolish beasts have been following Aoki for the longest time. www.untilnovel.com. And because of Aoki's command, they have developed enough self-confidence. They always believed that under the command of Aoki, there would be no enemies who could not be defeated. Slowly, a powerful man would appear on his body. Although most of the elves are afraid of approaching them due to the threat of the dark crows, as more and more elves are watching, there will always be one or two dare to take risks, especially in the big enough tempted. Just before the last food was about to be eaten, a wild Alidos finally couldn't bear the temptation of food and jumped out first. He suddenly jumped down from the branch, with the help of falling gravity and hanging spider silk, like a red fireball falling from the sky. The two sharp front paws flew towards Aoki with a slight purple light. Because he found that among the creatures, the person in the middle felt the weakest to him. Although the aura was equally strong, his intuition as an elf told him that only the person in the middle resolved the food that looked seductive in order to be eaten by yourself. What a pity, all his actions are under the watchful eye of Gizzy. As soon as he was about to launch an attack, Giz reminded Aoki to be ready. And the dark crows and dumb beasts who have been eating with Aoki have also prepared to fight back. Aoki smiled slightly, dropped the knife in his hand, and said, "It seems that the movement after the meal has come, and the dark crow wings are attacking. June 1st is ready to be on sale. Please order first. At least 10 more are expected to be on the shelves! Please collect it." Chapter 126. Alidos. When Aoki came out in Alidos, the chip had scanned all his data. This Alidos has a very high level, reaching level 27. Although the qualification is only light yellow, the elves who are watching around definitely belong to the top combat effectiveness. The dark crows and foolish beasts who were interrupted to eat were not very beautiful. Although they were full, they had a very angry attitude to this Aristotle who dared to disturb them. "I didn't keep my hands in the slightest since I started." The dark crow rose to the sky, the wings condensing the energy of the flight system rushed straight to the Alidos falling from the sky. When Alidos saw the rushing dark crow, he wanted to avoid the spider silk on a connection tree, but when he wanted to move, he found himself unable to move and stiffened in the air! The stupid animal had long controlled Alidos' body with mental force, making him harmed and unable to do anything in the air. The dark raven heading up, in the horrified gaze of Alidos, slammed into it. Alidos knows that this inconspicuous black non-slip autumn elf has the energy attribute he does not like the most, but there is nothing he can do. Because of the superpowers that entangled him, his body felt very uncomfortable. Therefore, without any surprise, Alidos was attacked by the wings of the dark crow and flew into the higher sky before it completely fell. Stupid beast, mental shock. Dark crow, peck continuously, solve him. Aoki said. The stupid beast heard that with the sudden increase in the superpower fluctuations on his body, an invisible superpower poured out from him, with a strong offensiveness. Spirit shock attacked Alidos who had just been hit by a dark crow and was still unable to do anything. Then the wings of the dark crow flew up, bullied himself, followed closely behind Alidos, who had drawn an arc in the air, and the sharp bird's beak wrapped in flight ability continuously pecked at him continuously. In just less than a minute, Alidos, who is 5 or 6 levels higher than the dark crow and the foolish beast, was immediately killed by the spikes, and the bodies with some temperatures fell to the camp not far away. Because Alidos is a worm of the insect system and the poison system, he is twice restrained by the skills of the flight system and the superpower system, plus the advantages of the dark crow and the foolish beast. The perfect connection between the two elves in coordination caused the end of Alidos. Now, the dead Alidos corpse gave all the elves who were watching and waiting for the opportunity to take a lesson fiercely. When the dark crow returned to Aoki's side again, Most of the eyes peeping in the nearby grass and woods had disappeared. The owners of the remaining eyes also looked at the body of Alidos, which was gradually losing its temperature on the ground, quietly chose to leave. Soon, there were some terrible surroundings that had been quiet nearby, and the sound of insects at night accompanied by the sound of wind blowing leaves. Aridos, who is more powerful among the wild elves, was killed without any resistance, allowing them to fully converge on their careful thinking. The few elves that look very powerful are not just looking at them, they are really powerful. In the wild, there is always respect for the strong, and the resources owned by the strong. Very few short-eyed elves try to provoke, because provocation is death. After the early bird of Alidos was killed by chickens and tamarins, no more elves came to disturb Aoki, and they took a good rest all night. However, Aoki did not completely relax his vigilance. Throughout the night, Gizzy did his duty to be a sentry in the camp, watching the actions of the surrounding elves. As a ghost elf, Mengwizi is his most active time zone at night. As long as he hides in the shadow of Aoki during the day and part of his spirit to prevent accidents, the rest can completely relax and rest. Time is like running water. As soon as the eyes are closed, the sun jumps out from the east horizon again, and Aoki wakes up because of the biological clock. Aoki's biological clock was fully cultivated in the previous life, although it was a bit degenerate in the later period. In this life, when it was tested on the island, it was picked up again. I believe that it will not be abandoned for a long time. Already, it usually wakes up around 6 in the morning. The sun is just out of the air. The air is a little humid, and the reason for living by the lake at night, the humidity in the air is even heavier, and the bird songs in the forest are gradually appear. Although the bonfire that was fired last night is now extinguished, some unburned wood in the stone-built stove has a spark on it. There are traces of elven activity around the cricket, but presumably there is no intention of approaching the tent, and all the ghosts have not driven away or woke up Aoki. But yesterday, the body of Alidos had disappeared in the original place, leaving only a pool of solidified blood. Aoki walked to the lake, causing a panic among the elves who were hesitating in the lake. For a moment, there was no shadow of an elf in the lake in front of Aoki. He shook his head with a smile, and started washing directly with the lake water. You are reading book www.yuukanzu.com. After the sounds of Aoki woke up, the elves also woke up one after another. Aoki began to prepare breakfast for the elves. Because they don't want to eat too greasy in the morning, the elves' breakfast is usually pure energy cubes and large milk cans. The preparation of breakfast is very simple. Take out the exclusive food bowl of each elf and fill it with the corresponding energy cube. Aware of the big milk tank, while helping Aoki, he also prepared a full milk in a glass, and at the same time he used a special glass bottle to pick up a bottle for reference to the juvenile claw-tail scorpion. Aoki wakes the jaw-tail scorpion on his shoulder and drinks milk with a straw. The cricket-tail scorpion's recent sleep state is very good. If it was not Aoki who awakened him, he would hardly wake up. However, he knew that every time Aoki called him, it meant that it was time to eat. After drinking the milk in the big milk tank, Izzy licked his mouth contentedly. The scorpion tail wobbled the small tail to the neckline of Aoki again, and fell asleep. Aoki is helpless for the lethargy of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, but through the scanned data of the chip, it can be seen that the growth of the scorpion-tailed scorpion during this time, the appearance may not be visible, but the chip can get the result accurately. In general, the scorpion-tailed scorpion is growing in a very good state. I believe that with the help of a nutritious milk with a large milk tank, after reaching the growth stage from childhood, the accumulated physical quality can make him grow faster. When the claw-tailed scorpion finished eating, the dark ravens also ended their breakfast. On June 1st, please make your first order. Thank you all. Chapter 127 Training Plus. After all the elves had breakfast, Aoki arranged the morning training tasks for the elves. The plan for the next day lies in the morning, and sometimes it is not just talking. Often, the effect of the morning elven training is the best in all time periods, which is also obtained by Oki after so long. Because it happened to be by the lake, today's rare beasts did not conduct superpower training. At the same time, as a stupid beast of the water system, although the water system talent is slightly weaker than the super ability system talent, as a kind of ability, it still needs to be mastered. At least it cannot be a weakness. The stupid beast enters the water and is trained in water energy operation. The Dark Crow, Oki arranged physical training for him today. The original weight was 20 pounds. This is a kind of training that allows him to maintain a weight-bearing state for a long time, but it does not make the Dark Crow feel excessively heavy. So Oki will strengthen the weight of the Dark Crow again during physical training, so the effect of physical training will be better. Dark Crow's training mission today is to make a simple re-entry flight by the lake with a load of 40 pounds. Almost every re-entry distance is 1,000 meters, which will be performed 20 times in total. As for the big milk tank, Oki prepared a weight-bearing vest for her to run on a pebble beach by the lake. Because the pebbles are relatively slippery, and because of the unevenness, the big milk tank will also exercise the balance and control of the body while training its strength. The big milk tank survived alone from a young age, and the nutritional absorption was not sufficient, so it was smaller than the same type. I was like Xiao Kaien's big milk tank, which was bigger than her. Big milk tank doesn't like fighting very much, but recently she has become fascinated with training. Each time she trains herself, she gets better and better. How Gizzy stood at the post overnight, so Oki did not arrange a heavy training task for him, as long as he completed it. He could enter the shadow to rest. Moreover, the training that Oki arranged for Gizzy can also rest while training, because his task is to connect sleeping skills and dream talk skills, while trying to control the choice of skills used in dream talk. Looking at the elves, they started hard training. After Oki nodded with satisfaction, he also took out the superpower training manual from the ring. According to his latest understanding, he conducted meditation training again. Originally it took half an hour to enter the meditation state, but after several attempts and new understanding in the manual, now it takes only 10 minutes to enter the meditation state. Of course, the effect of meditation is not very satisfactory, and the chip has been detecting the state of Oki, and each meditation is only performed according to the result of the chip calculation. Meaning, it is at least 31 years for Oki to become a junior superpower. However, I have to say that after each meditation, the spirit will return to the best state. After the end will feel more spiritual than waking up to sleep. After 2 hours, Oki took the elves after the training and entered the forest with the goal of Uanzi City, north of Manjin City. According to the direction drawn on the map, if you want to reach the city of Uanzi, you need to go through 2 large forests, which takes about 3 days, which is definitely a lot slower than driving directly. But Oki doesn't mind it very much, and by the way, can improve the level of the elves. After all, after coming out of the trial island, the speed of the elves' level increases much slower. Just by taking this opportunity, the elves can improve. Many elves in the forest are insects and poisonous spirits. The flight of the Dark Crow and the superpowers of the dumb beast can have good attack effects. Although Ghosts is a ghost spirit, it has poisonous attributes. Can well restrain the grass elves in the forest. It can be said that the elves of Oki can get a good exercise in the forest, because the attributes of the elves in the forest are restrained, which is a perfect leveling place. The trees in the early morning rose with the sun, and the sleeping elves slowly woke up. Under the light of the rising sun, speckled spots gradually appear in the forest. If you look closely, you can find many elves in the grass and branches. I saw the big butterfly that was picking up honey early, the ladybug that was lying on the tree sucking juice, the little rada who was looking for seeds in the leaves, and a group of round spiders were weaving a net, waiting for the prey to come. What a peaceful scene! But these are all displayed by the elves at the bottom of the food chain in the forest. After the emergence of some aggressive wild elves, such as the big needle bee, the strong bird, the abba snake, this quiet and peaceful scene was instantly broken and started the forest chase one after another. If it wasn't for the wild elves to take the initiative to provoke, Oki generally would not send dark crows and foolish beasts to take the initiative to find something, so that they could go through the woods faster. But if they encounter that kind of aggressive and provocative elves, www.untilnovel.com, Oki will not choose to keep his hand, and he will kill without pardon. Of course, if you see an elf with good qualifications, or an elf with combat value, Oki will still let the dark crow and the foolish beast take the initiative, but it will not necessarily kill. However, there are few wild elves who can make Oki fancy along the way, which also shows that highly qualified elves are extremely difficult to encounter in the wild. At the same time, I may occasionally find some precious medicinal materials or strange objects in the woods, but these things often have a powerful elf guardian. Fortunately, Oki has a chip that can scan data. Oki will not give up those materials in the face of the elves who can fight, but if things are inviolable, he will not go up and rationally retreat. The strength of Oki and his elves is in the middle and upper levels in this forest, but it does not mean that they can run rampant. Many of them have the current strength of Oki and they can only retreat. If you encounter those powerful and grumpy elves, you will be forced to flee. For example, they are now tracking a circling bear up to level 35 behind them. The ring bear is a general elf, powerful and irritable. After accidentally stepping into his territory, Oki was chased for nearly 5 miles, and in the middle, he was busy avoiding the damaging light attacks of the angry ring bear. Fortunately, the circle bears are not very flexible, and Oki finally dumped them after using some complicated environmental terrain. I didn't miss the harvest either. The alert dark crow ran away some of the big needle bee honey in the circle of territories when he ran away. This is the reason why the food circle was in chase. Chapter 128. Yuanzi City police officer for 3 days. They were in the forests of Manjin and Yuanzi in the Chengdu area. Although the level of the elves is not very high, but the number of them cannot be held up, Oki took the elves for 3 full days before crossing the forest completely. Of course, the level is not high from the average level. There are still a lot of high-level and high-level powerful elves in the forest. They often occupy their own territory. Any creature that enters them without permission will be attacked. The circling bears mentioned earlier are only typical of the attacks that Oki suffered. Compared to other elves, the circle bear is better to deal with, because he will not have extra thoughts. Even if he is furious, it will go straight, and Oki has a way to get rid of him. But some elves are not only powerful, but their IQ is almost the same as human beings. Under the surprise attack, if they are not the guardian of the ghosts and the momentary movement of the dumb beasts, they will not be able to get out of this forest. However, in contrast, after experiencing various situations, I don't know how many times after fighting, the elves have been improved to a certain degree. Before the start of the ghost, the level was 16, but when walking out of the forest, the level has been reached 19th level. The main reason is that there are many low-level elves in the forest, and the dark crows and foolish beasts will have a tacit understanding to let Gisto fight. After all the way down, Gizzy has the most battles in the team, so he has improved by 3 levels, and his growth is not small. The dark raven and the drowling beast have not improved much because they have been upgraded 1 level in the previous battle. However, facing the pressure of various powerful opponents, he escaped from time to time, and his ranks increased again. So now the dark crow has reached level 22, and the dumb beast has reached level 24. Even in the team, the big milk tank that does not like fighting very much, in order to resist the attack and assist their physical recovery at the same time, the level has also been improved, successfully reaching level 21. At this point, after this forest trip, all the elves in Oki, except the long-tailed scorpion, have gained a lot of improvement, which can be said to be full of gains. Moreover, Oki also got a lot of precious materials in the forest. I believe that if you sell them on the black market, you can make a profit. Finally, after 3 days of hurrying, he successfully entered the suburbs of Yuanzi City. Finally, after walking for another 2 hours, the figure of Yuanzi finally appeared in front of their eyes in Oki. I finally came out. Although not as tired as Trial Island, It was not easy. I was chased by a dog. Looking at the city that was clearly visible in front of me, Aoki couldn't help but smile. I felt helpless in the past few days. Liuanzu City is an ancient capital in the northern part of Chengdu. It is located near Xibo Mountain and between Dayuan on the west bank of Chengdu. Liuanzu City is known as the historical and cultural city of the elven world. It is characterized by traditional Japanese architecture. The tallest building in the city is a bell tower with a total of 10 floors. It is said to have been the habitat of the Phoenix King, but not only the bell tower. There is also a scorched tower with the same long history in Yuanzhou City. It is located in the northwest corner of Yuanzhou City. Rumors have been that it was destroyed by a fire more than a year ago. At the bottom of the tower, he was given a new life by the King of Phoenix. There is also a legend that Lokia, who was once as famous as the Phoenix King, lived on the top of the scorched tower. After the tower was burned, he moved to the Vortex Islands. Another famous building in Yuanzhou City is the Yuanzhou Dance Hall. It was built by the largest family in Yuanzhou City. Every year, I don't know how many people come here to watch the performances of Yi Ji, nor how many a man burst his head for a ticket. It can be said that the dance performances in Yuanzhou City are definitely among the top 3 in Chengdu. Not only in Chengdu, but also people in other regions, can be regarded as a major feature of Yuanzhou City. Of course, there is also a league hall in Yuanzhou City. The pavilion here is a ghost department pavilion. If there is a chance, Aoki would like to let the ghosts communicate and maybe he can learn any useful skills, but his status is not suitable for this kind of place. When Aoki entered the city with a foolish beast, the time had come to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. However, because I have been in the wild for a long time, my body is a bit shabby, and there is some unpleasant smell. In addition, Aoki is a stranger, and some pedestrians will inevitably give pointers after seeing Aoki. For these matters, Aoki as the party is not very concerned. No matter how others evaluate it, it is not important for Aoki. Only in improving strength is the key and only in getting along with the elves. Make him fully open. Fortunately, others just pointed at Aoki and did nothing extraordinary. Religiosism in Chengdu still makes people in the whole area more peaceful. Yuanzhou City is still the center of religion in Chengdu. The bell tower is the core belief of many religions. One more important thing is that the elven ball on Aoki's waist and the dull beast around him www.mentalnovel.com all explain his identity as a trainer. In addition, although it is a bit tattered, but the clothing of the Alliance trainer can be seen vaguely, so the people on the street are not hostile to Aoki, just purely angry. However, even so, it still caused a lot of commotion. Many people gradually gathered around to form a small circle, which moved with the movement of Aoki. Soon, a young man wearing a police uniform with a caddy on a motorcycle appeared in front of Aoki. "Thank you for showing the Union ID card. I need to check your identity information. If there is anything impolite, please forgive me." The unknown trainer of the trip. The youth aggressively stepped off the police motorcycle and took it. After giving out his police officer's card, he showed Aoki his identity and said. Tongrui's eyes had a sense of scrutiny, and the catty dog beside him also screamed with immense power. As a police officer in Yuanzhou City, the young man's vision is quite good. He suddenly saw from Aoki the atmosphere that only a strong trainer can have, and that he can live alone in the wild for a long time, and the wilderness breath of the trainer who can return safely. So he is quite polite to Aoki, just to check his identity card on a routine basis, to avoid unrest in the city. "Okay, Mr. Police Officer, this is my ID card. Could you please check it quickly? I have just come back and need a break." Aoki took out an Alliance ID card from the ring and said to the youth, On the 1st of June, brothers and sisters should not be raised. They will be disabled in the waiting room. Please make a first order when the time comes. Thank you. Testimonials. It's really important here. Come in and watch One Book Friends Group, 480,489,327. Enter the group with a light spray. After more than a month, this book is finally on the shelves. Put important things in front, lest anyone complain if I can't stand it. It will be available tomorrow morning at about 12:05. I hope you can give me a first order. If you are not reading at the starting point, you also want to give me a first order. This is very important. It is about the future of this book. Overall results. Then focus on the shelf to guarantee the 15th more. On the day when it was put on the shelves, it was like this: restore the basics after the shelves. 3 changes a day. If the first order is over 1000, it will be changed 4 times a day. If the first order is 2000, really unrealistic, but group friends asked me to write, then 5 more every day. Then hibiscus women's clothing. This is really forced. I am a straight steel man. The first order is based on 800, 1 more for each additional 100. Then said recommended tickets, monthly tickets and rewards. 1000 recommended tickets plus 1 more, 100 monthly tickets plus 1 more. There appears to be a leader plus 5 more, and a reward plus 1 more. This book is valid in the long term. The above rules are added on the day of listing. I also have one important benefit. The first order has been over 800. There are ladies and ladies in the book group. You can join the group. In fact, hibiscus personal expectations, according to the subscription ratio of 15:1. With 800 subscriptions, I am very satisfied. But no one expects better grades. I started to grumble below. In fact, I really didn't expect this book would come to this point, because when I first started writing, I was also a little bit hot-headed. According to convention, it is a miserable sale. This time, hibiscus is really miserable. It's been 2 weeks since the cold, and it's not good yet. I have to code every day until 2 or 3 in the morning, and I have to get up to work at 7:30 in the morning, which is really tiring, because I learned that the shelves are actually quite sudden. If I had stepped in, this book can actually try to wait for Sanjian. By then, my grades will be better. I can, because I am a newcomer and I don't know much. The update speed is too fast. 2 books higher than me don't have many words. So after consulting with my editor, I decided to put it on the shelves. In fact, the newcomer author can really come here without the support of everyone. I want to thank my editor-in-chief, Nuoyeda, for giving me so many referral opportunities, and thank my book friends for giving me a recommendation ticket. There are also a lot of funny people in the book group, which gives me a lot of joy. The newcomer author has a big weakness, that is, the kind that is easily affected by book reviews, which is very serious. Before I published the book, there were more than 30 chapters in the manuscript, but one day I flipped through the book review and chapter review, and I was really lost. Although there were not many sprays, the spray was really no mood code words. More than a dozen chapters have been saved, and there are not many left in a few days. It was the starting point to save me. Do you believe it? Exclamation mark. After the starting point blocked all book reviews and chapter reviews, I started to code again. The chapters that will be changed tomorrow are all saved during this time. However, these are the only way to go. Spraying is also used. If you really want to spray me, or discuss the plot settings, please tap into the group. I know that there are actually a lot of big guys on the shelves on June 1st, and my heart is also a little shaking. What if the first order is very low? What if the collection is fake? There was little confidence and panic at the thought of being sprayed. But I still want to invite those book friends who are being fattened to trouble you to give a first order and then continue fattening. The first order is high, and I'm updating soon, so can't you fatten faster? Exclamation mark. Right. In short, it's time to put on the shelves tomorrow, and it's time to check the quality of this book. I hope you all support! Exclamation mark. Finally, it's on the shelves. Ask for a monthly pass. Newcomers have never received a monthly pass. Novelty. Chapter 129. Junshaw Wanoki was more relieved that the young police officer checked the Alliance's identity card. The effort given to his identity was quite sufficient. Even the grandfather of Xiaoqian, who was full of gold, could not find out his identity. It was only an ordinary Union police officer in front of him, and it was even more impossible to directly find out Oki's true identity. The young police officer put Oki's ID card into the groove of an identity detection tool. With a beep, the Oki Alliance's identity information was displayed on the instrument in the youth's hand. But carefully read Oki's identity information from beginning to end, and the young man returned Oki's identity card to him, saying, "Okay, no problem, thank you for your cooperation." Oki nodded, took the identity card, and did not speak, leaving the crowd directly. Because the police had confirmed that there was no problem with Oki's identity, the people around him gradually dispersed and did not continue to surround Oki. On the contrary, Oki's body is obviously a scene from the trip, making them feel that this is a powerful trainer, and gradually brought a respect in their eyes. The young man looked at the back of Oki's departure and the dumb beast that followed him, and nodded thoughtfully. This person is a bit strange. Although it is not strange, but for many years in the industry, he has seen a person who gives him a strange feeling like this for the first time, just like a silent volcano. After Aoki left, he didn't think much about it. He came here only by passing, and there was no purpose for invisible people. For the Union Police, he could face it calmly. However, Aoki still subconsciously let the chip out. Pokemon, Catty Dog Dark Green. Gender, male. Level 20. Property, fire. Characteristics, ignition. Carrying props, dog ring. Genetic skills, bite break, second kick, flame vortex. Basic skills, bite, roar, spark, gaze, smell detection, help, fire wheel, resurrection. Teaching skills, iron tail, snoring. Skill CD, hold, awakening power. Middle dot grass, shadow avatar, spitfire. The data is so good that Aoki can't help but feel a little jealous. Originally good qualifications plus a variety of excellent skills, even if only 20. But Aoki may not dare to guarantee that his Dark Crow can defeat him directly. I can become the police of the Alliance, and there must be secret support from the Junshaw family. The Junshaw family controls almost 70% of the Alliance's police force. If you want to become an Alliance police, joining the Junshaw family or becoming a vassal is a good choice. The heritage brought by a large family is really terrifying. You must know that this is just an ordinary police officer. There is such an excellent elf. When he did not have the strength of the Quasaheaven king in the previous life, he also fought once with the city's real management Junshaw. The opponent's self-strength was strong, and he was directly repelled. If it was not his own strength, he might completely plant already. The Junshaw family and the Joey family are different. This family has reached this level with strength. As a city guard, the necessary force must be mastered. I can't wait to go to the Elf Center. I didn't feel much at first, but when I came to a civilized society, I found that I was extra sticky and uncomfortable. Aoki now wants to take a bath and change his clothes. He doesn't care about other people's eyes, but the return rate that has been so high has not been good. Although he has experienced hard life, it is not impossible to make yourself comfortable if you have the conditions. But after learning the lessons of the previous life, Aoki didn't dare to fall into it completely like the previous life. I may have tried it in previous lives, and there is nothing new in this life. Appropriate enjoyment is possible, but the necessary prerequisite is still sufficient strength. I found a hotel that looked luxurious in Uanzu City. With some dodging eyes of the reception staff, I spent 3,000 Alliance coins and opened a luxurious suite. As the most famous ancient cultural city in Chengdu area, Uanzu City, coupled with the gorgeous performance of Uanzu stage, attracts many tourists every year. Therefore, the tourism industry in Uanzu City is very developed, and at the same time, the hotel business in Uanzu City is also very good. After Aoki entered the room with the card, he rushed directly into the bathroom. Although Aoki's ring has always been equipped with several sets of clothes, and many sets of clothes of different identities have been prepared, but in the wild, even if you change clothes, it is useless. The body is still sticky. Clothes will only make a new suit dirty, but will not make you comfortable. In addition, when I was in the wild, I didn't think about this aspect at all. After all, In that case, the first goal is survival. Who cares if it is comfortable? I believe that those who have just come out of the trial island will be like savages. Bath water and shower gel rubbed onto your body, and you feel like your body is peeling off. Originally, when I was on the test island, I didn't feel this way when living in the wild for a week, but since returning to the world of elven civilization, Aoki will definitely clean himself up if conditions allow. Sometimes Aoki may be reluctant to admit www.mentalnovel.com, but he is actually a man with a clean mind both physically and mentally. When I came out of the bathroom again, I had returned to the original refreshing look. Even if I had a human skin mask on my face, overall, it was much better than before. If I walk on the street now, there will be no turning back. I called the front desk and the waiter brought a cart full of food. This is dinner for Aoki and his elves. I spent a few days in the wild. Although the taste of the barbecue is good, I still have to say that the food made in these big hotels is a special flavor. The elves ate a meal, and the claw-tailed scorpion asleep on Aoki's shoulder woke up and drank a bottle and a half of milk. Over time, the appetite of the scorpion-tailed scorpion has gradually increased. Although his body showed no signs of growing up, it was obvious that the armor on his body was getting brighter, and the rough outer shell was now very smooth, and it felt cool. This is the great effect of milk in big milk tanks, because the elves in early life cannot eat too much food, which will cause the body to develop in advance and waste its qualifications. But the milk in the big milk tank does not affect it, and it can also improve the physical fitness of the forceps. Not only the scorpion-tailed scorpion, but also the dark crows who have been drinking milk from large milk tanks for a long time have improved their physical fitness. The most obvious is the improvement in endurance, because after a long period of physical training, there is a glass of milk to supplement the physical strength, and over time, the body's adaptability to fatigue is stronger. Released at 12:05 p.m. Ask for the first order! Chapter 130 Yuan's UI. After happily solving the dinner, today's rare evening training was not performed. Aoki put away the elves into the elven ball and walked directly out of the hotel. I found a no-one corner, quickly changed into a rocket's outfit, and put on a black robe outside, and put on a human skin mask as an elf hunter. That's right, Aoki will go to the Hunters Guild tonight to submit the task, and then sell the other harvested elves together. It should make a lot of money. The night has come. Unlike Manjin City, people in Yuanzu City believe in religion. They speak better when they are comfortable, and when they are uncomfortable, they are more lazy. Although it was only 7 or 8 in the evening, there were few people on the street. In this way, Aoki wearing a black robe will not cause much attention. He shuttled among several alleys and used the cover of the night to find a very remote small house in the southwest corner of Yuanzu City. Shop. A rhythmic code was knocked on the door, and the door opened directly with a click sound. This is the secret joint site of the Yuanzu City rockets. These things were told in advance when Aoki left. Because Aoki is helping him do things, he is responsible for providing some help, and this secret code is one of them. Aoki walked straight into the door, and after he entered, the door closed automatically. The layout in the store is simple and no one is at the counter because the door is closed. The door can be opened purely because a special mechanism is installed on it, and it will automatically open after receiving a special knocking rhythm. There is no one here, and Aoki is not surprised. Although I haven't spent a long time in Yuanzu City in previous lives, I have been here several times during missions, so I know the rocket's hidden stakes here. In fact, there wasn't only one of the hidden piles of the rocket in Yuanzu City. He only knew 3 of them, but Ying told him only the secret sign here, and he couldn't go to the other 2. Of course, the rockets in Yuanzu City will definitely not have only 3, but with his previous life status and qualifications, only 3 will be known. After entering, without making too many moves, Aoki went to a room behind the store and inserted the rocket's ID card into a groove with the rocket logo. With the sound of gears rolling and the friction of the belt, a hidden door gradually opened. After the dark door was opened, The space was small, but some weird patterns were painted on the ground. After Aoki entered, the dark door thundered and dropped directly. With the help of faint lights, Aoki inserted the ID card into a groove in the small space again. With a familiar wave of superpowers, the teleportation ray in the secret door was opened directly. 3 seconds later, the person disappeared into the room. When he opened his eyes again, Aoki appeared in a rocky cave. Here is the black market in Uanzu City. However, compared to the golden city that buried the black market directly, Uanzu City cannot achieve that level. It's not because technology can't be achieved, but because Uanzu City cares differently in the league than Golden City. Although the Golden City is the largest city in the Kanto region, in contrast, the fish and the dragon are mixed, and even with the strength of the alliance, they cannot achieve full control, and even make certain concessions to some dark forces when necessary, such as the rockets. For example, the Hunters Guild. But Uanzu City is different. Because Uanzu City is completely under the control of the Alliance, even some underground forces can only retreat. The existence of the Bell Tower and the Scorched Tower is too special, and the Alliance can't share such important things with the underground forces. Even if they do their best, they must fully control Uanzu City. Therefore, in the case that the League did not budge at all, the underground forces such as the Rockets did not want to directly fight the Alliance because of something not important to them, so they gave up some control. As for why the Rockets gave up such a place with a special legend, it was because the Rockets found a more interesting legend. Compared to the impracticality of the Phoenix King here, the legend has almost been confirmed, so Uanzu City is not necessary for the Rockets. However, the black market in each city still has a certain value, so the Alliance also opened its eyes and closed its eyes, so it was successfully maintained. It's just that the black market is much smaller, and it's outside of the city. Aoki appeared in the cave, and could barely see the road with the faint light from some worn light bulbs hanging on the cave. Aoki threw the elven ball and summoned the dark crow to go deep into the cave. After walking through the long cave road, the vision gradually widened, and a huge mountain city was exposed in front of Aoki. After a short pause, Aoki walked into the black market of Uanzu City, which is located in the Xianbo mountain. It can be clearly felt that the size of the black market is more than 1 grade smaller than that of the golden market, so the number of people is relatively small. Another special thing is that most of the people in the black market are wrapped in wide black robes, and few of them show their faces brightly. This is because not only the people who organize underground, but also many trainers with alliance status www.mtlnovel.com, and there are also many big families in Uanzu to open stores here. The alliance chose to remain silent. Uanzu City is the birthplace of religion in Chengdu. Many ancient families are entrenched here. In order to obtain their support, the alliance also gave up some power in order to fully bring Uanzu City under control. And this black market, jointly developed by all the families in Uanzu City, is one of the conditions that the Alliance defaults to. That's right, the black market in this cave was not organized by the Rockets or other underground, but by the large and small families of Uanzu City, jointly built. Only as a black market, do not oppose the entry of the Rockets and other organizations. Many shops in the black market have hidden or engraved logos of some families. These shops were opened by the families in Uanzu City. Although the black market is small, it has all the internal organs, and the division of each selling area is relatively obvious. Aoki went to the elf's sales area according to the signs. All shops and personal stalls are mixed together, and one after another, there is a tendency to evolve into a market. However, the Hunters Guild's store was still so unique. Several iron cages were placed at the door, and no one stood at the door to greet guests. Compared to the Golden Hunter Guild, which is more hidden, there is no cover-up here. A huge guild logo is hung on the door of the store. Several people have passed here one after another. Although everyone is hiding under the black robe, there are still a few golden stars on his chest. Star Hunter of the Hunter Guild. On the shelves, I didn't deliberately control the orgasm! Exclamation mark. But still order first! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Chapter 131 Submit tasks. Some of the registered hunters in the Hunter Guild are members of underground organizations, such as the Rockets, and some of them may be members of the Alliance. The Hunter Guild does not care what the registered hunter is. They only care about this person. No capture of sprites of practical value. Therefore, some people appear to take elves as their first profession. There are even a few small organizations that are attached to the Hunters Guild. The main purpose of hunting elves is to hunt for elves to earn resources, and then to cultivate their own spirits. After improving their strength, they will capture more powerful elves and form a virtuous circle. There are also many people who are very proud of the hunter profession. When there is no need to worry about the tracing of the league, the Hunter Star badge will almost always be pinned to his chest. Aoki just glanced a little and stopped paying attention. Walked straight into this Hunters Guild building that looked much larger than other shops. After entering, I found that the entire building is completely hollowed out, but the decoration style divides the hall into two areas. One of the areas is the sales area of elves, which is mainly for those who want to buy elves. Choose the elves they want. So the general hall space is full of various sizes of iron cages, which are filled with those undomesticated elves. The other area is the guild office area of the Hunters Guild, the parcel registration window, the task receiving computer and the task transfer window. Of course, if you want to use points to exchange elf, you can also go directly to the area where the elf is sold and swipe the hunter's identity card. Aoki walked to the mission transfer point. All 5 windows were full of people, and one window was empty, but there was a sign hanging on it. The window for hunters above 5 stars. Many places in the elf world treat people with different identities differently. The same is true of the Hunters Guild. Of course, high-star hunters with more than 5 stars have their own privileges. This exclusive window is only a trivial one. After all, how much money the Hunter Guild can make, most of them depend on those high-star hunters. Medium and low stars like Aoki now, or even no-star hunters. They can only queue up the public window and wait for the transfer of tasks. Without much thought, Aoki walked to the end of a team at will, waiting with his arms in his arms. Although I was waiting, I was not idle. I hid my eyes under the black robe and observed the whole hall. The most special thing is that a very well-dressed person leaned on a remote corner of the hall. People around him chose to ignore him or dare not look directly at him. For this chest there is another sun-shaped medal, a member of the Hunters family, and a person in charge of the Hunters family of Imanjin City. It seemed that something had been noticed. The eyes that had been loose and sleepy widened a little because of sleep. After scanning the situation in the lobby, there was no special condition. He yawned and continued to sleep against the wall. Aoki couldn't help but be a little speechless when standing against the wall in this way. However, Aoki didn't dare to underestimate him, and those who could become the wearer of the Sun Medal were at least the Quasi-King level powers. Just by carefully observing him a little, he became aware of it. The hunter's sense of smell is absolutely top level. Although he looks lazy, he can sleep standing so comfortably, indicating that he must have experienced many harsh environments today. No matter how harsh the environment is, he can sleep with different physical strength, and always be vigilant. There was nothing special about the others in the hall, and Aoki did not continue to observe. Hunters in the hall are generally around 2 stars, and occasionally there are several 4-star hunters, but 5-star high-star hunters have never been. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in front of Aoki's line. Congratulations on the completion of your mission. Based on your points calculation, you will be upgraded to a 5-star hunter. You can go to the exclusive window next to you to exchange for a 5th Venus, said a professional smile. It is because of this sentence that the next person directly exploded the pot. I didn't expect to see a 5-star hunter today. 5-star hunter, you have 50 million points. What kind of elves can't change it? Several idiots. Don't call me. Don't you see the sign under the Hunter's Medal? That hammer sign is an affiliate of the Hunters Guild. a sign of the Warhammer hunting team. This person is a Warhammer hunting team. Hearing the words of the Warhammer hunting team, the others behind shut up and stopped speaking. The Warhammer hunting team may not have any reputation elsewhere, but it is still very famous in the hunter profession. In the hunting group under the Hunters Guild, the strength can be ranked in the top 5. It is said that their heads had once captured the king-level wild elves themselves. No one knows the specific details, but this alone made them famous. I have just been promoted to become a member of the Warhammer hunting troop of the 5-star hunter. When I heard people talking about him and talking about the Warhammer hunting troop, the waist was straight, and I went to the exclusive window without looking back, as if talking about something that makes him proud. After he left, the speed of the team got faster. 10 minutes later, it was his turn. Sitting in a chair in front of the window. "Hello, please show me your hunter ID card." The receptionist behind the window said politely. www.mentalnovel.com. Oki handed over the hunter ID card that he was already preparing. As she swiped on the computer's card reader, Oka's hunter data appeared on her computer screen. "Hello, is the handover task? If the task has been completed, please place the elf ball directly in the groove next to it. We will judge the completion of the task based on the elf's qualifications and various data." Because Oki was just a sporadic hunter, any disdainful expression appeared, just mechanically completing his work. Oki took the elf ball containing Nidolin from his pocket and placed it in the groove next to the window. After the receptionist pressed a button on the table, the elf ball in the cavity disappeared instantly. Genie transmission technology. This simple transmission technology in the elven world is still very developed. After waiting patiently for 3 minutes, the receptionist's computer received a data window with all the data of Nitolang that Oki caught. "Hello, I have kept you waiting for a long time. This Nidulang's qualifications and grades are quite good. The valuation we give is 100,000 union coins," the receptionist said with a professional smile. When she heard her price, Oki frowned unconsciously. If it was normal Nidorang, the price was fairly fair. But this one that Oki grasped was a vitality feature. After it evolved into King Nido, it would be King Nido by force. "Thank you for your data analysts to see that this Nitolan is a Nitolan with vitality," Oki said calmly. Be the first to order it. Ask for the first order. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 132. Matching task. After hearing Oka's words, the receptionist took a moment's notice, then nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiting time is much shorter this time, because the data is all out, so only further research is needed. "Hello. Keeping you waiting for a long time is indeed our fault. This Nidulang is a vitality feature, so the value can be doubled again. 200,000 union coins, which is 200,000 points. If there is no problem, if so, it will be recorded directly on your ID card." Oki nodded his head in agreement. The dark yellow qualified Nitolan with a vitality value is equivalent to the non-viable Nitolan with a light green to green value. This price is in the range accepted by Oki. After receiving Oki's affirmation, the receptionist operated it slightly on the computer and recorded Oki's task completion. Because your points have reached 100,000 points, you can be promoted to become a 1-star hunter. This is your medal. Please take it away. Then he took out a golden star from the counter with a star engraved on it. 2 words. The stars of the Hunters Guild are made by special craftsmanship, and ordinary people cannot imitate them. So there will not be a person wearing a number of stars that do not match his identity. If someone tries to forge the Hunter Star, it will be endlessly hunted after being found by the Hunters Guild. At that time you will know why it is called Sundog. Can't find an ordinary person who is good at tracking and capturing rare elves. Oki took the Hunter Star, but did not wear it directly. The receptionist saw that Oki did not leave directly after handing over the task, and he was not annoyed. He asked in a formula, "Is there anything else that can help you?" Oki took an elven ball from his pocket and placed it on the counter outside the window. The receptionist saw what Oki took out of another elf ball and knew what he was going to do. After receiving their mission, Many hunters in the hunter's family will not only capture the mission target. If they can meet some excellent or relatively rare elves, they can also directly catch the Hunters Association to match the mission. The so-called matching task is to find a task that meets the requirements in the Hunter's public task list after owning an elf, and then directly pick it up and submit it to complete and alliance currency. Just as the receptionist was ready to speak, Oki took out an elven ball from his pocket again, and then the third, fourth, fifth. In the end, the eyes that connected the person were a little jerky. Oki took out a total of 10 elven balls, including the one that took over the task before, a total of 11. You need to know that the lowest level of the missions issued by the Hunters Guild is to have intermediate qualifications and above. Judging by the qualification classification of the chip, only the elves with the yellow qualification or higher can publish the task. If you want to match the task, you need to achieve at least the intermediate qualification, which is the yellow qualification. But Oki suddenly took out 10 elven balls, which means that he caught 10 elves with yellow qualifications or above. One of the 10 island the light green abbot on the top of the mountain, which is also the highest level of these elves, and 8 are a family of the same ethnic group as that of Nidalang, because of their parents' excellent qualifications. So all the elves have reached the yellow qualification and above, and there is a dark yellow qualified monkey monster that Oki grabbed on the way to Imanjin City. The skills and characteristics are still acceptable, and they are directly captured. Exchange points. Excuse me, do these elves have reached the intermediate qualification? You must know that the mission of the Hunter's family is at least intermediate qualification. The receptionist hesitated and confirmed. There are tools for identifying the qualifications of elves in this world, but such tools cannot be bought by ordinary people. The person who has just become a one-star hunter is obviously not a person who can afford it. So have the qualifications of these elves that he captured met the standards? This is the advantage of Oki after having the chip detection wizard qualification. Oki also used this function to sail smoothly after becoming a hunter in the previous life, by capturing high-quality elves in exchange for resources, and then exchanging resources for more rare elves. He finally became a quasi-permanent king in a virtuous circle. For her problem, Oki nodded directly to understand that the qualifications of these elves have reached the yellow qualification, which is called the intermediate qualification in the elven world. Now that Oki was affirmative, the receptionist didn't ask much, but the skepticism in his eyes could not be concealed. After all, these are 10 elves. Even with intermediate qualifications, she hasn't seen many people come up with so many at once. Now all the middle qualified elves are running around. Or did this guy tease me? The Hunter Guild is free when assessing the qualification of the elves, but if it is detected that the task cannot be matched due to the qualification failure, the more such times, the lower the level of credit, and the lower the credit, the more restricted tasks will not be accepted. Already, put away your doubts. As a qualified staff, just do your own job. www.mentalnovel.com. One by one through the elf ball transmission device outside the window, all of them are transmitted to the Hunter Guild backstage. Due to the large number of elves, the waiting time was longer this time, and the people waiting in line behind Oki gradually became impatient. If all the elves that Oki can match are okay, if they can't, the people waiting behind are ready to let him know the cost of wasting their time after Oki leaves. 20 minutes later, with the stunned expression of the receptionist, every piece of data about the elf appeared on her computer, and some unbelievably rubbed her eyes, and then glanced at the screen to make sure that she read correctly. Swallowed. The data is all out. All 10 elves have met the conditions. Do you need to match the task? Oki, who had known the result for a long time, had no expression. When he was short of money and madness in the previous life, he got into the forest for a month and brought out 20 elves to the Hunters Guild to hand over tasks. Since then, his hunter Joker's name has spread to all hunters, and when others mentioned him, he couldn't help saying, "That crazy man with good luck." Match it, Oki said lightly. The development of this life is indeed much better than the previous life. In addition, with the experience of the first life, He really didn't care much about the money. It's really late in the training of elves, but it's just small money. Obtained Oki's affirmation. The receptionist operated it on the computer, and the task list began to scroll according to the data of the wizard, matching the tasks that met the conditions. Ask for the first order. Ask for the first order. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. 133 2-star hunter. Hello. All the elves have completed the matching, and the total points they can get are 900,000 points, plus the previous transfer task, a total of 1.1 million points, which has exceeded the standard of 1 million points, and has successfully been promoted to 2 stars. Hunter, this is your medal, please put it away. The receptionist took out a golden star with 2 stars inscribed and gave it to Oki through the window. After learning from the previous lessons, after this data analysis was completed, we specifically observed whether there were any special elves like the energetic Nidalang. Fortunately, the elves are normal this time, and the price calculation is very smooth. A Todo list was handed to Oki. The light green qualified Aber monster was purchased for 400,000 yuan. The total price of the 8 Nido elf was also 400,000, which is equivalent to an Aber monster, and that one monkey monsters worth 100,000 are worth catching. Compared to the selling price is a bit lower, but the purchase price of the Hunters Association, it is quite normal. If, like other people, they sell and drink outside, it may be that the price of these elves can be a bit higher, but Oki does not have that much time. What's more important is that the elves submitted by the Hunter Guild because of the mission can get the points of the same alliance currency. Therefore, after Oki handed over the mission, Kali, the hunter, received a total of 1.1 million union coins and 1.1 million Hunter Guild points. These points Oki are not going to be used for the time being, and there are no elves that he must now, and now there are 5 elves that need to be cultivated. The resources he has now are not many, and they must be reasonably distributed. After the current elves are stable, Oki may consider buying a few elves in the Hunter Guild as the second echelon. All the elves were sold to the Hunters Guild, and Oki was successfully promoted to become a Toaster Hunter. The biggest difference between the Toaster Hunter and the Sporadic Hunter is that the Toaster Hunter can receive 3 tasks at the same time, and can access some higher level Toaster tasks. The rewards are richer, and the relative difficulty is also greater. Find an empty computer, swipe the Hunter's identity card, and browse the task list of the Toaster Hunter. Since you are going to Kaji City later, the elves that can be met on the way or after arriving in Kaji City are a prerequisite for Oki to choose a task. The number of Toaster missions is obviously less than that of sporadic missions. Due to limited conditions, Oki chose a mission to capture small pigs and a big rock snake. The city of Kaji can also be called Kaji, because the whole city is not large and relatively few people live in it, and because there are high mountains all around, and there are several icebergs all year round. There are many ice elves among them. Small pigs are one of them. As a rock-based elf, the big rock snake has a great chance to be encountered in the mountains. In addition, the big rock snake can be found at a glance and is easy to find. Out of the Hunters Guild shop, Oki's main task of coming to the black market today is complete. However, because I will go to the wild soon, some resources need to be supplemented, such as some healing sprays, and because ordinary elves are used to capture the elves, they also need to be supplemented. After submitting the task, Oki now has a total of 2.4 million deposits. He originally had a little more, but he used it up somewhere else. I went to the Elven Road store and bought some materials for survival in the wild. By the way, I added ordinary elven balls, which cost a total of 10,000 yuan, which is just a small amount for Oki. Then I went to the intelligence store in Yuanzhui City, bought several places where there might be big rock snakes, and asked about the meditation beads resolved by the chip to increase the speed of superpower cultivation. Also know nothing. Although these intelligence merchants mainly rely on selling intelligence information to support their livelihoods, they are also involved in some strange props. but even they do not know. Oki is increasingly doubting whether this meditation bead really exists. When Oki passed the rocket's teleportation array, he returned to the previous dark room again. Because there was no one there, Oki directly changed his dress back to the original league-draining suit, and replaced the mask on his face. When coming out of the rocket shop, the moon in the sky was already hanging from the top. Taking advantage of the hazy moonlight, Oki walked through the uninhabited streets to the luxury hotel previously scheduled. Fortunately, although there were few people on the street, the hotel was still brightly lit. When Oki entered, the receptionist in the lobby approached him politely and asked if he needed any help. Back to the hotel room, let out all the elves. If the space and conditions are met, Oki still likes to keep all the elves outside, which is more lively, can also enhance the feelings between the elves, and increase mutual understanding. Although the space in the Super Ball is relatively spacious, they will not feel too depressed inside, but after all, there is still a feeling of being locked up. Rarely do not conduct evening training today www.mentalnovel.com because I have been more vigilant when I was in the wild a few days ago. I have to worry about wild elves who suddenly came out and attacked, so neither Oki nor the elves so good. Even if there is a ghost, but let the ghost be able to wake him up at once. So today Oki did not let the elves train. Instead, they used a professional technique learned in their previous lives to give each elf a physical massage to relax them while reducing the possibility of dark illness caused by fighting and training. When Oki was giving the elves a body massage, the sleeping scorpion-tailed scorpion actually woke up. After two blue eyes dripped around twice, they crawled down along Oki's arm. Because he was massaging the elves, he climbed down and went directly to the other elves. Worried that he would hurt the little guy with too much force, the elves that he climbed up were stiff and didn't dare to move at all. As the only female elf in the team, the big milk tank knows how to take care of the small-tailed scorpion. The naughty claw-tailed scorpion was taken from the dumb beast, and then took out a bottle of fresh milk and put it near his mouth, only to see his two eyes narrowed instantly, and he drank the milk happily. The big milk tank has a familiar milk scent, so the claw-tailed scorpion is not repelled at all, and the other elves have a little more or less greenwood, so the claw-tailed scorpion is not worried about them at all. Hurt ourselves. In such a harmonious atmosphere, a comfortable evening, so easy to pass. Ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a recommendation. Chapter 134. Arrive in Cage City in the early morning of the next day. While there were not many people, Oki took the dumb beast to the bus station in Uanzu City and bought an earliest ticket to Kaji City. Because Kaji City is relatively remote and in the mountains, there are not many shuttle buses from Uanzu City to Kaji City. Fortunately, last night, Oki asked the staff of the hotel for the earliest bus time, otherwise it may take more one day. I bought a fare ticket with my Alliance ID card and got on the bus after the announcement. It is found that there are not many passengers. It may be because it is early, or it may be because there are not many people who want to go to Cage City. Kaji City, also known as Kaji Town, is a remote town in the north of Chengdu. It has no great fame, but Oki is very familiar with Kaji City. Without him, because there is a large base of the rockets in Kaji City, second only to the large base of the rockets headquarters, it is the largest base of the rockets in Chengdu. Oki spent 3 years at the rocket space in Kaji City, the earliest 3 years since he came out of Trial Island. Until they had the ability to complete difficult tasks independently, they were completely out of the jurisdiction of the Cargill rocket base. Looking at the retro scenery outside the car window, a familiar feeling slowly appeared. The car has been driving for 3 hours and has reached the outskirts of Kaji City. I believe that after a period of time, we can reach the station of Kaji City. Unexpectedly, the previous life said that he would never come here again. This life actually came back. Oki hissed a little. Only he knows what he experienced in the rocket space of Kaji City. It is said that Trial Island is a purgatory field, but in fact, The 3 years of struggling in this rocket base after coming out at Trial Island are the memories that Aoki is most reluctant to remember. The rocket's hierarchy is very strict, and Aoki's performance after the Trial Island is not very good, and the talents displayed are not very high. So he started from the rocket's soldiers and suffered in this space a lot of cynicism and even different treatment. When he entered, the soldiers in the rockets had already been packed into a regiment, and Aoki could not fit into it at all, and because there was no backing in the rockets, they were often troubled by their bosses, will not be human, and will not endure people, even more subject to the exclusion of the rockets in the base. Therefore, the former life of Aoki spent a very difficult time in this space. However, when he came here again in this life, Aoki's perspective on things changed. After all, he had reached the level of the Quasi King, and some of the original chores were no longer in sight. From an old rage, he is now under the orders of the rocket's deputy leader of the Shadow Team and the Uranus-level strong Shadow. Few people in this space dare not give him face. From a young age, Aoki is not the young man who has not seen the world in his previous life. With his current elf combat ability, he can complete the abuse of his body during the same period of previous life. It is not polite to say that the general rocket soldiers are in front of him. It's not enough. The bus stopped at the station in Kaji City. When Aoki came out of the car, it was obvious that the air here was much colder than that of Uanzu City. At the same time, compared with Uanzu City, the streets are also a lot deserted. There are not many people hanging out outside, and there is not much enthusiasm between people. It is a hasty look of indifference. Aoki shook his head. The rocket's influence on this place is really great. Ying's mission is to let Aoki go to the Lake of Wrath, north of Kagi, to the rocket's secret research base, find someone by secret code, and bring something back. However, Aoki is not in a hurry to do this now, because he has to go to the iceberg east of Kaji to find the hunter mission elves and big rock snakes. Wearing a peaked cap on the greenwood, she lowered her head and walked silently into the elven center of Cage City. In fact, although Kaji City is the largest base of the rockets in the Chengdu area, the Alliance's power here is not small. From such a small city, Liu Bo, the strong man in the town hall, can see one or two. With Liu Bo's strength, even the champion has the possibility to challenge the genuine king of the king class, one of the veterans in the league. If it is not too righteous and bad-tempered, the 4 heavenly kings now definitely have a place for him. Even if it is not the 4 heavenly kings, but his strength is there, the league let him sit in a small city like Kaji City, is not just to let him look at the rockets. Do not do anything overdone. Therefore, Aoki did not dare to rely on his status as a rockets team, so he was brazen. After all, the man in charge of the Chengdu area is still the league. Entered the elf center smoothly with the Alliance ID card, walked to the free video phone of the elf center, took out a communication device, and broadcasted it directly according to the number above. After dialing, a cute and playful girl appeared on the screen, with pink hair and 2 ponytails. It was Xiaoqian, who was full of gold. Aoki, what have you done? I haven't recovered in a few days, Xiaoqian asked, pretending to be angry. Somehow, Aoki felt a headache. Well, don't tease you. It's like this. The energy cube you left for me has eaten the big milk cans at home. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. If you are free recently, do more. Xiaoqian stuck her tongue out, her expression slowly and seriously. Aoki feels that she has overestimated the amount of food in the big milk cans of the Xiaoqian family, but she never expected to eat so fast. I don't have that much time. I only did a little a while ago. I'll send it to you now, Aoki said after thinking for a moment. It's true that for a while later, Aoki didn't know if he still had time to continue making the energy blocks that Xiaoqian needed. Well, okay, thank you anyway. I'll let Li Bo call you over later. Xiaoqian didn't think much. Aoki was too busy to know, otherwise she wouldn't. It took him so long to leave a message before calling back. Okay. The two didn't talk too much. After all, with Aoki's character, most of them were Xiaoqian talking, so they couldn't chat. After hanging up the video call, I don't know why, Aoki was slightly relieved. In the elf center, there is a special device that can transport objects. In addition to being able to teleport elf, it can also transport objects. Aoki packed the energy cubes in advance, and transmitted the energy cubes to the coordinates given by Xiaoqian through the transmission device. Not long after walking out of the elf center, a message appeared on the message box. Things have been received, money has been transferred. Don't even think about it, it should be that Libo has received something and transferred the money. If it was Xiaoqian, it was definitely not this tone. Fifth more. Please order first. Please subscribe. Ask for a monthly pass. Please recommend. Chapter 135. Come over. It was just noon, and after having settled for lunch at the Elven Center, Aoki embarked on Route 44, the only road east of Kaji. To the east of Kaji City, a towering mountain can be seen from a distance. The top of the mountain is completely hidden above the clouds, and the snow is covered above the mountainside. Aoki's goal is that mountain. It is said that in this mountain there are many caves extending in all directions. Inside it is cold and cold all year round. It is a paradise for ice elves. However, before reaching the snow-capped mountains, there is still a large area of woods to pass through. Looking at the snow-capped mountains is very close, but when I actually walked past, I found that after walking for an entire hour, it seems that it has been such a long distance. It is now on the outskirts of the forest. Although there are fewer people, it still encounters a lot. However, compared to the forests outside Manjin City, although the total number of people in the city is small, there are more human traces in the forest. Aoki encountered several waves of people on the road, all in a hurry. Under Aoki's observation, he found that many of these people were actually rockets. Sure enough, it is the city with the largest rocket space in Chengdu. The forest here has become a free training ground for the rockets. Although Aoki's dress looks very ordinary, it is an ordinary League trainer costume. But in this place, it is a bit different. Some members of the rockets passing by him, although not wearing the rockets uniforms, looked at him but not very friendly. Those who are not the rockets will be slightly away from seeing Aoki wearing. After all, Kargil is an important base for the rockets, and it is no secret in some trainer circles. It's just that the resources here are relatively rich, and the rockets are not so disheartened that they will kill everything that is not the rockets. As long as they are not very provocative and cover up their identity slightly, the rockets will not care. But Aoki's dress was more arrogant. The League is not weak in Kaji City, but it is only retained in the city. After the field, the rockets are basically the world. Many members of the League did not dare to express themselves brightly when they walked out of Kaji City. Identity. I am afraid to attract the attention of some members of the Rockets' Hatred Alliance members. In fact, Aoki didn't want to change clothes, but he hadn't come to Kaji City for a long time and forgot. It wasn't until after walking out of Kaji that he noticed that others were looking at him. Then he remembered what was going on here. When I was a rocket soldier in Kaji City in the previous life, I didn't pay much attention to these things, but now I am a member of the Alliance. But some of them did not respond. But now that it has attracted the attention of others, you can only show your strength and hope to reduce some unnecessary trouble. Come out, dumb beast. Aoki summoned the dumb beast. The people around Aoki watched through the vague eyes, and saw that he had summoned the foolish beast, and his eyes suddenly lost a lot. They are all trainers who can survive in the wild. Some basic visions of the elves still exist. When you see a beast, you know that this training is definitely not a simple trainer. If this kind of trainer goes up without a brain to provoke, a bad one may lose a lot. After the dumb beast came out, he felt that the attention around him was much less, and Aoki let go and went further into the forest. However, although most people no longer pay attention to the situation of Aoki, there are still one or two pairs of eyes, which are hidden on him. Even the existence of dumb beasts did not let them give up. After walking for another 2 hours, there were basically no people around, and the number of wild elves gradually increased. Suddenly Aoki stopped and said coldly, come out." After he had spoken and waited for a few seconds, there was no movement around him. Aoki chuckled and said again, "Don't hide. When are the rockets doing things so daunting?" Until he said this, two talents hiding behind the tree slowly walked out. One was about 1 meter 80 tall, wearing a grey coat, and one was flat and wearing one in the black coats. The two looked at Aoki with some surprise and teasing. "Boy, how did you find us?" the tall young man in the pair said with a sharp voice. Aoki sneered and didn't speak. "Did you say that your inferior tracking and camouflage skills were too poor? Did you use them badly in your previous life?" "Brother Kevin, what nonsense with him." "Maybe that the blind cat encountered a dead mouse. We quickly solved it, and returned to the task." "Another ordinary," Aoki said, without any arrogance or contempt in his words. "Cover up." The rocket youth named Kevin heard the words of another person and stared at Aoki for a while, always feeling that the young man in front of him felt a vague and dangerous atmosphere. "Brother Kevin, don't wait. When others come, you will be snatched away." The young man was obviously an acute child. Kevin reached out and stopped the young man who wanted to do it directly. After hesitating, he said, "Your foolish beast is good. Just give him to us and let you go." Brother Kevin, shut up. Before speaking, www.untitled.com was interrupted directly by Kevin, and the unquestionable tone in the words shrank the neck of the young man behind him. But he could see the fear in his eyes, with a bit of fierceness and anger, but he was well covered up. Sure enough, he was attracted by the dumb beast. Although the spirit of the dumb beast is not weak, but the discerning person can immediately see the difference between him and the attractiveness of the flash elf. But it will make many people willing to take risks. Under their gaze, Aoki slowly took out an elven ball from his waist after hesitating for a while. Seeing Aoki's movement, the two were slightly pleased, but they did not expect such a scare, and the other party would put the rare flashing elf in his hands. In front of Kevin, while he was happy, his eyes flashed coldly. It seems that he still overestimated the Alliance trainer in front of him. But he is only an Alliance trainer. The flowers in the greenhouse have put himself in danger. The feeling is definitely an illusion. At the same time, I was still thinking about it. This is a rare flashing dumb beast. The worthless one solved. The companion behind him who has always been unfriendly to him. One person is better than two. The young man standing behind Kevin also glanced at the big brother Kevin he had been yelling in front of his eyes, and slowly touched the elf ball in the belt with his right hand, ready to attack him at any time. It was just that the two of them didn't expect that Aoki did not put up the dumb beast with both hands as they thought, but grinned and said, "Here is the thing, you come over." Sixth more. Ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Ask for a recommendation. Chapter 136. 1 Pick 2. After hearing Aoki's provocation, the two felt their faces flushed, and a feeling of being played came to their hearts. Almost simultaneously, two elven were drawn. Ghosts. Hypnosis. Aoki was ready for them as they acted. With the order of Aoki, ghosts relied on the mottled tree shadows in the woods and appeared in front of the rockets almost instantly. However, it is obviously different from those who will not fight in the league. The members of the rockets, even if they are only a few soldiers, have a better emergency responsibility. They closed their eyes subconsciously and threw the two elven directly. Two gas bombs, an Abercrombie and a big-mouthed bat, are the rockets' standard elves. While Aoki's eyes flashed, two elf were also thrown, and the dark crow and the milkcan appeared at the same time. Although I have said so much, this is an instantaneous thing. After failing to use hypnosis, Gizzy wants to continue to attack, but he is worried about the sneak attack of the four elves behind him. By then, he attacked the two humans in front, but I'm afraid he has to plant here too. Just when he was hesitating to attack, he only heard Aoki say, "Come back, ghosts. Use strange light to the big mouth bat, dumb beast. Use meditation, dark crow, blessing breeze. Use the awakening power to attack the big mouth bat, use the big milk tank to round. A series of instructions were issued. Each elf heard his order and used the corresponding skills in a timely manner. Through the shadows, Gizzy avoided the attacks of the 4 elves before they completely surrounded him, and then used the strange light on the big mouth bat. I saw a small ball condensing in front of the ghost, exuding a strange light, and crookedly flew towards the big mouth bat. The dumb beast closed his eyes and used meditation directly. Aoki has been training him to maintain meditation in any state. Although he has not reached that point, the speed of meditation is almost instantaneous. After a cry from the dark crow, a faint airflow appeared around him. The big milk tank went directly to the front of the team, using rounding to improve its own defense. While giving the order, Aoki took a moment to glance at the levels and qualifications of the 4 elves opposite. The 2 gas bombs are almost the same as level 21, but their qualifications are slightly undulating. Kevin's gas bomb qualification is yellow, while the other youth gas bomb qualification is only light yellow. The big build bat has a level of 24, and its qualification is dark yellow. It is believed that it should be Kevin's A self. Abba Snake's qualification is yellow, but the level is relatively low, only 22. It should have evolved recently. The 2 members of the opposite rocket did not open their eyes until Gizzy receded. His face was very ugly. He originally thought that he was just a young league boy who had not experienced real fighting, but he did not expect that the 2 of them were almost on the road. But it was because they reacted a little bit slower every step. The strange light of Gizzy hit the big mouth bat, and played a role. Strange light, using strange light to disturb the opponent and put the enemy into chaos. After the big mouth bat was hit by the strange light of ghosts, he felt that there was only a strange light floating in front of his eyes, and he could not see other conditions at all. He was nervous, and began to fly in the air. Big mouthed bat. Dumb. Gas bombs. Using sludge attack, Big mouthed bat closed his eyes and listened to my command. Use harsh sounds. Kevin ordered his teeth. Gas bombs. We also use sludge to attack. Abai Monster leaned forward and used a bite at a dumb beast. Another rocket Aoki quickly ordered. Obviously this is not the first time that the 2 have cooperated, and there are some tacit understandings between the elves. Although the 2 are vaguely entangled in them, it is the most correct to cooperate with a strong enemy. The larger mouthed bat made an unpleasant sound in the huge mouth occupying more than half of the body, but because of the chaos of the strange light, it not only played a role for the elves of Aoki, but it also played a role for the rockets. Injured 1000 and damaged 800. Seeing such a result, another young man obviously did not care about the so-called brother, and after glancing at Kevin, he did not change his order. As long as the Abba monster can get close to the stupid beast, even if its defense is reduced, the stupid beast's defense is also reduced. At that time, the double restraint effect of evil skills will definitely make the stupid beast drink a pot. But how could Aoki let them achieve their goals so easily? Big milk tank, used to block the way. Stop the Abba monster. The dark crow fan flies sludge. Dumb beasts. Fully attack the big mouth bat. Continuous mental shock. Gizzy uses hypnosis to disturb 2 gas bombs. Aoki calm said. Although he was in charge of the 4 elves, Aoki didn't pause for a moment because of his understanding, and he gave accurate orders to deal with the situation. Me. The big milk tank strode forward with his hands open, crossing the path of Abai monster. After being arrested, Abai Gwai found that he couldn't get around this big-looking cow. www.mentalnovel.com. I didn't know how to execute his trainer's order, and it was a bit stunned. The sludge thrown by the 2 gas bombs was accurately fanned by the accelerated dark crow. Even if one of them fell occasionally, it did not cause much impact. Because the 4 elves opposite are poisonous elves, the dull beast is the absolute main force in this battle. After meditation before, he now feels very spiritual, his mental strength is very excited, and the continuous attack of mental shock is still chaotic. In the mouth, the 2 rocket youths on the opposite side were afraid of the ghostly sneak attack, so they did not dare to let the gas bombs move too far away from them. and some of the gas bomb skills could not work. Ababi, solve the big milk tank first, use the binding and then flame the teeth. Gas bombs, use smoke. Kevin looked at the big mouthed bat that hadn't recovered yet, and wanted to obstruct the opponent's vision through the smoke, so that the big mouthed bat could prop up. The big mouth bat is his ace. More than half of his combat power is reflected on the big mouth bat. It is impossible to imagine the consequences of the big mouth bat losing its combat ability. Dark Crow, wind. Big milk cans, use patience. Hearing Kevin's order across the road, Oki directly let the Dark Crow blow off the smoke that had not yet fully formed, allowing the beastly beast to continue to attack. The big milk tank was tight, and his forehead wrinkled, leaving Abba to entangle himself. Not long after, the battle changes in an instant, and the big mouth bat that has suffered the crazy attack of the stupid beast loses its combat ability and falls to the ground. Big mouthed bat. Kevin shouted, staring. The battle settlement is gradually clear. 8th more. Ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Ask for a monthly pass. Please recommend. Seeking collection. Various requests. Chapter 137. The other side of the big milk tank. Seeing that his ace was the first to lose his combat ability, Kevin was a bit stunned. With the excellent qualifications of the big mouth bat, he was mixed in the Rocket's soldier group, and someone came to him from time to time. Every time he goes on a mission, a large build bat that has flying ability and is not weak in combat is always his advantage. I just didn't expect that in this battle, I was hit by the strange light of ghosts before he had fully played, and no advantage was exerted. Damn. Wouldn't you let your Abercrombie get to work on the dumb beast quickly? Let that super dumb beast fully play. We all have to play with eggs. Kevin was facing another rocket, shouted the youth of the team. Shut up, rubbish. Didn't you see my apology being dragged? Another young man who had been a little bit vino completely changed, and politely returned. Obviously, after losing the fighting ability of his most frightened big mouth bat, Kevin didn't make him afraid. He has made up his mind. As long as he solves the abominable alliance trainer in front of him, and waits for the benefits of the meeting, he wants to be alone. As for the Kevin brother who often calls himself, let him go with that alliance trainer. Thinking of a more complex face here, he yelled, Abba monster. Frozen teeth. A member of the Rockets named Kevin saw the younger brother who had been obedient to himself, yelling at himself like this. His face flushed blue and red, but he dared not say anything. Now his big mouth bat has lost the fighting ability. If you want to win, you can only look at him. At the same time, he is determined that as long as he can go back smoothly, it will definitely make him look good. Oki looked at the expressions of both of them and sneered. How could two skeptical people want to cooperate perfectly? Such two people have overestimated themselves before. Large milk tank. Continue to use rounding. Dazed beasts, mental shock, attack Abba monster. Dark Crow, a surprise hit, target the gas bomb. Aoki said, keeping his eyes on Kevin's gas bomb. Originally, these two people did not need to be so passive. They also had 4 elves playing 4 elves. Although Aoki's elves had some qualifications, the others' elves had some advantages. If the two could trust each other a little, leaving only a gas bomb to guard against ghosts, and then using a gas bomb to hold the big milk tank, Abba Snake rushed straight to the beast. This fight could not be so good, even if the big mouth bat was hit by the strange light of ghosts. But as long as you stick to it for a while, it will be lifted naturally, and during this time, the Dark Crow is not enough to defeat it. So it can only be said that the two men failed in the gap between each other. Although the battle is not over now, for Aoki, the two guys with hands and feet are not afraid. It is only a matter of time before they are defeated. After the big milk tank was used again and rounded, the defense power increased again. Although the frozen teeth of Abeigwai had a strong attack power, the characteristics of the big milk tank were thick fat. The fire and ice skills were less powerful. Half, plus 2 rounds of strengthening defense, which are within her tolerance. The mental shock of the dumb beast is the main output in this battle. With Aoki's command to transfer the attack target, A continuous and powerful superpower slammed the Abba snake, making him gradually a little mental. The Dark Crow was entangled with Kevin's gas bombs, and although it could not be resolved at once, the opponent could not defeat him. Kevin gritted his teeth and looked at everything in front of him. Things had completely separated from his plan. He now not only had to worry about the attack of the elf trainer on the opposite side, but also always kept an eye on his comrades not far away. At this point, he had the idea of retreating. The situation is obviously wrong, and then continue to go first. Even if they can defeat the opposite alliance trainer, he will have to plant in the hands of comrades. Slowly touched the elf ball around his waist, ready to take back the big-mouthed bat at any time. As for the gas bomb, it became the victim he had to give up. There must always be a queen of elves. However, the other Rocket's youth who has been paying attention to his movements will not let him go like this, otherwise, I am afraid that there is really no way out for him after he returns. As for the opposing alliance trainer, although he is very powerful, he thinks that he can retreat if he wants to leave, so it is a big deal to abandon gas bombs. The poor two gas bombs have both become tools that the two can give up at will. Aoki didn't know what they thought. Even if they knew it, they wouldn't take it to heart. Suddenly, the situation on the field changed again. The patience of the big milk tank reached its limit, and her forehead with blue muscles fully showed a female creature's angry appearance. Even the usually big and quiet big milk tank also showed her unknown side. The behavior of the big milk tank made Aoki look a little dazed. I saw that she forcibly opened Abba's monster's mouth, then pinched his neck, and pulled him alive from him. You know, this is a strange boy. The whole body is almost muscular, and he is entangled in the same level of situation, which is almost difficult to break free. But the big milk tank not only dragged him down, but he wasn't finished. He stepped on his head with one foot, and then dragged his tail with the other hand, and started a whip dance. The Abba monster is the whip. I saw that under the frantic beating of the big milk can, Abba monster was in close contact with the ground. He was originally a little under the attack of the stupid beast. www.untilnovel.com. After the beating of the big milk can, it was even more is the direct loss of combat capabilities. If it hadn't been for the big milk can's Fenton stopped, Aoki would really think that the big milk can would be broken for the first time and killed. Someone on the field was inexplicably quiet. They were accustomed to the big milk cans, the dumb beasts and the dark crows. They forgot to continue the attack, and felt that they had renewed the big milk cans. After the end, the big milk tank reacted at this time. I seemed to be overdoing it. I noticed the other person's eyesight, lowered my head a little, and a hint of red appeared on my face. Guru. Suddenly, a drooling voice sounded in the quiet field. The voice came from the trainer of Abbott, the youth of the Rockets. He had never thought that a big, fat milk tank that looked weak was so horrible. At this moment, the big mouth bat and the Abba monster, two of their ace selves, have completely lost their fighting ability. The first of the two who reacted was Kevin. When he saw his face turned red, he took it back with a big mouth bat self ball and ran away without looking back. Damn. Seeing Kevin running away without hesitation, another Rocket's youth yelled. The big build bat is close enough so that it can be retrieved by the elf ball, but Abba is too far away. If he wants to escape, he can only give up Abba. The Rockets can't get mixed up. But at this moment of life and death, he couldn't stand his hesitation, took a deep look at the Abba monster on the ground, and turned to escape. Ninth more. Ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Please recommend. Various requests. Chapter 138. Athena. Aoki, who had been watching their behavior, sneered. Now I want to run, it's late. He didn't speak loudly, as if speaking to himself. Ghosts. Get rid of that runaway, dumb beast first. Mind attack the gas bombs that fight the dark crow. Big milk tank, drink milk. The ghost who has been hiding in the dark is always ready to wait for the opportunity, but the two are always guarding him, and the two gas bombs do not leave his body. The ghost has no time to consume with the gas, and sometimes he cannot see the enemy is the most terrifying. Until Kevin turned and ran away, ghosts thought the time was right, plus Oka's command. Quickly moving through the shadows, he immediately came to Kevin, and in his horrified eyes, he used hypnosis to make him fall asleep directly. The skills of the elves are obvious to humans without much resistance. The average person will be lethargic for at least 3 hours after hypnosis. Under the grip of the drowsy beast and the dark crow, Kevin's only gas bomb was unable to escape, and was directly killed by the dark crow relentlessly. The remaining youth did not escape. He saw Kevin's ending and knew that escape would only make him die faster. His only gas bomb, like his only life-saving straw, was closely beside him, afraid to keep him away. Both eyes were a little frightened, and they glanced at Aoki from time to time, but did not dare to look at each other. The original plan of the two was very simple. The person wearing the common training clothes of the opposite party was no better than one of them, and the league trainers in their impressions are the flowers in a typical greenhouse. They have never really seen blood. Even if they are better than them, they are confident that they can play him. But now he didn't believe that the opposite man, who looked harmless to humans and animals, even some mules, actually shot so decisively and viciously. If it wasn't for the ghosts that had attacked in the first place to let Kevin's big mouth bats win, they wouldn't have been so passive so quickly. Aoki watched the young man, who was a little upset, and slowly walked over, without ordering the beasts to continue attacking. In the corner of the youth of the rockets, Yuguang saw Aoki coming in, and his heart was flustered with some joy. As long as he didn't kill him immediately, there was still room for him to turn around. If he was given a chance, he would definitely let that league trainer know what is real fighting. Real fighting is definitely not limited to elf. Slowly moved his hand to the rocket's belt storage space. As long as he was given the opportunity to approach, he could take out the dagger at the fastest speed, and definitely defeat the trainer on the opposite side. But as long as he reacts quickly enough, he takes down the elf ball around his waist, and collects dumb beasts and dark crows into the elf ball, and he can defeat and win a lot. Thinking of this, my heart was a little excited, but I didn't dare to show it in the slightest. Aoki walked 2 steps in front of him to stand still, with a smile on his mouth, and looked at the man in front of him who seemed to have taken his fate. I ask you a few questions, and if you get the answer I want, let you go. Hearing Aoki's words, the man's eyes flashed for a moment, and then he immediately lowered his head, afraid to be seen by Aoki, and pretended to be Vino. You ask? He's as good as he is weak. Aoki didn't say anything, and asked directly, who's the leader of the rocket space in Kaji? The rocket's youngsters froze slightly. The question, now the highest officer in the base is Lord Athena, and only Dr. Serenu can sit with her on an equal footing. This question is known to anyone who knows something inside. Athena? Aoki thought. Athena is one of the 4 generals of the rockets. In terms of position, it can be said that she is equal to Nazi and Yin-Yang. Also, Dr. Solano Aoki also knows that he is a relatively high-ranking doctor in the rockets. He specializes in the chemistry of Pokemon. Soon after, he should do experiments in the base of Lake of Anger, and finally drum up the red Tyrannosaurus, be regarded as a rare talent. Which step have you taken at the Rage Lake Research Base now? Aoki continued to ask a question. The rocket youth on the other side just froze. The difficulty of the problem suddenly reached the level of the king from the bronze level. How could he know such a confidential question? But if he couldn't answer, what the consequences were, he had already guessed, and the sweat on his forehead began to overflow. After staying for 3 seconds, I suddenly knelt down and shouted, this. I don't know about this. I really don't know. He wasn't stupid enough to compose something to deceive Aoki. He can know that the rockets have a research base in the Lake of Rage. It is definitely not an ordinary person. The previous problem may be just perfunctory. In fact, he misunderstood Aoki, because Aoki really doesn't know who is the top person in charge of the Cargill rocket base. When he came here in the previous life, The top person seemed to have disappeared. The captain was in control of the situation. Although Okada came later, it was not clear who Oki was before. He asked this question just to confirm that the rocket space in Kaji City has not been hit by the League. He was placed in this space in the previous life, because the League really couldn't bear the arrogance of the Cargill rockets. Under the leadership of Liubo, www.untilnovel.com launched a raid. This raid caused huge casualties for the rockets. Although the League is not up to the point, it did give the rockets a rare piece. Oki was assigned at that time. Now that you know that the Supreme Commander is still there, it means that there may be coalition raids at any time, and you need to hurry up. As for the second question, it was purely Oki who did not want to realize what he said, and let him answer satisfactorily. The kneeling youth of the rockets did not give up resistance, and under the gaze of Oki, he took out a dagger from the rocket's belt, and rushed towards Oki, only one step away. But when he rushed out, he found that his body was hanging in the air. There was blue light in the eyes of the foolish beast standing beside Oki. He lifted it up with his mind. The young man's every move was under his watch and he was ready for a long time. In his horrified eyes, the dark crow cut his throat with his claws without hesitation. As for the only gas bomber left, he was already hypnotized by ghosts. The whole battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. And the two confident rocket members fell in front of Oki. I'm afraid they can't figure it out when they die. Why do they look like a typical League trainer, Mana, so fiercely shot, so the combat commander is so relaxed? Kevin, who was hypnotized by the ghosts, also lost his life in the sleep, and the only gas bomb was also killed by the dumb beast and the dark crow. As for the previous big-billed bats and Abba Snake, in Oka's view, there is still a little value, so they stayed. 10th more, please order first. Please subscribe. Chapter 139 watched again after finishing the booty. Oki, let the big milk and give the dark ravens their strength. Inexplicably, Oki suddenly felt a gaze watching him. Originally, I felt something when I was fighting with the two, always thinking that it was one of the two. But now that both of them are kneeling, the look is still there. He looked up and looked around without any movement. But this kind of movement is the strangest. The battle has ended. Even though it was a bit quiet due to the previous battles, it is now too quiet. Suddenly, Oki seemed to see a large tree 50 or 60 meters away, and a dark shadow flashed. If it had not been for the fact that he had been staring at himself, Oki might have thought that he was dazzled. After the shadow left, Oki felt that feeling of being watched had disappeared. It was even more certain that he was staring at himself before that dark shadow. Oki frowned gradually. Although it just passed away, Oki was still able to see something. The shadow was very fast, and the figure was small and tall. It was definitely not a human, so it was only possible to be an elf. And the elves that can climb trees and move so quickly are obviously not the kind of giant elves that walk on all fours, which again ruled out some possibilities. Just to his surprise, the most sensitive foolish beast among the elves didn't notice the distant glance, shaking his head and temporarily letting go of this matter. Since the other party did not launch an attack, it means that he or she is still a little jealous of the elf, or that the elf is simply curious and they are not hostile to Oki. After cleaning the loot, Oki quickly left the place with the elves, and the smell would attract a lot of wild elves, so they should not stay long. But what Oki didn't know was that after he left, a dark shadow appeared in the venue. If Oka's eyes were tricky, he could recognize this dark shadow as the guy who had been watching them secretly before. Black Shadow stood in front of a dead gas bomb and did nothing, but after a while, a flashover disappeared here. After leaving the battlefield just now, Oki led the elves back into the forest again. The sun's light spots on the ground gradually diminished, and the woods became denser and denser, and the branches and leaves of the trees became wider. As we approached the iceberg, the temperature will gradually decrease. Because there was almost no one here, Oki did not put away the elves and let them play and fight outside. After leaving Trial Island, the upgrade speed of the elves slowed down. Although they had fought in the woods between Manjin City and Yuanzi City for a few days to make up for the level, they still failed to meet Aoki's expectations. Just to go to the iceberg, you must pass through this forest, so that the elves can exercise again. However, the level of the wild elves here is obviously higher than that of the elves in the forest between Manjin City and Yuanzhou City. Presumably, the environment here is slightly harsher than that there, and the human invasion is relatively light. For example, a level 30 cat boss who is currently fighting the dark crows and big milk cans. Elf, the boss of the cat yellow. Gender, female. Level 30. Attribute, general department. Features, technical master. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, tail wang, fraud. Basic skills, high-speed stars, frolicking, dropping bags, catching, screaming, biting, high-fashion strikes, random scratches, harsh sounds, surprise hits, provocations. Teaching skills, iron tail, water wave, snatch. Skill learner, none. Although the qualification is only yellow, but the level is very high, coupled with the characteristics of technical masters, any-handed high-five surprise and random grabs, making the Dark Ravens tired of coping. If it weren't for the supplement of a large milk tank, I am afraid that it would not be able to cope well. Gizzy didn't make a shot, because he had to stay beside Aoki to prevent other elves from suddenly attacking. Another reason is that the general cat boss is immune to the ghost system skills. Guy's current poison system skills have not been well developed. The poisonous skills exchanged in Game City haven't made him learn yet. Although the general department has no restraint attributes except the ghost system, the same except for the fighting department, there is no attribute that can restrain the general department. It happened that none of the elves of Aoki had the ability to fighting skills. So the battle once entered a very embarrassing situation. The boss of the cat was very fast. He lived in the wild all year round, and his speed was his ability to survive. Fortunately, with a big milk tank ready to block the road, the boss of the cat failed to escape after seeing the bad situation. Then, with the close cooperation of the Dark Raven and the Black Beast, in the accurate command of Aoki, the cat boss lost the fighting ability alive. Aoki sent the Elven Ball in time to conquer this powerful cat boss. A level of 30, coupled with the characteristics of a technical master, can make him worthless. If sold to the Hunters Association, Aoki can make a fortune. I don't know why recently, every time Aoki looks at the wild elves, he subconsciously regards them as a colorful union coin. This is hardly the performance of the poor. He took the elven ball containing the cat boss from the ardent ghost, narrowed it down, and threw it into his pocket. This cat's boss is fast and not attacked many times. www.mtlnovel.com. Aoki does not need to give him treatment just because he lost his fighting ability, just because he was out of power. As long as he rests for a while, he will able to recover. Just put the elven ball of the cat's boss in his pocket. Aoki let the big milk can restore the energy for everyone. Aoki suddenly frowned again, and the feeling of being stared at again. After a slight pause in his movements, Aoki pretended not to know. Stupid beast, use superpowers to see if there are any elves hiding around to look at us. Aoki kept moving, said softly. The dumb beast was a little stunned. But it was done according to Aoki's words. The wave of superpowers slowly spread from him and passed through the trees and grass, but he did not feel the elf that Aoki said. Slowly shook his head, signaled that nothing was found. Aoki's brow tightened, but he did not do anything extraordinary. Just as he hesitated to ask the Dark Raven to look for it, the feeling of being watched again disappeared. If it hadn't been for the first time, Aoki might have thought it would be an illusion. But this time Aoki did not think that the other party's behavior was meaningless as before. One time may be accidental, but twice it was doubtful. Let's go and find a place to prepare dinner first, Aoki said after hesitating for a moment. After the feeling of being watched disappeared, it was clear that the other party had left, even if Aoki wanted to do nothing. The sun is about to set, and now it is urgent to find a place to prepare for camping. I counted wrong before, my math! Ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 140. Guess early in the morning, Feeling the moist and refreshing air in the morning, Aoki jumped from a big tree and landed steadily on the dewy grass, stretched a lazy waist and made a few sounds of bone collision from his body. With the movement of Aoki, the elves descended from the tree one by one. This forest is somewhat different from the forest outside Manjin City. First of all, the level of elves is generally higher. To be safe, they slept on the tree last night in Aoki. Moreover, Aoki kept thinking about the dark shadow that stared at him yesterday, although it didn't show up all night. But he couldn't be completely relieved. I fell asleep after a sleep. After a day of hurrying, the iceberg originally felt a little far away, but today it finally seems to be coming. Through the dense foliage in the woods, you can already see some of the larger stones and lines on the mountain. But similarly, the temperature in the air decreases as we approach the iceberg. Hastily settled for breakfast and set off again. Because of the high level of elves in the forest, Aoki's speed is not very fast, and there is a clear division of territory in this forest. Some individual powerful elves occupy a territory, and others occupy a territory because of strong ethnic groups. But one thing is the same: they are all very exclusive. Fortunately, a single powerful elf can say that they can't care about too much territory. As long as Aoki is careful, he can always avoid it, and he can escape without any help. However, ethnic territories are more troublesome because they are often in large numbers and can be taken into account in various places in the territories. If they are accidentally stepped in, they may be ruthlessly expelled or even hunted. What gives Aoki a headache is the big needle bee. Although the sting bee is an elf in the Kanto region, it is also quite common in the Chengdu region, but it is not as widespread as the Kanto region. But as long as there is one in a wood, it will grow wildly. If it weren't for a lot of natural enemies, Aoki felt that with the breeding speed of elves like the big needle bee, he could definitely rule the elven world. Fortunately, there are really many natural enemies. During the unicorn period, it often became one of the main foods of Popo and the sparrows. After evolved into a large needle bee, hooves and other elves used the honey as food, and many flying elves also feed on them. But even so, they are still one of the largest groups in the forest. Just a moment ago, Aoki, who had entered the territory of the big needle bee, stumbled straight out of them. The dense number made Aoki look scalp. The big needle bee colony here is much larger than the big needle bee colony encountered on the test island Aoki, and the rank is much higher. After the dark ravens teamed up to kill a large sting bee, they completely annoyed the entire community, so it was the end of the captivity. After all the big sting bees were completely thrown away, Aoki's current physical fitness was somewhat out of breath. Mimi the big milk tank was served with a glass of fresh milk in a timely manner. After relieved my breath a little, I smiled barely, and touched the tip of the big milk can with thanks. But the milk drank all of a sudden. I felt a sense of strength when I dropped a glass of milk. Wiping off the milk stains on the mouth, just want to talk, and suddenly felt that familiar sense of gaze came again. And this time the feeling is more obvious. Apparently the secret figure is getting closer and closer to them. It seems that if you don't feel wrong, that thing, is this what you look at? Aoki looked at the glass in his hand, the glass filled with milk that had just been consumed by him. In order to verify his conjecture, Aoki took a spare milk bottle of milk out of the ring, and the gaze shifted from the empty glass to the milk just taken out. Then I thought that when I was watched for the first time, after the battle with the two rocket soldiers, the big milk tank gave the dark crow milk to supplement their strength. The second time I felt watched, it was the dark crow. Because they couldn't beat the cat boss, they relied on the strength of the big milk jug to replenish their strength, and they really won. After combining all 3 times, Aoki found the cause. That thing, focus on the milk. Aoki felt strange. It doesn't rule out that the milk in the big milk tank is indeed very attractive, but you don't have to keep secretly watching like this, making Aoki think that a malicious creature is following him. Now that he knew the goal was not on himself, Aoki was relieved. Putting a glass bottle full of milk on the ground, Aoki motioned to the dark crows that they should not have any special behavior. Immediately left with the elves, only a bottle of milk on the ground was left. 10 minutes later, A bottle of milk was placed on the ground in the woods, and Oki took the dark crows. They stood on a large tree far away, covering their bodies with dense foliage. This bottle of milk has been on the ground for 10 minutes, but the mysterious shadow has not yet appeared, and when Oki was about to give up, there was a change. Almost in a blink of an eye, a dark shadow fell from a tree near the grass, and then without any pause, picked up the milk on the ground, and disappeared after a flash. This is it. Oki just looked closely at that direction. www.untitlenovel.com. Although the shadow was fast, he saw something else. There was a faint glimpse of red and slightly white light above the dark shadow, but facing away from his own side, and too fast Oki could not fully see clearly. Dark crow, catch up and see. Oki said, since you can't see clearly, then catch up and see what it is. And you can't forget the milk in the big milk tank. The dark raven heard Oki's order, fluttered without hesitation, and flew in the direction where the shadow disappeared. Oki followed them with a foolish beast and a big milk can. This is a forest. You can't devote yourself to chasing it, but you must be prepared for the sudden emergence of wild elves. I do not know whether it was intentional or not. The direction in which the shadow disappeared was the direction of the iceberg. Half an hour later, there was a small lake where Oki could not rest. There were 2 such intense and continuous runs in a day, which made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Even if he drank another bottle of milk, it did not have much effect, and his body had reached the limit. It didn't take long for the dark crow to come back, and he was a little embarrassed to describe it with his wings. The other party was fast and knew the terrain well, and lost it. It doesn't matter. The other person cares about the milk in the big milk tank and should come again. I guess a little bit about what he is, or what kind of elf he knows. Oki calmed down after breathing again. I counted wrong before, forgive me. Chapter 11. Ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Please recommend. Chapter 141. Paula. Sure enough, as Oki expected, during the afternoon break, the feeling of being watched appeared again. This time, Oki left a heart, letting the dumb beast on the bottle with milk in the big milk tank, leaving a mark of superpower, as long as the distance is not more than 10 kilometers. With the big milk tank's instantaneous movement is a space can sense the position of that mark. Although you can't move directly in an instant, as long as you know the location, you can always find it. I left the milk on the ground again, and took the dumb beasts with them to watch from a distance. This time I didn't let Oki wait too long. I once tasted the sweetness. The elf appeared here almost a short time after they disappeared from Oki. Oki lifted the burden on the dark crow. Even if the terrain is lost, at least it can have a general orientation. After Oki and the dumb beast arrive, they can always find it. 40 minutes later, the dark crow returned to Oki, who was far behind. This time he did not follow up completely. After the complete liberation, the speed of the dark crow was once again increased, and with the assistance of the downwind, he closely followed the elf. However, in order not to frighten the snake, after the elf stopped, the dark crow came back to inform Oki immediately. Walking along the path of the dark crow, Oki gradually approached the place where the elf stayed. This place is very close to the iceberg. Oki feels that his body is shaking unconsciously, and the air exhaled from his mouth is a little white. I was busy driving on the road before, I didn't feel it, but when I stopped, my body became agitated instantly. I quickly took out the thick clothes prepared in advance and put it on my body before feeling a touch of warmth again. I also have to say that the body gap between humans and elves is really very large. This temperature change has little effect on them. Dual beast, can you sense it? Oki exhaled on his hand, rubbed it slightly, and warmed some unconscious hands just because of the temperature. Asked. Yeah? The dumb beast with blue light in his eyes, always using his superpowers to perceive the superpower marks he reserved in advance, and nodded. In order to find the elf before the glass bottle was thrown away by the elf, they did not fight when they met the elf on the road, they just repelled or ran away, trying not to be delayed. As they approaching, the drowsy beast's perception becomes more and more obvious, but when it points to the azimuth, it becomes faster and faster. without stopping to perceive the consciousness, and the azimuth is known almost instantly. Obviously, that elf has stopped. Aoki, if they are fast enough, they can find him before he leaves. Although Aoki has already made some speculations, and the estimated result is also close to 10, it still needs to be confirmed. If it is really the elf that Aoki guessed, so fast, as long as the qualifications are not very low, Aoki admits that he has some heartbeat. I shook my head and temporarily threw these thoughts out of my head. I haven't found it yet. Don't worry about it. After confirming it, after 10 minutes, Aoki tracked the position of the bottle, and she had reached the foot of the iceberg without knowing it. He said it was an iceberg, but it was actually a huge rocky mountain, but it was covered with thick snow and ice on the mountainside visible above. So the average person saw it as an iceberg. But if you take a closer look, you can still see a part of the mountain covered by big trees, exposing huge rocky mountains. At the foot of this mountain, there are many innumerable cracks and small caves. According to the perception of the foolish beast, the coordinates of that superpower came from one of the caves. I walked to the entrance of the cave, and a cold wind blew towards me, making Aoki tightly tighten her clothes. I like to stay in this kind of environment, and Aoki is more certain about what kind of spirit is that shadow. As I walked deeper into the cave, the air became colder. When Aoki breathed, she felt a full breath of cold air, and her frozen nose was stiff. Although he had been prepared for a long time, he still did not expect that the cave below the iceberg was so cold. Even the dark ravens were affected a little. Although the impact is not great, if you are not an elf who likes this environment, you will not like this coldness very much. Loshan Cave is not large, only enough for 3 people walking side by side. There are some ice layers on the ground that don't know how long. You need to be very careful to walk on top of them. One that is not good may slip and fall. Fortunately, Aoki has prepared boots for walking on ice. As long as it is a dull beast and a big milk tank, some are not very suitable for this kind of ground. But when the dull beast uses the mind to build a thin superpower film on the soles of the feet, it eases. With the deepening, the cave space gradually increased, and the ice layer on the ground gradually became scarce, and some exposed rock layers gradually appeared. Because the narrow passages often cause some speed in the flow of air, which is the so-called alley wind. It is this kind of chilling alley wind that keeps the ground at the entrance of the cave covered with ice all the year round. But after entering, it gradually disappeared. There was no extra waiting time. Under the command of the dumb beast, Aoki carefully controlled the sound of his foot on the ground. Finally, after a while, Aoki saw the elf who had been watching him secretly many times, and liked the big milk jug very much. One is only about 1 meter tall. www.mtlnovel.com. Most of the body is black hair, but one ear on the head and the tail facing away from Aoki are red hair, and the ends of the limbs white. It really is this elf. Luck is really good. After looking at the appearance of this elf, Aoki couldn't help but sigh. Paula. The elf in front of King Kingma was one of the rarer elf in Chengdu. The dual attribute spirits of the evil system and the ice system is an elf that Aoki used to like when playing games on the earth. In the game world, he is a rare dragon slayer. In fact, Paula's attributes are not well matched. The combination of evil and ice makes him restrained by many attributes, and he is often passive in skill confrontation in battle. 4 times restrained by the fighting system. It can be said that if you encounter fighting spirits at the same level, as long as they are hit by skills, they will almost always be killed by spike. Cormorants are also twice as restrained by rock, insect, steel, fire, and fairy. A total of 18 attributes, 4 times restrained by 1 attribute, and twice restrained by 5 attributes, can be said to be an elf with a very wide range of hits. But this kind of elves also has a lot of advantages. Chapter 12. Ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Seeking collection. Ask for a monthly pass. Various requests. Alas. Chapter 142. Excellent hunter. First of all, as the evil spirit, the main thing is that it is immune to attacks from superpowers. Therefore, when fighting against superpowers, it is definitely an unswerving killer. Secondly, it has twice the restraint to the ghost system, the ice system and the evil system. It also has a lot of advantages when facing these elves. Therefore, this kind of elf is not suitable for the team's attacker, but if facing some special elves, it is still very effective as a defense. For example, superpowers are elves, and for example, dragons are elves. Paula is a natural assassin and hunter, with high attack speed, low defense and low blood, typical assassin-type elves. Even after the evolution into Madara, the original advantages will not be reduced, but will be strengthened again. It can be said that from the birth, the growth direction of this elves has been limited. Paula's character is more cunning and fierce. She likes stealing the elven eggs of wild elves, and then uses her claws to make a small hole in the elven egg, and the essence through the small hole. He stared at the milk in the big milk tank, also because of the way the Aoki elves drank the milk, and the smell of the original milk with a slightly fishy smell, a bit like the egg white smell from the broken elven eggs. It made Paula think he was his favorite food. After Aoki left it to Paula for the first time, he carefully removed it and drank the milk from it. He immediately fell in love with the taste, which was even better than his favorite egg white. So afterwards they will focus on Aoki again. But he did not dare to approach, and the cautious character of living in the wild developed him as a stealer, or as the most basic means of an assassin, hidden in the dark, silently looking for weaknesses. At the same time, this also explains why the big milk tank's superpower perception does not feel the existence of the pull. Because Paula is an evil spirit, she is naturally immune to superpowers. Oka's arrival finally caught the attention of Paula, who was carefully tasting the delicious milk. When he saw his ears suddenly raised, he immediately turned around. When he saw that it was Aoki, the milk that was originally held in his hands was put behind him, and the appearance of a protective food made Aoki can't help it. But Aoki didn't dare to underestimate him for his appearance and behavior. Pokemon, Paula Light Cyan. Gender, male. Level, 25. Attribute, evil plus ice. Features, sharp eyes. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, bite, frozen fist, boulder, icicle fall. Basic skills, grasping, glaring, provocation, flash of light, surprise strike, freezing wind, random grasping, high speed movement, metal claw, grinding claw. Teaching skills, shoot down, snatch, kick. Skill learner, none. Oka's eyes lit up when she saw Paula's qualifications and skills. The light blue qualification can be said to be the highest qualification of Aoki now among the elves, and only the clamp-tailed scorpion that is still in its infancy can be compared with one. In fact, Oka's more emphasis is on the 3 genetic skills and 3 genetic attributes of ice. All of his parents must have one who is very good at ice, or his parents are very good at ice. Therefore, among the skills inherited to Paula, the ice skills accounted for the majority. According to this point, it can be seen that this puppet has an extremely high talent on the ice property. Dora, come and fight. If you lose, you will become my elf. Aoki was a little excited, and the second words were a bit of a second. However, it was because of the fact that this Paula was a little too good, so it was difficult for him to hold back the excitement in his heart. Paula is a born assassin and an excellent hunter. If Aoki was able to subdue him, he had already planned it. In the future, the signature elf of his elf hunter's identity would be Paula, or in the future, Madara, because this kind of elf is really suitable for catching elf. Different from the fighting method in the game, the ice skill is just a skill. It will disappear after use up and have no effect. But in reality, the effect of the ice system is more than that. Among them, the biggest auxiliary effect of the ice system is slowing down. Yes, slow down. The energy of the ice system can reduce the body's sensitivity and nerve transmission speed. If the temperature is low enough, it can even freeze the elf directly, decrease the speed of others, and increase the speed that he is good at. No elven can escape his hunt. Dora, hearing Aoki's words, Paula yelled, full of momentum, of course, if not counting the 2 claws to protect the milk. After yelling, Paula reincarnates without hesitation and prepares to escape. Big milk tank, block the way. Aoki kept watching the pull movement. When he was preparing to escape, Aoki directly let the big milk tank block his escape route. Paula, who was about to run away, saw a tall figure appearing in front of her, and opened her hands tightly to block his escape route. Helplessly, Paula can only keep back, close to the rock wall of the cave, and hide milk behind him, so as to give him a sense of security. It is too difficult to survive in the wild. For any wild elves, the first thing they think about is always food. The action of pulling the nursing food made the big milk tank think of Zenjin herself, and she could not help feeling a sympathy for the sick. Pulling Po to the corner, Aoki didn't do it directly. If you want to subdue him, you will definitely not be able to impress him, and you will not be able to food that is comparable to life for wild elves. Aoki took 2 bottles filled with milk from the ring and shook them 10 steps away. Suddenly, Paula's eyes were straight, staring closely at the 2 bottles of milk in Aoki's hands. If it weren't for the fact that he had several elves who were not weak, I believe he would go up and the first time. Hey, come and fight. As long as you win, I'll give you these 2 cans of milk. How? Aoki said with a smile. If anyone is watching, they will say that Aoki now looks like a weirdo who is about to kidnap children. Aoki's words made Paula meditate. You are reading book www.uukanzu.com. He is not the kind of ignorant elf. With his excellent speed, he has traveled to the human world because he can't find food, and knows what the life of those elves subdued by humans is like. However, he used to be from Ono. He was really unable to adapt to that life, so he went back to the place where he was raised and raised him. Even if he sometimes ate, there was no pause, but at least he was free. However, the 2 bottles of milk that Aoki took out made him a little bit unable to give up. He had not eaten such delicious food for a long time, and there are some strange energies contained in it, which made him lose a few days and his body was restored. There should be so much tonight, and the rest will be issued during the day. Don't wait any longer! Exclamation mark thank you for your support! Exclamation mark Hibiscus Niels thank you! Exclamation mark. Also ask for the first order. Subscription. Monthly pass. Recommend. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up. Chapter 143 Trench. In fact, when it comes to fighting this mule, Aoki really has a headache, because of the pull system and the ice system. Although Aoki suffered a wide range of hits, Aoki thought about it carefully. He can restrain the elf of the pull type property. Even if it is familiar with the ability to play common skills, not many. Only Dark Raven's flight skills, Dumb Beast's water skills, and Ghost's poison skills. Only the big milk cans are not restrained by the pull. The superpower skills that the foolish beast is best at are stubbornly dead. The evil skills of the Dark Raven are also reduced by damage, and the ghost system of the ghost is needless to say. Thinking of this, Aoki felt that the plan of the Miracle Eye of Foolish Zoology should be put on the agenda. Judging from the gameplay in Zenjin's game, the dumb beast should not be able to learn the skill of the Eye of Miracle, but this is the real world, not the game world. Just looking for the right methods and skills, there is still a chance to learn. Coincidentally, this method was already available in Aoki's previous lives. In his previous life, Aoki met a Quasis Key King trainer who was able to teach all his superpowers to learn the Miracle Eye. Aoki got this skill at a great price, and was preparing to train a powerful superpowered elf, but before the plan was started, he was reborn here. Therefore, the dumb beast needs to learn the Eyes of Miracles, otherwise it is a little passive when facing evil spirits. Although there are still water skills that can be used as output, superpowers are the best at dumb beasts, and the water system is just a supplement to him. It can also be seen from this that, although Paula is widely attacked, it is still a great threat to those elven incomplete training sets. Dora. In the end, Paula couldn't resist the temptation of Aoki's 2 bottles of milk, but in fact, there is no other way. Paula's escape route has been sealed by Aoki. Even if he does not agree to the fight, he must agree. The situation is still good, and he can get at least 2 bottles of milk. Carefully put half of Noon in the hands and put the bottle cap on the ground. The appearance of nursing food is vivid. You can rest assured, I won't move your milk. Aoki looked at Paula's appearance, not knowing why. A little inexplicable heartache. I saw some shadows of him once. When he first came to this world, he was an orphan. He had no parents. The strange environment and sense of fall almost made him collapse. Before being caught by the rockets for trial, they walked through various garbage dumps in order to find food. Living is his only goal, and no trainer dares to expect it. But sometimes there will always be some people coming out to rob you. At that time, the look of your own food should be similar to that of now. It was also during that time that I saw an unknown side of the world. The beauty of the so-called elf world is only utopian. The darkness hidden underneath is the essence of this world. Shaking his head to shake away the memories in his head. Now is not the time to be indecisive. If you want to let yourself control your own destiny, then you have to become stronger. The slap in front of him has to decide. No matter what means are used, no matter whether he joins in sincerely, but now, Aoki just wants to subdue him. Play hard. If a stupid animal can twin him, then add a dark crow. If it can't win anymore, let the big milk can also be served together. Anyway, for wild elves, more than a dozen is just a routine thing. Hearing Aoki's words, Paula was obviously not very trusting. How could it be so easy for Paula to believe that this person who rushed directly to his house and said he wanted to fight Mimi, although the big milk tank stopped the path of Paola, he called a few times and still wanted to explain something. Dora interrupted the big milk tank with a wave. Although he didn't have any bad intentions for the big milk tank, even felt kind because of the smell on her body. But obviously the big milk tank was with them, and Paula was unwilling to listen to her say that since there is a fight, then fight. Della. After Della decided to fight, she no longer cares about the milk behind her, and slowly walked to the opposite side of Aoki, with her 2 front paws on her chest, staring at Aoki tightly, without any trace. Emotional eyes, like a killer without temperature. Dark crow, dumb beasts. Go together, Aoki said seriously. Paula's level and qualifications are higher than those of the dark crow and the stupid beast, and there are certain advantages in attributes. At this time, no matter who shoots it, it will definitely be the defeated end. Even if the 2 elves are together, they may not win. The only advantage of the dark crow and the foolish beast is his cooperation. Of course, following Aoki for so long and using such a long time energy block, some places cannot be judged simply by qualifications and levels. Zizi, the first to do it, was to pull, and saw his 2 front paws glowing white, rubbing constantly on his chest, making some unpleasant metallic sounds. Grinding claw skills. By sharpening the claws, sharpen their attack power and hit rate. Dark Raven, Snatch. Paula's original attack had an advantage. If he was simply promoted, the Dark Crow's battle would be more difficult to fight. Fortunately, the Dark Raven's prank heart feature can increase the priority of change-type moves, and with the effect of the skill, the Dark Raven can also hit, even if the pull is the first to use the grind claw. Following Aoki's order, Paula's body of black light appeared around his twin claws. The original rubbing Zheng Shuang pulled suddenly felt that the familiar voice was gone. It seems that his claw grinding effect has failed. On the contrary, after the Dark Crow snatched the claws of Paola, his 2 paws became brighter. Dark Crow, collectively speeding downwind. Dumb beasts, water cannon. While pulling his hair, Aoki issued an attack order. The Dark Crow fluttered. www.mentalnovel.com. The familiar flight system energy appeared on the whole body, but this time you don't need to suppress the downwind effect around yourself. You can let the beasts enjoy the blessing effect of the downwind together. However, dumb beasts are originally elves that are not good at moving. Besides feeling a gust of wind around their bodies, they make them lighter. They also have little effect. According to Aoki's order, a water column sprayed out of the dumb beast's mouth, and the target pointed straight at him. However, Paula had already reacted at this time, and a dodge would have to avoid the attack of the dumb beast. and let the rear run forward quickly. If the dumb beast is near him, the consequences may be a bit unthinkable. 14th Even more, Hibiscus has no manuscript, a chapter code. I owe many chapters and I haven't counted them yet. I'll count them later. Still ask for the first order, subscription and monthly pass. Thank you for your support. The fastest update, please read without pop-up. Chapter 144. It's so easy to keep it, stupid beast. Mind control the water gun. Dark Crow, wings attack. Yeah? The blue light lit up in the dumb beast's eyes, controlled the water gun that was ejected, and came back with a rounded carbine at a rounded angle. Although superpower abilities cannot cause damage to Paula, it does not mean that superpower has no effect. I didn't expect that the attack to escape would return again. When the running Paula tried to escape, she found it was a bit late and was attacked by a water gun. However, because it is a water gun that has been manipulated by Nianli, the power is not very great. Just to let Tiao pull a bit. The Dark Crow leaned against the wind, wrapped in the wings of the flight system energy, and rammed toward the cricket. If it is normal, the affected elf will definitely not be able to avoid the accelerated Dark Crow attack, but this time, like the opponent, the Dark Crow's unsuccessful accelerated wing attack was actually missed. I saw a flickering flash, as if it had become the black light I saw before, and avoided the Dark Crow's wings to attack. Lightning flash skills. Without being entangled with the Dark Raven, Paula locked the target dumbly. He can clearly feel that there is an energy in the dumb beast that he doesn't like very much, and with his many years of experience in wild survival battles, as long as his skills can hit, the one that looks pink elves are definitely not bad. Oka's face was a little dignified. The speed of pulling was too fast, and the speed of the Dark Crow was not good at all. You must know that the current Dark Crow is in a downwind state and has no weight on his body. Dark Crow, awakening power. Dumb beast, headhammer. The Dark Crow heard the words and hesitated. If you use the power of awakening at this time, wouldn't it also cover the dumb beasts together? However, after Oka's absolute trust in Oka's absolute trust, he followed the order. A yellow energy ball with a few blue currents quickly condensed in front of the Dark Crow. At this time, Zola had rushed to the dumb beast, opened his mouth fiercely, condensed the teeth of the black silk thread, and bit the dumb beast's head. Evil skills. Bite. Evil skills can cause great damage to superpower dumb beasts as long as they hit. But the dumb beast did not hide at all, since Oki let him fight back with a hammer. Then as his elf, the dumb beast chose unconditional trust. A thin layer of unknown energy condensed on the original smooth and round pink head, and flew up against the bite. Oh, after the two collided, a muffled sound was heard, and the dull beast and the Duro were repulsed several steps at the same time. Yeah? The dumb beast could not help but screamed. The two elves still suffer more damage from dumb beasts. After all, evil skills have too much restraint effect on superpower skills. Oki had a cold face, without any expression, and this damaging effect of the dumb beast was expected. The reason why the stupid beast did not use the holding skills was because he had bigger plans. At this time, the painful Paula recovered, and the dumb beast's head was hammered on his teeth. Although the teeth were very hard, his head was not badly impacted. After recovering, Paula bullied himself again. He had suffered a lot of damage just now, but he knew that the damage suffered by the opponent was higher than him. However, at this time, the Dark Crow that condenses the awakening power in the air is finally condensed, and a bright yellow energy ball makes the whole cave brightened a lot. Paula tasted the sweetness of biting her skills and was ready to use it once again on the stupid beast. It is believed that after 2 or 3 times, the stupid beast will lose its combat ability. Stupid beast, hold on. Dark Crow, release the power of awakening. Oki said calmly. The 3 are almost at the same time. The bite of Paula, the hold of the dumb beast, the awakening power of the Dark Crow. Paula's biting ability attacked the green shield guarded by the dumb beast's representative, because the sustained effect of the hold prevented Paula from breaking at once. At the same time, at almost the same time, The Dark Raven's electrical awakening power energy ball hit both at the same time. With the explosion of boom, the awakening power exploded, carrying a large amount of yellow-blue current. The dumb beast guarded and defended two skills at once, but did not suffer any harm. Otherwise, the awakening power of the electrical system will cause him a lot of damage, no less than the previous stabbing skills. However, Paula was not so lucky. The center of the awakening force hit him and was blown up 3 meters away in the explosion, and because he had been hit by a water gun before, he still had some water stains on his body, and the water in his hair could not be removed at once. So the damage of the electrical skills is amplified. It can be seen from the slight current carried by Paula, who barely stood up. The damage caused by the awakening power of the Dark Crow just now is definitely not low. Breathing for a moment, Paula eased from the impact just now. There was no pause. The light blue energy above the two claws condensed. Pieces of half-fist-sized boulder appeared in the hands, and as his arm waved, one by one shot at the beast. The ice-based skills originally had a halving effect on the water elves, but they did twice as much damage to the flying elves. But such a long attack distance can definitely be avoided at the speed of the Dark Crow, so Chula chose attack the dumb beast. Moreover, the dumb beast has been attacked by him before. If he can solve one first, his situation will be much better, otherwise he may really lose. But one thing he never thought of. Stupid beast, awakening power, Dark Raven, strike a surprise, fight him close. That's right, as a drowsy beast of the water system, the awakening power is actually a fire attribute. Before the boulders approached him, they were melted by the fire energy ball condensed in front of the dumb beast. The boulders, which were not very large, quickly melted into a pool of water. The Dark Crow approached Paula with the effect of a surprise blow. When he looked at the energy ball in front of the dumb beast with a dreadful glance, he was tangled by the Dark Crow. After the two elves approached, they did not make any skill moves, that is, the general man's fighting method. Paula's attack ability is stronger than that of the Dark Crow, but the Dark Crow has previously obtained the claw grinding effect of the crow, and the power on the claw is also not low. Soon, the two elves only fought for a short time. www.mentalnovel.com. The awakening power of the dumb beasts has been condensed and completed. Without any hesitation, the foolish beast controlled the awakening power and rushed towards the Dark Crow and Paula. Dora, seeing the fire-attributed energy ball approaching at a rapid speed, Paula could feel the hot temperature above, and immediately became anxious. But this is the Dark Crow lingering around him, that is, he is not allowed to escape. This Dark Crow will also be attacked. Perish together. If he knew what Aoki was thinking now, he wouldn't think so. There is only one thought in Oka's brain, it's so easy to hold it. The 15th is complete. Here is the debt repayment. Ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up. Chapter 145. Goddess of Dawn. Dark Crow, hold on. With the use of the awakening firepower of the foolish beast, Aoki gave instructions to the darkness when flying into the air. The Dark Crow is fighting with Paula, and as the energy ball approaches, it also feels the hot temperature coming from the air, yelling and directly using the holding skills. The Dark Raven can feel the temperature above, of course. The Paul can also, and as a nice spirit, his feeling is more obvious than the Dark Raven. But the Dark Raven has the ability to defend against energy ball damage, but he cannot. Almost for a moment, the energy ball formed by the awakening power of the dumb beast attacked at the center of the battle between Paula and the Dark Crow. Boom! With the violent explosion, the fire energy spheres sputtered directly. The fire system energy is the hottest energy system. The heat caused by the explosion caused the temperature in the cave to rise slightly. All the ice cubes around the explosion melted directly, and the water melted in the center. After the ice melted, became water vapor. Along with the roar, there was a mist of water in the cave. The Dark Crow flew from it innocently, flapping its wings and spreading out smoke and water vapor. I saw that the hair on Zola's body was a little scorched, lying softly in the center of the explosion and unable to move. Oki looked at Dora, who fell to the ground, smiled, and said, "Don't pretend to be dead. I know I haven't reached your limit yet. Get up." If it is an ordinary person, he may really think that Paula has lost his fighting ability, and a casual approach may really be attacked by him to death or even seriously injured. This dying counterattack is definitely the most dangerous. But Oki kept watching the status of the pull through the chip, so I know that although the current pull has reached its limit, it definitely has the ability to launch an attack. Dora, knowing that Oki saw through herself, Zola did not reinstall, barely supporting the ground with her hands, and staggered to her feet. Oki looked at Dora's unstable position and smiled happily. Oki is very satisfied and happy to be able to conquer such a will-only spirit. Paula's strength is not weak, but what makes him happy most is not Paula's strength, but his IQ. He will use his brain to fight. As an elf growing up in the wild, only by learning to use his brain can he live better. Obviously, Paula has learned this ability in this forest. Take a break, Paula. Stupid beast, yawn. Oki doesn't want to let Tora pull overdraw his body to fight. Although Oki can adjust him back later, this overdrawn body battle will still have some impact on future growth. An elliptical bubble emerged from the dumb beast's nose, slowly floating from his nose, and flew to the slightly unstable sloppy pull. Oh, the sound of a crisp air bubble shattered, and the body was a bit stubborn. I felt a sudden weakness in my body, especially my eyes seemed to bear the weight of a mountain. Sleepiness struck like a tide, and Paula's body slowly fell down again. As he fell down, he could open his eyes slightly and looked at the bottle he had placed in the corner, drinking half of the milk with a trace of reluctance and loss. My milk. Oh, Paula finally fell to the ground and completely lost her fighting ability. The yawn of the foolish beast was only the last straw that crushed the yak. Oki threw a super ball at the right time. As an elf ready to conquer, of course, he needs to be treated equally. After pulling the ball into the super ball, it shook it slightly, and with the red flashing of the middle button, it completely lost its movement. Without letting the elves bring the elven ball to their hands, Oki personally went to the ground that was a little dry because of the recent explosion, and picked up the super ball containing the pull. This battle can be said to be a tacit cooperation between the Dark Crow and the foolish beast. Oki's accurate command led a battle. Without Oki's command, even if the Dark Crow and the foolish beasts are 1 point stronger, they will not be able to win in the face of comprehensive restraint against their slaps. Even so, the Dark Crow and the foolish beast were not badly hurt. The big milk tank gave them fresh milk in time to replenish their strength, and they were much better than Salah. Oki also took out several different levels of wound medicine from the ring and sprayed them on the body, which can relieve pain and treat some trauma. I also took out some energy blocks to recharge them. The milk in the big milk tank replenishes the physical strength, the wound medicine heals the wound, and the energy cube replenishes the energy. With the combination of the 3 items, the injured body of the dark raven and the drowsy animal can quickly recover. After all the Dark Crows and foolish beasts had been processed, Oki pulled the cricket out. Paula, who reappeared in the cave, had already awakened, but his injuries prevented him from doing anything. Looking at the Oki and the foolish beasts who surrounded him, naturally a little fear and hostility appeared in his eyes. Oki crouched down, didn't speak, and sprayed with his best wound medicine, preparing to deal with various burns, paralysis, and blood stasis. Dora. When Paula saw Oki taking out something, she subconsciously thought that it was a bad object, and she wanted to sit up and fight, but this movement involved the whole body's pain, causing him to sit halfway down and fall down again. Don't move. Lie down, Oki said with a serious expression, and started the treatment. This time, Paula's injury was really serious, and because his natural nutritional development was not very good, his body was weak, and he was able to stand up and fight before because of his willpower. But after being subdued, the willpower dissipated, and it was not so easy to act again. Oki sprayed the wound medicine, and at the same time, helped her pull back faster by using her own skill. Originally, I thought that I was going to pull myself, I was very scared, but suddenly I felt a cool feeling in my wound, and my numb muscles could feel the pain again. The coolness brought about by the wound medicine and the pain after the muscle cortex recovers from the pain are intertwined, so that Paula thoroughly understands what it is called, pain and happiness. At this time www.mtlnovel.com the big milk tank was holding a bottle of milk, squatted beside Zola, inserted a straw into the milk, and put the other side to Zola's mouth to signal that he could drink. Paula smelled the familiar taste, and stared at the big milk can with a smile on her face, her eyes flowing. She didn't know what she was thinking. After hesitating for a while, I still couldn't hold back the temptation brought by milk, bite the straw, and drank quickly. At this time, the big milk tank had a very sacred glory to Paula. What is that saying? Yes. The milk of the goddess of dawn. Today the 15th is over. This is a debt that has been owed for a long time, so pay it back, and then there are a few rewards from the big brothers. Wait for me to pay back slowly. There is also the first order. Ask for the first order. Ask for the first order. Last time, please ask for your first order! Exclamation mark. Chapter 146 The Big Mouth of the Big Milk Can. It is very comfortable that some people deal with the wound, and some people feed milk to drink. But Aoki is not tired. Don't underestimate the methods of the breeders. While treating the elves with wound medicine, with some special methods, not only can the elves' injuries be recovered faster, but they can also reduce the pain of the elves and accelerate the adhesion of the cortical tissue. The elf's physical quality is better than that of humans, so after receiving such a severe injury, the massage of Aoki and the spraying of the wound medicine actually caused some wounds to crust instantly, and some small wounds disappeared directly. Not C. With the help of a bottle of milk in the big milk tank, after the treatment, the pull-up can stand up and do some small movements normally. Until this time, Paula really faced the human in front of him who did not seem to have much strength, but was calm. He also saw in the eyes of the previous battles that the Dark Crow and the foolish beasts could defeat themselves, in large part because of the command of this human being. With a complex look at Aoki. Aoki did not hesitate to look at him, and said, Dora, you are already my elf, whether you want to admit it or not. There are only two options before you now. First, you become my elf. I help you grow and fight for you. You can enjoy all you want, such as milk. There are all kinds of elf props and food. Paula listened to Aoki's words, without any expression, until he said the word milk. There was a slight change, but he was also forced to suppress it. Although Paula's control is strong, Aoki can still see the heart in his eyes. With a smile in his heart, he took his favorite thing, and Aoki had 50% certainty to completely subdue him. However, when it came to the second point, Aoki's expression became serious directly, staring at Paula's eyes with coldness. Second, if you don't want to fight for me, then I won't force it. I will always provide you with all kinds of food, but you will never want to come out again until you die. These two choices are actually a life and a choice that is not too different from death. Will the elven ball be used as a prison, and will it be held forever? Hearing that he had to shut himself up forever, he couldn't bear it all at once. As a wild elf, his favorite thing was freedom, but now this human being has to deprive him, which is even more uncomfortable than killing him. Dora! Paula yelled and made an attack gesture. In this case, even if he died, he would not accept it. Seeing Paula's movements, the dumb beast and the Dark Crow suddenly made an attack, staring at Paula tightly, fearing that he had any unusual behavior. Aoki stared at Paula without giving up. As a trainer with great control, he could not compromise. In the eyes of Paula's qualifications, he is very good, and he is satisfied with the fighting style and willpower. If he cannot become an important elf in his own hands, then in order to avoid being arrested by others, he may eventually become his own enemy. It is better to choose to hold him for a long time. Even selling to the Hunters Guild was not Aoki's choice, and it was considered when there was no money. But as long as Paula is willing to be his elf, and fights for him wholeheartedly, Aoki will not treat him badly. and he will certainly have it. At this time, the tense moment of tension on both sides, still the big milk tank rushed directly to the middle, and stopped Doolin from waving again and again to signal to Oki, who he imagined from time to time. At the same time, he held in his hand a half bottle of milk that had been placed in the corner of the wall, and tucked it into his hand. Mimi the big milk tank kept saying something. Hawla took a half bottle of milk blankly, listening to the big milk tank talking non-stop. The big milk tank grew more and more excited, and also pulled the same stupid beast, patted him on the back, making the stupid grin a bit painful, but he did not dare to avoid it. The dark crow looked at the big milk tank and slapped the dumb beast, and suddenly thought about the situation in which the big milk tank fought the Abba monster before, and he felt a little grateful that it was not himself who was filmed. Yeah, the dumb beast endured flapping, but still pretending to be happy and persuading, kept screaming. Paula saw that the big milk can was slapping the dumb beast while she was excitedly explaining, and then she saw that the dumb beast had a painful expression in her heart, which made them two bullies join forces to bully him. But the big milk tank didn't know it at all, but the strength of the shooting was getting stronger and stronger, until the dumb beast could not bear it anymore. The big milk tank suddenly seemed to talk about their most exciting point. He raised his hands high and didn't let down. The dumb beast was really scared. When he saw the situation was not good, he stepped back sideways at his fastest speed. Oh, the big milk tank's unsettled hand finally fell with her last utterance. At the moment when her forefoot collided with the ground, a loud noise was made, and a huge groove appeared on the ground accompanied by various fine cracks. Suddenly there was some quietness in the field. After talking, the big milk tank finally found his own abnormality. After looking around, he bowed his head shyly, as if what had happened before had nothing to do with him. Mum. Two drooling voices appeared, one from a foolish beast. He was glad that he had just escaped, and the other was Paula. He would never admit it. He also regarded the big milk tank as a strength comparison. Weak elf. Oki was also a bit surprised by the sudden outbreak of the big milk tank. Before, he thought that the amazing power of the big milk tank erupted during the Battle of Abba Monsters. He thought it was the effect of the increase after patience. There are some powers he doesn't know. However, the effect of the big milk tank after talking about Chase is still very obvious. Paula's hostility towards Oki is not so great. At least he does not pose an attack. I have to say that as the only woman in the team, the big milk tank can still play a key role in regulating a large group of big men. After a moment of silence, still a big milk can, pulling a reluctant slap, walked to Oki. Although I don't know what the big milk tank said to her, but she can make her so hostile before. Now she stands obediently in front of her. The mouth of the big milk tank is still very powerful. www.untitlenovel.com. Since Paula can't resist anymore, of course Oki won't lock it up like he said. It's just a threat to him. Reached out and tried to touch the heads to ease the atmosphere on both sides. Dora, who knows I pulled a twist and turned away from Oka's hand. Oka's hand hung in the air was a bit awkward, but instead of continuing to put it down, he took 2 bottles of milk from the ring and stuffed them into Paula's arms. With his difficult and complicated expression, Oki put his hand on his head and rubbed it twice with a smile. I owe a lot more. Write down the daily for after the first order is thousands. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Please recommend. Various requests. Chapter 147. Find small pig. At this point, Paula has been conquered by Oki. Although it is not very obedient now, I believe that after a long time, I will definitely be able to integrate into this team. Of course, the best relationship between Paula and Oki selves is the big milk tank. I don't know if it is because the big milk tank gives him a better impression or because it is pure milk from the big milk tank. For Oki, Paula always has a certain degree of vigilance. Although he can listen to what Oki says, he can still clearly see that there is a sense of resistance in his heart. However, the dark crow and the foolish beast had no intention of seeing anything out of the way, struggling to pull around, and did not know who had beaten him so badly before. At the beginning, Paula was still indifferent to the dark crow and the foolish beast, but when the dark crow posted them up shamelessly, Paula gradually accepted their existence. Aoki didn't care much about Paula's resistance. After all, he took the elf with him and stabbed him fiercely, and even threatened him. It was difficult to let him give up resistance and accept to be his elf. Aoki wouldn't consider himself to be the kind of tiger body that shocked all the elves. Everything has a gradual process. Chasing Bayola for a whole day, although the process is more difficult, but the results are still very good. The sun outside could not be seen in the cave, but Aoki noticed the time from his watch and realized that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and the elves had not eaten yet. In the icy caves, they started to build stone piles for cooking. Take out a large pot, slice all the meat, and pour various ingredients and seasonings in the pot. A simple version of the hot pot was made out of Aoki. It was placed next to the hot pot with a strong hot pot fragrance and various meats, vegetables, and homemade condiments. Noting the food prepared by Aoki, the elves all came around consciously. Paula was unwilling at first, but barely sat down next to the fire under the big milk tank's deadlift. Eating hot pot in the ice cave is also a more appropriate choice. Moreover, the hot pot can speed up the relationship between the elves. I did not see the pull that was unwilling to communicate at the beginning. After trying the taste of the hot pot for the first time, the eating speed became faster and faster, and the communication with the elves was also faster. More and more. Aoki joined them after waiting for them to eat for a while. In the cold caves, there was a lively atmosphere because of their appearance. A hot pot brought down the relationship between the elves. At least now, Paula no longer rejects the dark crows and stupid beasts that have stabbed him. After meals, each elf had a bottle of milk and sat next to the cave wall side by side, chatting one by one, while Aoki woke up the claw-tailed scorpion and fed him milk to drink. The scorpion-tailed scorpion was very new to Paula, who had just joined the team, and once he crawled in front of him to say hello. Set up a tent in the cave and spent the first night after Paula joined the team. Mala, you've lived here for so long. Have you ever seen a small pig? Aoki asked Mura, who was dressed coldly at her side. After a night's rest in Bayla's cave yesterday, they set foot on the road to find small pigs early the next morning. The main purpose of this place was to find a small pig with low qualifications and grades to complete the hunter mission of the Hunters Guild. It was because of luck that they met Paula, and part of it was Aoki's own pursuit. Barapala nodded after hearing Aoki's question, remembering for a moment. He has lived here for a long time, even he doesn't remember it, but if he asks where he produces some delicious food, he definitely remembers it clearly. He was very impressed with the small pigs, not least because of the large number of small pigs here. Small pigs are lazy and like to collect food and pile them together so that they can eat for a long time without moving. Paula discovered their existence when they were looking for food, and tasted the sweetness. Every time a small pig is found, it basically means that they have found a food source. I don't know how those small pigs collected so much food. Small pigs are not social herds, so every time they find them, they are basically accidental. Some small hogs are also very strong. If they just pass by, nothing will happen, but whenever they pull their food, the angry small hogs are also very scary, especially in the ice cave, which is their home field. Since Paula knows where there are small pigs, Aoki will not have to look for them blindly, which can save a lot of time. Led by Paula, he began searching for small pigs. There are many small pigs in the iceberg caves, but there are many caves and complex, and the small pigs will take action, especially those who have been patronized once or twice. So after 2 hours, I didn't really encounter many. Even if I did, Aoki didn't choose to do it because his qualifications or grades were not up to standard. However, Aoki did not complain that Paula took them and found no suitable one. Just by entering these complex caves, you may not know the way back when you enter, but Bayola knows it well. After knowing Aoki's requirements, Paula did not take them to some of the weaker small pig settlements. Another hour later, in an unknown place deep in the ice cave, Aoki finally encountered the first small pig to reach his goal. Pokemon, small pig, dark yellow. Gender, female. Grade, grade. Attribute, ice system, ground system. Characteristics, slowness. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, ice cone, mud shot. Basic skills, impact, mud, find snow, throw mud, hold on, mud bomb, frozen wind. Teaching skills, invisible rock. Skill learner, none. Dark yellow qualification, and the level has reached the level. As long as it is captured, you can complete the hunter task of Aoki. www.mentalnovel.com. Now that you have found it, Aoki does not hesitate to directly capture it. Stupid beast, use a water gun. To deal with such an ordinary small pig, it is not necessary to use all the elves together, especially in the case of the ice system and the flight system of the dark crow. Yeah, a water column shot from the mouth of the dumb beast and shot into the groove where the small pig lived. Originally a lazy little pig, it is slow in nature and has no big feelings for the humans and elves in front of it. Anyway, as long as it doesn't provoke itself, they will follow them. It just made him think that they came for themselves. A stream of water rushed into his den before he responded, and his home was drowned in no time. Porridge. Ask for monthly tickets, collect. Chapter 148. Looking for Big Rock Snake. The small pig, which was a tease, was furious. He was born with a sluggish character, but it didn't mean that he was bullied. In the surrounding ice cave, his strength was not weak, otherwise he would not be able to hold so much food. With a cry of anger, the small pig rushed out of the pool. His eyes flashed, and he looked at the culprit in front of him, a foolish beast. Stupid beast, continue to use the water gun. Mental assistance. Aoki ordered to continue the attack. A water column was sprayed again from the mouth of the dumb beast. Unlike the previous one, the water column was wrapped with a thin superpowered shell, which accelerated the spray speed of the water gun and increased the power by a grade. In addition, such a water gun also has a certain ability to adjust the direction. Although it cannot turn as before, it will not reduce the power of the skill after adjusting the direction. The small pig looked at the water rushing towards itself again, and felt the water energy in it. It was instinctively resisted. As an ice elf, it really didn't like the water energy. The little tail trembled slightly, and the whole body hair trembled naturally, blowing a cold wind with fine snow from his mouth. Freezing wind ability. Facing the spray gun coming directly, the freezing wind blew on it. Here is the ice cave. The original temperature is relatively low, so the power of ice skills can at least increase the power of 30%. I saw that the water gun of the dumb beast had a freezing phenomenon in the forefront. It is believed that the power of the small pig may be reduced a lot. At least the restraint effect of the water system energy will be reduced a lot. However, as he wished, the blue light in the eyes of the dumb beasts skyrocketed, and the superpower attached to the water gun became more solid, which made the speed of the water gun increase again. In the small pig's surprised eyes, the water gun skill still hit him sturdily, and the water gun's head was frozen. Like a sharp arrow, it hit him with more pain. It feels a bit rocky to the feet. Porridge. The small pig screamed in pain. However, the dumb beasts will not give up such a good opportunity. Without the reminder of Aoki, with the help of superpowers, several water jets are continuously ejected. The small pig originally moved slowly, and the defense effect of all aspects of the body was average. Under the water cannon attack of the stupid beast, without being able to launch a counter-attack effectively, it completely lost its combat ability. The dumb beast's water skills doubled the small pig's ice attributes, plus the superpower's assistance. The little pig had no chance to resist. There was no suspense in the whole battle. The small pigs were not herds of elves, so Aoki didn't have the slightest pressure to deal with this kind of qualification and level of elves. Conquer it with an ordinary elf ball, and use some healing medicine to ensure that the small pig will not lose its life due to injury. Paula looked at Aoki's behavior in their eyes, and saw the difference between Aoki's treatment of other elves and herself, but she didn't know why. and was slightly happy in her heart. There may be times when there is no harm without comparison. After successfully conquering the small pigs, Oki did not continue into the ice cave, because with the continuous deepening, the temperature is really a bit scary. Even if Oki puts on a down jacket, it can't stand it. And the elves are okay except for the big milk tank because of the post-fat properties. Paula has already been used to living in such an environment. Other elves can stand the cold environment here, especially the dark crow. All feel that they are about to wave. No wings. Oki looked at this, but he thought of a good training method. Although it is cold in the ice cave, exercise will also expend physical strength more quickly, but the effect is unexpectedly good, and it will make the dark crow's resistance to ice skills increase by 1 level. When slowly retreating from the depths of the ice cave, Oki also asked Paula on the way if he knew the trail of the big rock snake, but this time Paula was not very clear. He is only familiar with the environment in the ice cave, and only the woods outside the cave are okay for the situation outside. He is not very familiar with other places. After all, the whole place was too big, and he couldn't go very far back and forth a day. Since Paula did not know the trail of the big rock snake, Oki gave up searching in the ice cave. I believe that such a cold place would not exist. Withdrawn completely from the ice cave, and the air outside the respiratory tract knew how cold the air was before. After letting hands and feet relax a little, Oki put the big milk can into the elven ball, and prepared to look for the possibility of big rock snake activity on the mountain. After all, it is a rocky land before the mountainside, and the possibility of a rock snake is not low. Oki intends to use the time of one afternoon today and one morning tomorrow to find the big rock snake, and if he can find it, he can only give up temporarily. Shadow's mission has been delayed for a long time, and Oki is also a bit worried about the League's sudden attack on the rocket space. The specific time is not clear, but I believe it has been recently. Not much time has been wasted on him. After stepping on the mountain road, shuttle through the various rocks, every step needs to be extra careful. One accidentally may fall. Dark crows and dumb beasts do not have to worry. One can fly and the other can use superpowers such as flat ground. Zala is very familiar with this type of terrain. In addition to its strong skills, it is the fastest among the elves. A lot of small boxing stones and rumbling rocks were encountered on the road, and they were relatively mild in character. For the passing Oki, they only paid a little attention and then resumed their duties of eating and drinking. The whole rock of the mountain is their food. In addition to the small boxing stones and rumbling rocks, some gophers and trekking mice were encountered. The gophers did not embarrass Oki, but the trekking rats were more naughty, and they attacked them in groups. Except for a few who were able to escape in a hurry, all others died. The whole mountain is large, but Oki did not find the trail of the big rock snake. www.mtlnovel.com. The dark crow was also sent out by Oki to look for it from the sky, but he couldn't find anything after going back and forth a few times. It stands to reason that the large elf, such as the big rock snake, cannot escape the eyes of the dark crow even in the rock pile. However, I couldn't see it, and Oki was helpless. I can only hope to meet the big rock snake in some places where the dark crow cannot see it. The sky gradually darkened, and the sun jumped under the horizon with the last afterglow. Oki took the elves to find a relatively clean rock cave. After a brief treatment, it became their camp tonight. The third change today. I promised 4 changes every day after the first order. I will do it. The last one is more likely to be later. For my hard work, monthly pass, give a reward. Recommended tickets. Whatever you want. The fastest update, please read without pop-up. Chapter 149. Unexpected discovery. The next day, when the sky was slightly white on the east side, Oki was already up. After preparing the breakfast for the elves, he called them all to get up. There was only Paula, who was not quite used to this state. In fact, when Oki woke up, he had already woken up, but he didn't make any sign. But the other elves were still sleeping. But when Oki came over for breakfast, he suddenly responded. as if he had gradually integrated into it. Does he seem to have no particular rejection? Although there was always a voice in his heart telling him that Aoki was not a good person and could not listen to him, and he said no, but his body was very honest. For example, seeing Aoki's neatly arranged breakfast with a seductive aroma, plus a glass of fresh milk. Seeing all the elves sitting in their places, looking at him, waiting for him to join. The body stood up and walked quickly to the place reserved for itself. After seeing his food up close, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water and wanted to start. But all the elves did not start to eat, and he could only endure. "Eat all," Aoki said with a smile. And juggling in the corner of his eye glanced at the cramped slackness. Hearing Aoki's words, the elves began to eat the breakfast in front of them. The faster he eats, the better he eats, and even Aoki touches his head with his hands halfway, and he is selectively ignored. The typical honest body will be vividly displayed. After breakfast, the journey to find the rock snake was started again. Before lunch at noon today, it is the last time of the Aoki plan. If you can no longer find the big rock snake, you can only give up. Instead of going up the mountain, at a horizontal line, a horizontal search was started to allow enough time to return. There were still many elves along the way who couldn't help but want to challenge Aoki. They were easily resolved by the beasts. Most of the spirits on the mountain are rock or ground spirits. The effects of the water skills of the dumb beasts are very obvious. Although the rock spirits have high defenses, they have very low resistance to water energy. After clearing out many rocky and ground-based elves, the level of the dull beast has been increased by 1 level, reaching level 25, and tied with Bayola to become the highest level of existence in the Aoki elves. Even if you can't find the big rock snake, just by raising the level of the dull beast, the receipt of this time also made Aoki satisfied. There are not many such leveling places. After searching for nearly 2 hours, I couldn't find the big rock snake, even if there might be a big rock snake. When Aoki was about to give up, the dark crow told Aoki that there was a small cave in front of which there might be a rock snake. The dark crow, Aoki's follower, walked to the Topperson cave entrance and found that the cave entrance had obvious crushing marks, but it looked like a rock snake crawling over. Stupid beast, use a water gun at the cave to see if there are any rock snakes in it. Although there is a high probability of the existence of big rock snakes, it is not 100% certain. Besides, there are no traces of rolling except at the cave entrance, which makes Aoki strange. The beast spit out a water column and shot deep into the cave. The cave was quite deep. After the water column gliding for a while, there was a sound of water drops falling. Standing silently for a few seconds at the door, faintly heard some small and messy sounds coming from the cave. Slowly, the sound was getting closer and closer to the hole, but Aoki's brow gradually wrinkled. It's a bit wrong. If it's a big rock snake, the movement will not be so small, and it doesn't feel like the sound of a spirit dragging, but it's like the sound of a tire rubbing the ground. Can't help thinking, without letting them wait too long, a flat blue-gray cylinder, like a tire, rolled out quickly, and the sound of rubbing against the ground was like the sound of tires frantically grinding on the ground. Seeing what came out, Aoki's pupils suddenly shrank, and shouted, "Hurry away!" A lunge ran to the wall outside the cave, avoiding the rapidly rolling cylinder. The elves also hurried to the side and avoided the shock. I saw that the blue-gray roller stopped for a moment after rubbing frantically on the ground outside the cave in order to stop the car. This was exactly what Aoki saw before. Cool. The blue-gray cylinder stopped rolling, and a pictographic elf standing more than 1 meter appeared in place. 2 white and thick ivory came out from both sides of the nose, and a thick layer was covered from the tail to the nose. Dark blue armor. 2 tiny eyes are hidden under the armor. This elf rolled out of the cave is an elf from Chengdu, Dunjia. Aoki mistakenly thought that there might be a cave in the big rock snake. The original inhabitant was a Dunjia, an evolutionary type of baby elephant, and the ground was an elf. Pokemon, Dunjia light green. Gender, male. Level, 25. Attribute, ground. Features, strong. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, mud throwing, gas gathering, Tarzan top. Basic skills: flame tooth, lightning tooth, angle collision, stomp, scream, round, high speed rotate, roll, malicious chase, shoot down, beat. Teaching skills: iron wall, invisible rock, blocking the road. Skill learner: none. A light green qualification level 25 Dungeon. It is somewhat beyond the expectations of Aoki, because not many of the elves encountered along the way had yellow qualifications. At this time there actually appeared a green qualified elf, and it's clear that level 25 has only recently evolved. Fortunately for Aoki, I didn't encounter a 30 level Tetsuya armor. You need to know that Tetsuko can learn the magnitude skills after the 30th Tetsuya. This Fasto-Face group attack skill, if one is unlucky, the armor has a magnitude of 10, even if Aoki and the elves can avoid his attack. This place full of rocky rocks, I am afraid that he will under the mountain. However, since the earthquake magnitude cannot be learned, this dungeon will become a large receipt for Aoki before going to the Hunters Guild. www.mentalnovel.com. If there is a suitable task to match, you can still change it to a lot of points. Dungia certainly wouldn't have thought that these guys who hurriedly poured water into their caves had already regarded him as a pile of money. Time does not allow Aoki to waste. Since this Dungia has no small value, it is enough to defeat it. Stupid beast, water cannon. Dark crow, blessing from the wind. Pull, frozen wind. Aoki directly issued an attack command. Paula was fighting for the first time under the command of Aoki. Although the action was a bit slow, the response was relatively fast, and his brain was flexible enough to understand the meaning of Aoki. 4 changes a day. The first day of the task is completed, but Hibiscus is heavily in debt, cannot sleep yet, continue to code. For my hard work, monthly pass, give a reward. Recommend tickets or something. Come here for a dozen. The fastest update, please read without pop-up. Chapter 150. Give up looking. The characteristics of the Dark Raven's prank heart can give priority to change moves in advance. This is a setting in the game, but the real world is actually similar. The Tailwind skills belong to the group's accelerated change moves. So after the use of the Dark Raven, the members of the team seemed to be a lot lighter. The Stunner's water cannon was used directly. Although the movement was a bit slower, he could understand the meaning of Aoki. The freezing wind did not directly blow to Dungia, but matched the Stunner's squirt gun skills. Do not let the water gun completely freeze, nor let the freezing wind lose its effect, but let some small ice cubes appear in the water gun, combining ice-based energy and water-based energy. Although the combination is not perfect, it is the first time to use it, which has exceeded the expectations of Aoki. The squirt gun carried some tiny boulder and slammed on Dungia. Cool. The ground armor is twice restrained by the water and ice skills. This skill combines the two attributes, causing him more damage. He screams in pain, and his eyes become red instantly. He had a good rest in the cave, but he was still asleep late, but was poured directly on his face by a water column, which awakened him, and thought that an elf had rushed into his cave to sneak in. It turned out that after looking around, there were no other elves in the cave. He got upset and felt angry, and rushed out of the cave to vent his breath. He just stopped from rolling, but was hit by a colder column of water with boulder. Suddenly, he was completely out of anger. Exhaled 2 thick breaths from her long nose, stepped on the ground with her forefoot, and splashed a layer of dust. Without saying a word, the ball is directly grouped into a tire. The heavy armor is like the surface of a layer of tires. As it rolls, it also splashes the small rocks and fine particles on the ground. 2 thick ivory are like 2 spears, which are horizontal on the sides of the tire, making people dare not approach easily. Rolling skills. At the beginning, the skill power is not very strong, but as the scrolling time becomes longer and longer, the power will double. Finally, it can reach a power of 480 points. Any one of the spirits in Aoki will be hit by the final power rolling. Loss of combat capability directly. Moreover, if the rolling skills are launched after the use of rounding, the power of the skills can be doubled, that is, The final power can reach 960 points, which is called Horror Xiaoqian of Manjin City that Aoki knows. Besides the big milk cans, their family depends on the research of rolling. The general rolling cannot be started and stopped randomly, but they have the skills to control it. After entering the rolling circle, Duntangia began to run rampantly. Aoki didn't like this kind of elves who only knew how to use the body but did not use their brains. Not only does Aoki dislike it, Aoki's elves don't like it too much, because dealing with this kind of elves is like bullying a silly big man, and there is no sense of accomplishment. Stupid beast, wrap the water gun with your mind, soak him in water, yank. You continue to use the freezing wind, slow him down. Dark Crow, evil waves disturb him. Aoki did not hurry to give the order, the armor has just begun to roll, the power of the skills is not very large, and as the speed of rolling continues to increase, it will become very difficult to control the direction. A cold wind blew again from the mouth of Tongla. In order to cooperate with the water gun of the dumb beast, the power of the freezing wind was not adjusted to the maximum. Now, in order to reduce the speed of the armor, I can directly control the ice energy that I can control. Child gushing out. Originally, the speed was not very fast. Under the freezing wind of Zella, a thin layer of frost gradually appeared on the surface, which reduced the speed a lot. Dark Raven uses evil wave skills, mainly not to attack the armor, but to attack the surroundings of the armor, making the ground around him more uneven, so that the speed of rolling will be reduced again a lot. The dumb beast is used as the main force output. After using the water gun skills, the water flow was immediately controlled with superpowers. Instead of letting the water gun attack the dungeon directly, instead waiting for his companions to make the rolling speed of the Dunga slower, he used the super can. The force wrapped in the water mass directly covered Dungia. For a moment, Dungia immediately stopped rolling and entered a state of drowning. At the center of the water mass, he widened his eyes that were not too big, flushed his face, and looked like he could not breathe in pain. Drag, once more, let him feel the frozen feeling. Aoki couldn't help but smile when he saw the appearance of Dungia. Drag, Tongla nodded, urging the energy of the ice system again, and in cooperation with the dumb beast, the water mass wrapped around the armor was frozen into a huge ice cube. Suddenly, Dungia couldn't move even if it was frozen. Except for the eyeballs in the two small eyes, they could even be considered dead. Aoki also had to admire, although the elves such as Dungia are relatively afraid of water and ice skills, but their physical fitness is not said. In such a choking environment, they can actually turn their eyes. After waiting for a while, Aoki let the elves break the ice. At this time, the armor had completely lost its ability to lie on the ground rigidly. If it was not for a slight breath, Aoki would have thought he had died. Conquer it with an elf ball, and let him bask in the sun for a while to restore his ability to move, then put it away and lock the elf ball switch. After the successful capture of Dungia, Aoki began to look for the big rock snake again. However, the mentality is different now. A light green qualified Dungia is obviously higher in value than the ordinary big rock snake. Even if no big rock snake can be found, Aoki can accept it. Sure enough, after 2 hours of searching again, he still could not see the trail of the big rock snake. Since the deadline set by myself has been reached, Aoki has given up on this search. www.mentalnovel.com. I hope to meet somewhere else. I took the elves slowly down the mountainside, and he understood one thing completely. It's easy to go downhill but not downhill. Originally, the surface of a mountain lined with gravel had to be carefully walked step by step, but when it came down, Aoki discovered how easy it was to go uphill compared to downhill. In the end, I really couldn't bear the speed of going down the mountain, so that the foolish beast made a smooth road for him with a little effort, and it was barely faster. In fact, Aoki has never let dumb beasts use superpowers to help themselves, but also wants to exercise with the elves. Recently, the growth speed of his elves has increased, but his physical fitness has not been able to keep up. He needs to exercise hard to not become a burden in the wild. The speed slowly increased. When I came down the mountain halfway, I suddenly heard the sound of fighting not far away, and not only the sound of the elven skills, but also the sound of human command. There are trainers in this kind of place? It sounds like a girl. Aoki thought to himself. It's the first update today. Today's normal fourth update, and then it is expected that the debt repayment will be almost 3 chapters. One day, 6 or 7 chapters, I can be considered desperate. Ask for a variety of monthly tickets. Give a reward. Recommended tickets. Favorite or book review. Both. For support,